game number 1. First pick going over to T1 here as D+ get their favorite side in the blue side. We'll see whether they continue to pick that. They were experimenting a little bit in their last series, but it looks like they're back to their blue side ways.
The good thing for D+ is that I don't think they want Korea to play Bard, and they really don't want Keria to play it. So
there you go.
It's you know, it's a mandatory ban against Keria for most teams, but at least you don't feel like it's a detriment for yourself. As the Ambessa will get taken away. It's a fantastic pick for both Shiyu and Lucid. I really like this ban here for T1. Let's see if the Varus gets a look here. I think the Pantheon was expecting it actually to be banned by D+. Going to be taken away first off. And no Nocturne here, but the Orianna has been the stronger pick as of late in the trade that we often see in Game 1 between the Orianna and the Azir. And Showmaker's Azir also has left us a little bit wanting.
Yep.
So we'll see if that's a trade they want to go for. They are going to ban the Varus.
Yeah, I kind of thought this was going to be the way. Like, giving over the Rumble has been a thing that D+ just kind of like doing these days. I don't like it, personally. I feel like Rumble is still extraordinarily strong, but they have been successful against the champion. Doran's still going to lap it up, obviously. It's a fantastic champion, but let's see what Shiyu's going to be picking into it.
They'd rather have the Orianna themselves, and so they're just going to say, we'll give you something that you think is too strong to refuse taking, right, and give you the Rumble, and then we'll grab that Orianna ourselves. And with the Vi banned, Rumble Vi is no longer as much of an issue. Obviously, you're not worried about that specific combo. There are other strong picks that can empower this Rumble, but that's the big one.
Yep.
And now we'll see the great ball carrier picked up here early in the Jarvan.
And Jarvan really is one of the best junglers that's left up and available, right? There's technically 5 junglers that have already been banned away. And so Faker will be able to hop onto his Azir. We know how incredibly good he is at this champion. Although they didn't win their Azir game last time they played. It was the Azir Ornn composition, if you remember, that we didn't really like all that much against the Orianna comp. But I believe that time around, the Rumble went the other direction. So this will be a little bit of a different story as the Xin Zhao for Owner. Happy 5th anniversary for Owner, by the way. And he is going to be on one of his signature champions.
Yeah, crazy to think it's been 5 years already since that crazy Dany 10-man roster.
Yeah, right.
And now it was the mainstay towards the end of that 2021 period, and now he's just been the fixture ever since. He says he never wants to leave. He wants to be a permanent jungler for T1. But enough about Owner, as we will see the Cassante picked up here in response to this Rumble rather than the Ornn in this draft here for D+ Kia. So our top sides are locked up. It doesn't get more T1 than this draft, right? Faker on his here, Owner, Xin Zhao, and then whether it's Dorn or in the past, Zeus, the Rumble here on the top side is a classic. Now to see what goes on in the bottom lane, we really only have the Bard and the Varus taken away. Everything else is up and available. Sivir, a lot stronger for the side of D+ Kia here, just simply because they have the Jarvan on their side. I don't think Paze is interested in playing that. Jhin, definitely worth a look.
It's an interesting one, though, because I don't feel like Jhin is the champion for either of these players. I think probably more for Paze than it is for Smash, but it's an odd ban. Lulu to be taken away here does cut down a couple of the hyper carries as Yunara was still up and available. Yeah. No one decided to pick her up yet. That Lulu is going to hamstring that pick just a little.
I do think taking away a lot of those range supports makes playing the Yunara lane a lot easier, just simply because you can, you can even play Alistar with it if you want to, if there's just no way to really pummel you in the lane. The Jhin is gone. We'll see if they ban. Okay, they're going to ban Nami. I was going to say just the Lucian straight up could have been the other way to play this. And we may end up having Corki versus Yunara, but the Sivir is still a strong possibility here for D+, because it gives you a lot of wave clear, a lot of scaling, and empowers this composition, especially the front line of it, incredibly well.
Yeah, I wonder whether we are going to see a look at the Yunara regardless of all of these bans that have come through to a lot of the supports that she does like, and by a lot, I mean Bard, Lulu, those two being the ones. Nico is still up and available. That is a big deal. Maybe something that T1 could look at, but instead the Karma going to be taken away.
It feels like we're looking at a Corki Nico lane versus a Yunara lane of some type.
Yeah, it could be the way. Unless D+ decide to lock away the Nico now, assuming that it is high enough priority to do so. You can always pick the Alistar into it. It's something that Keria has done in the past to a fair bit of success. And I don't know whether you'd want to just blind pick Alistar here, because I don't think that you're going to stand much of a chance in that lane regardless here for D+, but definitely not if you're taking a cow down there.
It's so clear that this entire decision
this is cute.
is being made by Smash, right? Like, you see the camera shot, you see the angles, you see CV Max trying to give him his take, and Smash ultimately makes the call. He's going to pull out the Ashe. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to be Ashe Seraphine, and Ashe Seraphine will be gone for the rest of this series, so throwing the gauntlet down early here, but it sets up Orianna combos really well if you can hit anyone with an arrow. Yeah, obviously the Xin Zhao is going to absorb a lot of that pressure, but really any other target here feels great.
Wow.
Pulling out the Zeri straight up here with a
Zeri Yuumi into a face-up Ashe Seraphine?
Okay.
Isn't that just complete suicide?
It is definitely a huge risk, I would say, in this draft year, and it's a statement from T1 to say Smash is, Smash basically 1v9'd and pulled D+ across the line in their series against DNS to get here. And FaZe and Carry are like, yeah, we like to just tangle with this guy. We think we're strong enough, we're better than him enough. That will actually make the bigger impact here in this first game. As there is not a strong traditional frontline for this Zeri, but there's a lot of peel. The healing that Yuumi can provide, the shielding, obviously, the survivability she's going to have is pretty high to be that hyper carry in teamfights and break through the health bar of the Cassante. And without a consistent damage dealer in the mid lane, and with Ashe Seraphine here, you're going to be reliant as D+. It's setting up big charm combos. You have the ball carrier here in the Jarvan. You've got an insane front line with this Cassante for the Ashe to play around. But if you don't kill FaZe or Faker, they're two big threats. And even the Equalizer can mess up your zoning and prevent you from actually getting that big combo off with the Encore to start off the fight and then look for that follow-up ball play. I think there's a lot more of a ceiling to T1's composition, but damn, is it the harder one to play.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I do not understand picking Zeri Yuumi at that point. I don't get it at all. Maybe there's something that they know that I don't. Maybe I'm just a dumb play-by-play. I don't get the fact that Zeri Yuumi just hard counters Ashe Seraphine, one of the most oppressive lanes that you can possibly have in League of Legends. But one thing I do know, and that is, I hope Korea gets his notebook out to take some notes about this Yuumi play, because it didn't look so great when he debuted it this season. Let's get on the Rift here for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. Wolf, how does T1 start a team fight?
Well, it's going to have to be very carefully, I would say, and with a lot of strong zoning from Doran. Because when we get into these team fights, obviously they don't have a traditional engage. They don't have a Nautilus here. There's no top lane that can go for a flank to set up the engage or get onto the back line. Not to mention that their main target, the Ashe in this case, has some pretty good self-peel in the fact that she's got slow, she's got her arrow, she has a Seraphine that's going to be on top of her, and then there's a Jarvan, can put Cataclysm up, and there's an insane Cassante frontline to fight through as well. And so, it's tricky. But Faker can also be the one who turns fights. If all the tools are down here for D+ and FaZe isn't caught, then the engage is I press R on Zeri and I kill all of your health bars.
Yeah.
And if you can't lock me down, by the way, there are a lot of tools to lock him down. You can't lock me down, then I will wipe everyone. And that's why this comp is looking like, if we took the nameplates off, we'd be like, well, this was not the choice I would.
Yeah, no. Wouldn't be the one I would have made either. With all of the Enchanter bans, though, it was going to be a very difficult situation if T1 did want to try and win the lane. So instead, I guess what they're saying is, well, we're going to lose.
Mitigate.
Let's lose with something that's going to be able to figure stuff out later on in the game. And we all know it was something that was coined by you yourself, Wolf. That is, the Zeri can always get certified. It does not matter how the laning phase went. If she picks up a triple kill in the mid game, you could just be up the creek, as it were, paddleless.
Now, I think there's a lot of responsibility, let's say, on Owner in this game to be able to really, first of all, go for aggressive plays in this bottom lane to relieve the pressure here, to also then be able to buy space and threaten Showmaker so that FaZe can get into the position he wants to. He'll then have to be able to get past the Seraphine ultimate, make sure he doesn't get comboed there. He obviously took Cleanse, and I think we will definitely see some itemization later on in this game that is about doing massive team fight. Like, we're going to see Runans, I think, in this game from FaZe for sure. And he's just going to have to basically 1v5 team fights after the engage is down. So his teammates need to make sure he can do that. And when he finds that angle to press R, he better hope he hits the targets he's looking for.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because we have 3 AD carries, I think, in the LCK right now that we really consider to be this type of playstyle. And I don't put Ruler in this conversation because he's a little bit too well-rounded. But we have Pays, right? We have Smash, and we have Diablo.
Yeah.
Guys who are like, I am going to make the crazy play. And they are really saying they're doing it right here, right now, in game 1, as we have no owner here in this bottom lane. He's just saying, good luck, Pace. Just farm it out. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Figure it out, guys. You can get there. As we do have the Jarvan going back home, so no gank here or dive or anything like that here for D+. And as you can see, T1 actually doing just fine down here on this bottom side of the map. Better than I was expecting. Only a 3 CS gap as that wave is crashing forward. But an even game still feels like a pretty good one because I just don't understand how this composition is going to work later on in the game. Here for T1 and D+, very obvious. As level 5 here for Faker, not going to be throwing Showmaker back, but he takes a lot of damage as he wanders his way out, refusing to press flash.
That was a lot of damage indeed, and obviously used his teleport already.
Xiu manages to find the knockback on the Q. Wants another one here as the Scrap Shield will silence Doran. No, the flash, and he misses! Oh no, Xiu takes 2 turret shots for his trouble as well. That is not what you wanted to see. However, Doran did have to flash to get himself into that position. And so I guess no harm, no foul, and Xiu just going to go back home.
Yeah, it felt like a big missed opportunity there for Xiu, however, as that's going to be a bit of a split back for Career.
I like that, though. He managed to protect Smash's back as Faker going in once again. Another Dissonance doing a lot of damage here as the Clockwork do be winding up. Faker taking a fair bit of damage from those autos.
And that was, I think, not ideal for Faker there after getting such a nice advantage moments before. Showmaker didn't flash, as you pointed out, so now he has to completely leave. And Lucid is actually coming up here, see if he can find something owner nearby. A tiny window, no way, no way!
There's no chance. He finds the flag. That's just an interrupt, though. Oh, I really thought that he might be going in there to try and stop him, but
that's huge still.
Yeah, this is the thing. Delaying the back is actually almost as much damage as now I think he's either going to have to stick around or sacrifice a bunch of these minions. There's a cannon here as well.
This means owner has to stay in the area for Faker to get this cannon wave. And he doesn't even get the cannon. Oh, it's painful.
Yeah, he gets the experience from it, which is obviously extraordinarily important. However, not being able to get that money is a big deal. Showmaker almost a wave ahead right now.
I think the biggest win here for T1, anywhere, is that, well, obviously Doran living on the top side was pretty huge, but that Pays and Carry have been able to hold their own here. Like, they are dead even in CS in this lane. This Yuumi pick is absorbing a lot of the pressure. The shields have been able to get a lot of value here thus far. And so even though owner's been a little bit busy, hasn't actually given them any attention down there. They are just totally self-sufficient. And with Yuumi, that often is the case in tough lanes. If you play really well and you play really carefully, you don't take bad trades, you can stave the pressure off, but you're never going to have prio. And so far, that hasn't mattered yet, really, here for T1. So this pick, thus far, even though it's a little bit unusual and very risky, is definitely doing its job.
Yeah, it's kind of working out. As Equalizer down here towards the top side of the map as Xiu. Down to about 300, but he's got the all-out. He's also got a Jarvan, so he should be all right here.
Health advantage to Doran means if this became a 2v2, don't think it would be what Xiu wants to see. That's not going to happen, though. As we have junglers on the top side of the map. Ow.
Yeah. One thing that is actually really cool about this Ash Seraphine lane, beyond just the fact that it is very, very good in lane, is Hawkshot. I mean, Hawkshot is just such a ridiculous ability. The fact that they were able to use it to spot out any potential level 3 ganks that we have seen some Xin Zhaos actually go for. Things like this does mean that you're not only pretty oppressive, but you're also very, very safe there towards the bottom side. So no real fumbles just yet, as the Prowling Projectile is going to go a little bit wide here. Carrier still trying to get his eye in onto that one. Great beat drop is going to come on through there as the heals come down, as Carrier's just dead. There is first blood over to Smash. He gets exhausted from the grave.
Career learns.
is now alone.
So you stop that detach, or attach rather. Once it's detached, you stop the attach, and
he missed almost every beat drop until the one that mattered.
Yep.
And that is what you got to do. Pays taking a lot of damage here as well, as the high note will be avoided. Flash out there so that Showmaker doesn't get hit by the Emperor's Divide, but really good ulti from Faker to make sure that that summoner spell did finally have to get used.
Yeah, and that's pretty massive because obviously in a follow-up, he's not going to have it. So Faker didn't have to flash to make the play happen, and had Showmaker tried to make something of it on return there, owner was going to be able to flash on him and take him out. Showmaker doesn't even ult, just plays very respectfully. So Carrier detaches here. And for what is the question we're always asking. We ask the same question to Career. Like, he wants to get one auto off? All right. FaZe gave a little bit of a frustrated shake of his head on the player cam as well right after this. I think that was definitely, I don't know, it's happened to Career, it's happened to Carrier, now it can happen to anyone, I suppose.
Yeah.
But good punish from Career, let's say that much.
Justice for Career, man. Maybe it's just Yuumi. It's just really, really hard to stay alive in lane. Carrier has obviously had a lot of experience on this champion, but it wasn't really the Guma Carrier like type move. Remember, they were like experimenting with Sivir Yuumi and things like this back in the day, and it just didn't quite work out. So it's never been so, like, oh god, Jin Yuumi. Oh
Yeah, no.
I shudder to think. Thankfully, it's fearless, so we never have to see it again this series from either player. So that's good, you know? There is at least that one. As Lucid parked himself here on this Phaelite, as owner is going to make the wind become the lightning.
It's always been the thing that people say about Carrier, even people who are not rooting for T1 is like, well, it's such a waste to see him on this champion because he's a mechanical god, right? But then also on the Yuumi, just decides to try to be a mechanical god and then get rooted and unable to attach.
You just need to prowl your projectiles. Just stick with that. As Arrow going to connect, there's no cleanse here for FaZe, but not a whole lot more. Final chapter is going to come on down. And Carrier does make sure he mitigates any sort of dive attempt. Owner going to be able to take some crab towards his top side of the map. And we've got some grubs that are up and available as well. No one really taking a bite out of them just yet.
I mean, even though it's been perma, Prio is no flash.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide comes down. Now Ono looking to make his way in. There is a Shockwave to try and buy some space, but I mean, there is a Rumble there.
Yeah, and he's got TP, so he can just go straight back to the top lane after this back too, and should be able to catch this wave. Doran is making plays on both sides. He's going to get this one, but that was as elementary as we set up when we talked about Showmaker being down his flash. Owners in the area, they knew this, and Showmaker just plays really greedy. Gets punished here as Faker just kind of casually walks up and is like, okay, I guess you're dead.
Yep.
He's like, oh, you got me? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, okay, I'll shuffle him.
Yeah. Remember that flash that I got before? Well, my ulti's back off cooldown, so you're dead. And that is kind of how this matchup can work. Unless you do have a lot of support from the jungle. Lucid was not quite there, and therefore Showmaker is not going to survive. He is, however, still ahead in farm, so not doing too bad. As we have Lucid coming down towards his bottom side.
And we really haven't seen that much jungle attention from Lucid despite the massive amounts of prio that they've had in this bottom lane. Like, we haven't seen a dragon get taken just yet. They haven't really set up big dives. They had an opportunity earlier on but didn't commit fully. Now Owner has the time to come down here, and there's a lot of vision, so they're not going to be able to get the punish here onto Smash and Career. We may have a delayed 3v3 here, but the fact that T1 are even in farm despite Yuumi dying, despite the fact they're playing into Ashe Seraphine, means this pick is working out incredibly well so far for them. And just don't know if D+ have utilized this bottom lane as well as they would have liked to. As Faker here is just like, shuffle, and he's like, yeah, he still doesn't have flash. Yeah. He waits for Showmaker to see if he's going to go for the ult first, and then Showmaker doesn't. He's like, okay, well, you're dead now.
And it worked that way. It was also not able to press Dissonance in time as well, and so Faker got to just like waddle up to him and managed to throw him on over. So really nicely played there, as there's an all-out here from Shiu. Let's see whether he can find Doran. Does have his flashback available, does have to use it. Shiu now has a flash advantage. 5 seconds until the equalizer's up again once more. Lucid clearing out some vision here as FaZe with his static shiv already done. Haven't seen that item in what feels like years.
I mean, you need it in this early game to be able to clear waves, and we are going to see a bit of a scuffle here around this dragon now. Owner avoids the root. They're going in.
Yeah, gets the knock up onto Lucid. Prowling projectile is going to connect as well, but he flags and drags, gets himself out of there, was holding onto that for quite some time, and they're just buying time for Showmaker to push down this mid lane. A little bit off tempo was T1, and they do suffer for it. As the beat drop going to land once again. Arrow up and available here for Smash, but they want to hold on to it to make sure that they have that for any potential dragon fight. But the dragon has been started here by Owner, and it looks like DK have no real idea of going for it.
Yeah, I mean, they just really can't. I think with the situation here for T1, the amount of damage they did in that initial salvo, Lucid taking so much means that they just can't contest, and if they try to, they might be setting up that Zeri moment you were discussing earlier.
Yeah.
Walking into that, even in this early game, Zeri's skirmish power is really powerful. Speaking of!
Yep, Zeri looking for the angle as the cleanse comes out. It flashes the arrow gorgeously, and the encore doesn't quite work out. Prowling projectile is going to miss, though, and the flash out from Korea will keep him alive, but now it is clean up Xin Zhao time, and in he goes, picks up a a swift double with the 3 Talon Strike. He had a Talon Strike left over after that one.
Pretty nasty stuff here in the bottom lane. D+. They thought, okay, well, we're going to give up the dragon, but maybe we'll be able to get a little bit more in the lane. And these angles for FaZe, he was famous for it when he was on Gen G on the pick. And he's certainly showcasing why here again, as Doran does not have flash.
He doesn't. And he also probably doesn't have his life either, as Shiu comes on over. That's a dissonance to complete the kill, and Ona not quite here in time. A little bit of an overstep. I'd say overstep. He is in his own jungle, but Doran just not really allowed to be there.
I think maybe just trying to head back over to maybe set a trap there with Faker having his ult available, but they're just, his friends weren't close enough for him to play that way. As FaZe is going to now kind of clean up his mess here in the top side of the map. But this is the level 6 Zeri all-in angle that you see in a lot of matchups. Doesn't have it at level 6 in this case. The flash over the arrow. The encore isn't enough. Is Showmaker just going to die as well?
We getting that certification paper out.
I got my paper out.
A little bit worried about this one. Is now Smash looking to try and get some arrows into Faker here, who's in a little bit of trouble. Lucid comes on over. There's a great Crescent Guard, but I think Faker is still in a lot of trouble. Lucid going to be the one to pick up the kill. Korea thankfully stopped auto-attacking to make sure that he doesn't take that one. But this is the big problem, is that FaZe Zeri situation on this top side of the map at the moment. We said it before, it doesn't matter how difficult the lane can be. If he starts to grab a couple of kills in this mid-game,
no,
I have to say goodbye to that cannon.
I'm a little bit concerned about what happened in the mid lane there. We'll have to go back and see exactly how that eventuated. As we'll go to this play first. So Showmaker just way too far up here, greeting. FaZe gets over the wall, has a Yuumi on his back, and gets the slow. Yeah, that's just 400 gold. By the way, he has his quest completed, so the fact that he's in top lane, there's no detriment there, and he's getting the extra gold from the takedowns. As Faker misses, and then flashes immediately, now doesn't have his flash, and the Jarvan shows up, and he's still trying to play through this with Owner. A lot of greed. Owner's, unfortunately, Crescent Guard isn't able to push Lucid away the way he wanted. I think Faker was likely dead either way.
A little bit unfortunate there. Not going to quite find the shuffle. So Smash keeps himself alive. Now, FaZe does have Owner here alongside. This is one of the good things about the Yuumi now that we're into the mid-game, is that Yuumi pairs very well with the Xin Zhao at the same time, so you can really empower Owner, who is very strong in his own right.
That's a flanking TP.
That's a big old flanking TP, and Showmaker took a little while to get there as the arrow is going to connect. There's the flag and drag. Encore connects as well. That is all the CC, but Owner didn't get hit by any of it, so the Ashe is just dead. Career down as well, and if you hadn't written it already, Wolf, I think it's time to write the certification note now. I've got my crayons ready.
It's signed. It's already been sent in. Kespa is notarizing it as we speak. I think this one is a Zeri game for the books, to be sure. One of the biggest FaZe ones so far of the year. And you asked me what the engage was. It turns out it's just Zeri kind of being near the enemy champions at this point, and obviously this is another issue here, as Showmaker is once again up too far in the lane, gets a 2-man ult, but what else is he going to do? And then here, Owner is here, so this is a 3v3 fight. Obviously the Yuumi gives you so much power here. So when they decide to go in on this arrow, look at this, he doesn't take damage. He's still not really taking damage. Oh, he's charmed. That's cute. He kills people. Yeah. And the enemy AD carry is dead, so there's no damage. And he just kills whoever's left. Lucid's like, can I do something here? He's like, no, you should leave, or I'll kill you as well.
Yeah, this is the thing. They did manage to get onto the Zeri, but like, that's a 2-0. It was a 2-0-1 Xin Zhao at the time. Like, you cannot ignore Owner.
He has Runins now. He is ready to just make all the health bars disappear. Doran has outdamaged him so far in this game, so there's that. But
he has been hitting a Cassante many, many times. And there's a big old shield to get through when it comes to that guy. As at least DK, like, I mean, they can defend this turret quite comfortably, things like that. We haven't seen a first brick just yet, but it's a 2.3k gold lead, and I just didn't expect T1 to be able to make it to this stage of the game with a minor deficit, let alone a lead. Like, it's kind of insane. So FaZe now is just running amok on the map, and maybe you're exactly right. Maybe FaZe is just the engage. As all right, there is an engage from Shiu as well, looking for an angle onto Doran. He is just dancing on the equalizer, though, as the Flame Spitter comes on down as well. Flash out there from Doran, and the flash from Shiu is not going to work. It's a solo kill, as now Showmaker looking to try and come on through here. The arrow is not going to quite connect, as there is still a shockwave here. Showmaker still trying to find it. Another flag and drag comes down, but the final chapter is still there. Ulti from FaZe. And look at this. It's basically 1 versus 3, because it's a cat was kind of half a champion, but still they're standing their ground.
I mean, this is absolutely crazy here. He does not care. Showmaker eventually gets the kill onto Doran there on the top side without using his flash, without using his shockwave. So that's the only piece of good news here for D+. But it's Herald just going to drop down here and take this mid turret out at 18 minutes. T1 swimming in gold and all of it on their major carry here in Pays. A second charge here will give even further plate gold over to this bottom duo. And they'll get the whole damn turret, Atlas.
Oh, dear.
Okay, looks like not quite. Not quite.
I mean, that one's certainly set up. You know, like the cooking show. Like, this is the one I prepared earlier. Yeah. That's what this turret is. That one, you just need a stiff breeze, and that one will be going down. So 4,000 gold is the lead.
God. I really thought that with this draft, this setup, oh man, this is Doran. He has his Haunting Geist, which is actually insanely high value in extended fights like this. And the Equalizer did so much work. Then this flash, he gets the slow, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, it was a flash harpoon as well. That was so sick.
As soon as he flashed and hits the harpoon as a slow, that's when he calls, I got him, I got him, I got him.
And then we get to see it from the Showmaker perspective.
Doran also points the arrow.
Yeah. Still, Showmaker is able to come on over here, refuses to use the ult, as Doran just does his very best to light him on fire, but Doran, it does not quite work.
Gets like 3/4 of his health bar. He just TP'd to the top lane. Showmaker's probably not too happy about that either. As another turret goes down. And I was going to say before we got into that replay, like I kind of thought we were going to see this really hype game where Pays has to make all these crazy outplays. He's already made a few good plays, right? But I thought it was going to be Smash versus Pays on display, all the CC, all the setup for D+. Like, how does Pays outplay this? And now he's just so big that I don't know if it matters. You know, with the role quests coming in, 80 carries get so much gold. When they get ahead like this, they just start to balloon. And they also do more damage than they used to. So if you try to engage on him now, maybe he just kills whoever engages. Like, nice try, Jarvan. And he just 100 zeros him with the Yuumi on his back and takes no damage because he's got a huge shield as well.
And Owner is just chasing Lucid out of his own jungle here. You can see Showmaker now getting closed in on his Pays. He really wants to kill an Orianna, and he might just be able to do so as Owner with the Crescent Guard does come on down, but Korea is there. Arrow is going to hit his own teammate, but there's the knock-up onto Owner. He's put inside the little pen here. That's very cute. Great encore, but the cleanse is there for Pays, who's just going to end Smash before he could do anything. Oh, God, it's one of these games, isn't it? As finally, the Zeri will go down, but not before picking up 3, 2 of which he grabs the kill credit for, and DK just reeling after that. It's almost a 5,000 gold lead, and I was wondering how the engages were going to work. I guess just walk at them is kind of the way here. Well, the Sand Soldier is going to disappear.
When you're basically a fountain laser, i.e. done by the way, when you're basically a fountain laser, like Pays is in this game, and he has so many resources, you can see the moment where he calculates like, I guess my only way out of this is to kill all of them. As he's already used his dash over the wall here. He's like, Owner's buying a lot of space for me. This is kind of an unfavorable situation. They're going to collapse on me. What if I just go in and start getting the health bars low, or the health bars already low? I just need to go in and start killing the damage. Let me kill Smash. If I kill Smash, like, no one can kill me, right? Gets on top of Smash, kills him, and then Shiu can only really help kill him because they have the turret, and they have enough CC to hold him under turret. If he doesn't get under turret there, that fight probably continues. I think T1 continued to actually force the issue there.
And they almost did, because Lucid almost went down underneath his turret beforehand. That did go down, as we said. It was prepared earlier, and so that is going to fall there as well. So 5,000 gold still, I mean, it's not like it's changed the lead or anything like that, but Smash has got like 2 and a bit items, you know, building towards his Mortal Reminder. Does not feel like the 80 carries are on even footing, even a little bit.
The damage that Showmaker has is really, I think, if you're a D+ fan, what you're praying is going to be enough. Like, if you can get one big R button pressed on, with Q and W as well, you know, all 3 of those buttons get pressed on Pays, and there's a flag on him, maybe you kill this guy.
Well, looking for an arrow onto Faker. They will be able to find it. Shockwave is there for Showmaker, and he does press that button. Cataclysm comes down, but it doesn't stop Faker from getting out. His flash does come on through. There's the flash over the wall, and there is the Jarvan picking up the kill. The rest of T1 looking to come on in here, though, as the teleport from Doran does get him up, but the teleport out from Showmaker will allow him to escape, as now Pays and Carrier looking for the angle. Extendo beam, not quite going to find Lucid, but I think this Jarvan is still going to die.
He's got exhaust.
Still a turret here. Shiu does stand beside him. But Ona's going to be able to finish that one off. And now she might be in a little bit of strife as well. Prowling projectile doesn't quite work as now the Crescent Guard. Ona is going to be taken down, but no! Immediately dead. This FaZe guy just doing so much damage as Shiu really wants to find it. There's the Q to finish him off, and now Doran comes in. He's got the damage. Showmaker now gets missed by the harpoon though, and so now Doran could be in a little bit of trouble. Keria trying to make sure that he's as scary as FaZe, but it looks a little different here as Doran is going to get taken out. DK finally finding an angle in this game.
Yeah, that was definitely a moment where Showmaker was like, "Shiu, careful how close you pull back that rumble towards me." That guy does a lot of damage as they do kind of eventually turn Doran into a pinball there and eliminate him. All right, so at what point does happy gaming become sad gaming here for T1?
No, I think it only ever gets to happier gaming.
Because at this point, okay, Faker gets caught here, and I thought, okay, he's probably just not going to flash. He'll buy some time here. Does flash to buy space because Owner is coming up, but he's not there in time. FaZe obviously looking for this play here on the follow-up as Lucid is on the wrong side of the map. And then from here, did we really need to do this? Like, Owner obviously goes for the all-in so that FaZe can get that damage done. They end up deleting Smash, but there's too much damage here. There's too much CC as FaZe eventually gets taken out.
I mean,
and then
Doran is actually a real tank. And so it is more difficult for FaZe to kill him, at least, as we got another fight going on here, as at least DK are able to take a dragon. Let's see whether they can actually keep themselves alive, though, because FaZe has a kitty cat, and he's not afraid to use it. Korea now completely separated from the rest of his team, does find an encore onto Faker, but now FaZe wants to skate his way in, and just an extendo beam is going to be enough to take down this Seraphine. So a little bit unfortunate positioning there for Korea, and he's just going to fall. And now with one dead, did T1 just do Baron?
I think it's a little bit tricky here to try to pull that off without a little bit more setup. Like, they don't have a ton of vision here in the Banana Brush. They're going to maybe try to set that up now. Baylight hanging out, and then... Or just go straight to it, I suppose.
I guess
it is T1, you know?
Yeah.
They have great turn here, right? When they do have Emperor's Divide, so there's that.
Well, Shiu's not going to be too worried about that one. Is now looking for an angle towards Owner as they go for the turn. There's a shockwave, but it's only onto the Xin Zhao. Now Lucid in a lot of trouble. Shiu dived forward, is now FaZe possibly separated, or never mind, just in range to kill everyone. Owner somehow lives, and that is just two freebies here as DK are just going to have to sacrifice the Baron now.
FaZe is making a statement about his gameplay. I think he's making a statement about the state of AD carries in this meta. And with a Yuumi on his back, he just says, well, if you guys want to come to Baron, so be it.
Yeah. Oh, man.
This game is
1-12, by the way.
Yeah, this is a... I want to call it a statement game, but I don't know what the statement is.
The statement is, we can beat you no matter what.
I think it's a list of statements here for T1. I don't know. They look for Owner, like, look at FaZe's positioning, okay? He's just like, okay, use the engage. There's no engage. Oh, Cataclysm, I'm not, thank you. You put the guy close to me. I like to shoot him. And the rest of the team is like, well, we can't keep fighting him. I guess we have to leave or he kills everyone. So I guess we'll just let them have Baron, and just a few kills. It was like 3 they got there in that fight.
And now, Rebel Baron power play is sitting at 1,300, but there is still over 2 minutes left on that one. Inner turret still to go down here towards this bottom side of the map. There is one in the top lane there as well. And
don't look at the numbers if you're a D+ fan. Don't look at the numbers.
This FaZe situation is getting out of hand. He's going to take down this turret very comfortably. 4 items now completed. His mortal reminder is done, as now Faker could be in a little bit of trouble. The Bash Bros moving on over, but Lucid decides he doesn't really feel like it. And they need to get to this bottom lane, otherwise they may just lose the game.
FaZe has cleanse, so how do you kill him?
I mean, there's a Mikhail's there as well. He's got 2 cleanses.
Yeah. How do you kill him? Let's see if D+ can solve the riddle.
Sometimes, you know, there's these riddles that seem impossible, but there is often a way.
Is it a trick question?
I just never know them.
Is it a trick question, maybe?
Well, Arrow is going to connect onto Faker once again.
Kill the other one.
Find a little bit of an angle. Can go all out here as well as they pull Faker back. But he goes golden, and now FaZe has made his way in. Emperor's Divide hits the air as Faker is going to get taken down by the volley. And now FaZe is slowed up. Takes a lot of damage there at the same time as Lucid looking to keep himself alive. Korea almost dies. As now FaZe puts down the ulti. Doran gets in there with a flamethrower, but diving this turret is a little bit dangerous. Did FaZe take damage before us? Never mind. The arrows do come on through, and Lucid gets through the base gate, and now without FaZe, T1 should not be able to keep pushing forward. Owner and Doran there with their little kitty cat in tow are just going to have to get out.
Okay, so, but bit far on that one. Not able to get out for FaZe. He does end up getting taken out there, and a lot of money does go into the pockets of D+. There's still 7,000 gold behind.
This game is silly, Wolf.
It is a little silly, but in T1's defense in this moment, like Faker obviously gets arrowed here, has his Zhonya's so he can buy space. Because they don't have strong engage, they have to use the engage on the Faker as their engage. Like, that's a lot of CC down, that's a lot of cooldowns. FaZe is like, okay, this is my moment. I think I can actually clean this up here. Goes a bit deep. Let's just say Doran also, like, we didn't have to do this. We have a wave coming through. There's crystalline overgrowth on the turret, and the FaZe is unable to get over the wall here, which is the real crux of this, and that's the end of the push here for T1. So they do not actually break those inhibitor turrets. Had they played it slow, I think they absolutely do, but, you know, they don't have great engage, so they were like, look, let's just end the game now before any more shenanigans happen.
Yeah, I feel like T1's engage is DK botching an engage.
Yeah, that's
kind of the way that they do it.
That's kind of how it is when you get to be a comp like this that's pretty squishy. Has a Xin Zhao with GA now, so that's good for them. Totally healing and shielding. The Yuumi is like, Seraphine low?
Oh, no! Oh, dear. Yeah, Carrier having a pretty good time, as we can see there. And I'm glad that we're seeing why this Yuumi was picked up earlier on in the tournament. It's looking like there is a good reason for it, because Carrier has made it look pretty good outside of that one death in the early laning phase. Hasn't really, he's taken that one in stride. Let's just say that. As Arrow going to connect on a fake, he's just taking all of these arrows. Shockwave comes on down as well, and just barely survives.
More shielding and healing power.
I was going to say, that one's just going to add to Carrier's stats there, as T1 looking for Soul Point.
For Infernal Soul with his composition.
Yep, and there's a teleport so Faker can get all of his health bar back and make his way back down again. Finally, the IE is done here for Smash, but man, I mean, if they had have got that kill, then it could have been 2 Drakes apiece.
Faker has just been the, you know, the arrow target, like at the practice range, you know?
Yeah,
he's like Link's training.
Yeah.
But he doesn't actually have enough money to buy the Zhonya's outright just yet. I thought perhaps he did because he waited there in the base for a moment. So he doesn't have his Zhonya's back. There's still no stasis now, but didn't have to flash there. Didn't have to ult, so has both of those tools available. And it seems like we talked about how Faker could be one of the better types of engage here if this comp needs it, but him getting arrowed has been kind of the best thing for T1.
Yeah, I mean, that's absorb the engage, and then that's the engage, you know?
Yeah, I suppose that's how it's going to work when you have this much map control as T1. As FaZe is engaged
they look for it. There's the Shockwave. They're going to try and blow him up as he pops down the ulti, and Lucid just doesn't have it. Finally, FaZe is going to go down, and Lucid will survive. Now, Shu not dancing on the equalizer this time, but not going to hit the Q either, as he's looking to try and take down Doran, putting that Iceborne Gauntlet to good use, and there it is. Solo Bolo in the bottom lane.
Faker,
and the Shiu Zante's coming up big.
Yeah, Faker is playing a bit aggressively down here towards this inner, and it looks like he has enough friends to get out. They're not going to be able to follow up on this after that kill onto FaZe. They used everything there, so Faker knows he can actually push that one down. But I'm starting to feel like T1 are on a little bit of a timer here in this game, because like we said, you know, Showmaker is huge. Look at the healing that comes through as well, but there's so much damage, even the empowered autos from Seraphine. Like, you will get burst if you get caught by a combo as FaZe at this stage in the game, because before you were so much bigger than everyone else that they just would never be able to kill you, and then you would just melt everyone. But now you're actually killable, so you gotta be careful.
Owner is just going to lose his GA. And his life.
Starting to wonder if T1 are ahead in this game.
Is he going to taxi out using Korea? As the volley going to slow him down, so he is going to survive, so just loses the GA.
But the jungler is now going to have to go home. No flash for Owner, and this should be a pretty, relatively easy to play out, Baron.
I mean, look at the damage from one extended beam.
Well, if he didn't get hit by that, or if the shield was there before he got hit by it, might have been a different story.
Yeah, T1 deciding, D+ deciding that this Zeri being alive is a big problem.
I'm trying to quantify the game state, and it's really just like a binary, is FaZe alive or is FaZe dead, is kind of the game state. If he's alive, T1 are winning the game. If he's dead or nearly dead and not able to do damage, I think D+ are winning the game. Really have to watch out here, because the base was never broken, and T1 don't have permanent prio for this upcoming Dragon just yet. The Baron was not taken. That was defended by basically an extendo beam, as you said, from FaZe. If that Baron gets taken and D+ get map control, this lead doesn't feel as good as the numbers say at 5,000 at this point. It was much bigger earlier, but we're looking at an Ashe that's pretty huge. Look at Showmaker's build. That is not what
Yeah,
Paige likes
Showmaker
to see.
is doing the damage this game. This is definitely not one of those Seraph's Embrace type builds. This is, yeah, we are storm surging all over the place. And so I kind of like it. I mean, it's not my favorite item, but Luden's Death Cap, any day of the week. You love to see it. And he'll have a Void Staff or something like that, most likely coming up very, very soon. As Lucid keeping his eye on this Baron, making sure that T1 aren't just taking that one once again. And because this game has stagnated so much, that gold lead that T1 had has been cut in half.
Yeah, it means very little, I think, when you look at the grand scheme of things, because eventually everyone can kind of kill Paze when everybody gets big. And it's weird to think about think about Zeri. Zeri and Yuumi as kind of a snowballing win con. That isn't necessarily the case, but with everyone else getting so large on the burst and all of the engage tools we talked about,
I mean, the problem is there's just no CC on T1's side, right?
They can't lock people down, so Paze has to survive till the end of the fight.
Unless someone just overextends. Never mind, Faker is hit by an arrow once again. And will be able to escape, never you mind. She now looking the angle though, as Paze just dashes out of the way. Doran coming on forward, and is this the DK's engage is our engage type engage?
The Seraphine also has the Diadem completed and Moonstone Renewer, and I mean, Smash is ready to fight. He's ready to almost go toe-to-toe with Paze if they have the setup, if they have the CC.
Oh, they are still looking for it here. The equalizer is fantastic. Shiu able to soak it, though, as he goes all out, looking for the angle. There is the golden flamethrower, as Doran will try to help take down Shiu, and they will be able to do it. And now Paze finds his angle. Immediate double kill as he gets revenge on the bottom lane, and Showmaker is one dash away from dead. The little zaps onto the minions, not going to be quite enough there, though, so at least the Orianna can pirouette her way out of there, but I think they're going to be pirouetting their way out of this game as T1, they find the angle, and they will take down D+ here in game one.
Get a little bit impatient there, and the equalizer from Doran gives them enough space, and that is the end of it.
Yep. T1 with a composition that I was a little bit curious about. Do manage to come through in the end as D+ just couldn't quite figure it out.
I really thought in some of those last few moments there that D+ might have been able to turn the tide. I mean, I was looking at the Seraphine shielding coming through, the Diadem, he's able to block so much damage. Even when the equalizer came down, I was like, does equalizer hurt them? But the slow was enough. T1 are able to collapse in there, and Paze does so much damage when those health bars get low. It's just so easy for him to clean up house. It felt like for a little bit there, maybe T1 had, look at those big dents. But for a moment, it felt like maybe Paze was going to be killable. Maybe if they had the right tools, if the Showmaker ult hits just one time at the right moment, Smash and clean up, they get map control, they get Baron, maybe they could win the game. But that final moment, Doran just said, all right, well, you guys went one step too far. Equalizer's down, game's over. Paze does more than triple Faker's damage in this game. Faker was just the arrow absorber.
He was. No, he was the engage. That's what I didn't quite understand from the beginning. The engage was Faker gets hit by an arrow, they overextend into Faker, and then Paze kills everyone. And honestly, it worked an absolute treat. D+ gonna have to try and go back to the drawing board here and give us something a little different here in game number 2. The Ashe Seraphine now off the table, something that they have been relying upon definitely in their last one against the DN Supers. But now it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, gonna break that one down, whatever that was, and then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
애쉬가 살짝 위험하긴 하다 이거. 이거 살만해. 아래에서 쓸게. 애쉬 누구?
하나 돼.
안 줘.
한테 더블.
빠진 거 뭐 있음? 애쉬공. 애쉬 오류 녹음. 애쉬도 오류 녹음.
한테 더블.
애쉬 우리 누구면 지금 나가자. 텔 찍으면서.
다랑궁은 모르겠다.
나 지금 나갈게. 확인. 딴테 높을.
야, 나 아래 디테일 살짝 있어. 디테일 볼게. 이거 천천히 봐봐.
확인.
나 걸어 이거 콩 깔아줄래면? 봐봐.
나쁘지 않다.
갈게.
앞라인.
앞라인부터.
확인.
나 뒷라인 볼게. 이긴 거 같아. 이겼어.
상태 더블.
잘 잡아야 해.
다른 잡고 올게.
오케이.
이거 다 잡긴 했어.
사람 피해.
잘만 잡아야 돼.
many times. Falls behind if they lose momentum. They just do not play as well as they did in the previous games. And it's happening early in this series, and that is a demoralizing loss to take.
Yeah.
So the passion of CV Max, I think maybe perhaps warranted, but we'll see if he's said the right things as we move into this Game 2 draft.
Yeah, I think sometimes encouragement is a little bit better than, hammering in your mistakes. But what do I know? I am not a coach. I am just a commentator, and I do make a lot of mistakes myself, and maybe I'm projecting just a little bit,
We don't know what he said. It might have been aggressive encouragement.
Yeah, you might have been aggressively saying, I think you're an incredible player and you can show so much better than this. He might have been saying that you can show so much better than this, and let's hope that they actually can. As we do have very similar bans this time around, Vyambessa and the Bard Nocturne, but instead it will be the Varus taken away here on the T1 side, and so freeing up a ban here for DK. We'll see what they do decide to take off the board. Probably Pantheon.
Let's see. I think that's the best option at this point. Strongest jungler on this patch, in my mind, is just such an incredible win rate and so much global impact. And you give that pick to T1, it's like, okay. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out what happens if we give that to T1, won't we?
Yeah, and banning the Anivia is so odd because I feel like they are then going for
They're looking for
the
Rise pick,
pickup, right? But I think
so,
Faker's pretty good at Cassiopeia, like if they want to play something like that instead.
CV Max might be familiar with the strength of Pantheon Talia as a strong duo.
He might also be familiar with its weaknesses, but perhaps
maybe in a different lane,
in the bottom lane
setup, yeah. As
yeah, the most obvious Pantheon first pick ever comes in. Let's see whether they do decide to head towards the Rise, and whether it's going to be something else. And yeah, of course it is.
Well, I mean, this is kind of the way that we do Fearless here in the LCK. You go Orianna, Azir for game 1. You go Rise game 2. It's often Rise Talia. Doesn't have to be, but with the Pantheon already here, it's a pretty good chance. And now what does Lucid play in the jungle here? The Jarvan is gone, obviously.
Unless
the
they
Vi is
decide
gone.
instead to just slam Yunara. Because they could do that, take that away from Pays, and then give Smash the ability to carry. But instead, we have some monkey business. Oh no, not the hover regular jungler, and then just switch to Lee Sin. I'm getting some flashbacks, Wolf. He did smile though. I like the smile.
The smile, I don't know if I like it. It makes me.
Even if they like just bow out 0-3 Wolf, if they do so with a smile on their faces, I will be a happy man.
You might be.
I'm not that happy.
I might be a little bit less happy. I think maybe D+ fans a little bit extremely less happy, as we're going to see a Jace to come through here pretty early on.
Call.
And that is certainly a potential flex pick here. Now, the Pantheon is almost certainly going in the jungle because it is able to be omnipresent that way and impacts the lanes incredibly powerfully. But we could see a weird flex where the Pantheon goes to support. The Jace could be then flexible. I think it's probably Jace top and probably then with the Pantheon in the jungle, but that will make that clear with the Talia being locked in here. So no surprises here, and T1's top side is completely locked up. But what do you want to play? Yeah, what do you want to play into the Jace on the top side? Just want to grab a tank and absorb that pressure, make the Rise a little bit more powerful later, but be willing to give away that prio into the Jace. That's the tough call you'll have to make. It makes playing Gwen feel horrible in this draft, and it looks like he's just going to drop that tank down. But now the Yunara you mentioned is 100% going to get banned here. T1 are not going to play into that. They're not going to allow Smash to have that win con with the front line they already have. It'll be double threat here with the Rise Yunara DPS.
Yeah, I think the Scion actually does make a fair bit of sense with the fact that you can avoid ganks quite effectively with your ultimate. You're not as worried about being CC'd because, of course, you're unstoppable for the majority of the time. They will need to find a lot of damage, though. So we require Smash to be playing a hyper carry. Like, if I see a Jhin in this game, I may leave the desk. Thankfully, we have another play-by-play in the house, but I don't know whether I could convince Valdez to come and commentate this game if it is going to be Sion Jhin, which just makes me feel terrible.
If T1 had a little bit more of a strong, like, in terms of health pool and like sticky top laner, they could play the Jhin themselves, I think, in this draft to a decent degree, but I think Jhin is probably not really going to be on the cards in this one. Taking away the Lulu does feel very smart. It's going to really eliminate a lot of the ranged threats here that FaZe and Keria will be laning into, and they know that Smash is looking for the more carry-oriented play or pick.
Yep.
You could look for the Ezreal here because it's very safe inherently as Smash, and Smash is very good at the pick, but Kalista does kind of, you know, it's a bit of a nod, but
I thought it was going to be a Poppy ban. I feel like Poppy would have been a really good option. We saw Lucid have an incredibly difficult time into the Poppy, I believe, in game number 3 of their previous series. It was why the Lee Sin didn't quite work out. And then he'd have to contend with both the Unraveled Earth and the Steadfast Presence, which would be very, very worrisome.
There's still a strong potential, like even Lucian angle here for T1, depending on how they want to take this draft, because it has a lot of pick with Pantheon Talia. Leona is taken away, another strong pick for Ezreal and set up there. And honestly, one of Career's best picks, in my mind, is taken away now. So what does Smash want to do? Does he want to just go for the blind Yunara and see if they could fight their way through this and get to the scaling part of the later game? Does he want to play the safer Ezreal? Does he want to play
Aphelios?
Aphelios without Lulu is pretty tricky here. They could try to go for the Thresh angle, but it just feels like in this situation, we've seen it time and time again, Smash just drops the Ezreal. And he has an individual performance that is insane, but it's sometimes his team cannot back it up elsewhere on the map, and Ezreal is not, to me, the pick that you can get it done alone with a lot of the time.
Yeah, I also feel like this composition is pretty all-in, and so if you have started a scrap, I don't think you get that time to sort of just dance around the neutral that the Ezreal does really love to do. As FaZe taking a leaf out of the Guma book here, considering the Caitlyn.
Yeah, looking like it.
As Yunara
Karma.
Yunara Karma. So not a massive amount of engage, but it doesn't actually really matter because they outrange this so far. Not necessarily on the bottom side of the map. The Ezreal will be able to take pot shots and things like that, but the Jace should be able to threaten with these shot blasts.
What is the engage to kill this Yunara?
Like, well, Korea might be showing us. The problem is, if you do choose an engage support, this lane is not going to be fun. And instead, all right, this is a way to do it. Just go for a bit of an all-in.
So this is, to me, almost, it's like the theme, the concept of this draft is not as hard to play out for the bottom 2v2 this time for FaZe and Keria, because this time they have the Karma on their side. But the way this game is going to play out for FaZe almost is exactly the same as the Zeri game did in game 1, where it's like, okay, can you kill this guy? He's going to do massive amounts of damage. He's going to cut through your front line. You have so much pick set up here for him. He has a Karma to get shields. Lane Prio is going to be yours on the top side. You have bottom side Prio with the Yunara Karma. That's always going to have push. Unless some crazy hooks come through from Career, we see that turn around. And then the Rise into the Talia. The Talia has not really, so far in the LCK Cup, been the winning one on that side. And yes, the Rise for Showmaker will out-damage Talia in team fights, so it's not just the Ezreal doing the damage. But if this Yunara comes online, gets online early, T1, they could just do whatever they want, but this time they have engaged. This time they have tools to kill the Rise, and then the Ezreal can't get it done on its own. And the fact that they have lane prio in both top and bottom side here, I think is one of the biggest issues for Lucid, who's going to struggle to make an impact on this Lee Sin. Even though Lee Sin has a lot of agency in the early levels, with no lanes to play through, it's going to be tricky.
And he also, like, he was on a Jarvan in the last game, right? And you have a lot of tools to get stuff done early. He got nothing done early. So we're going to have to see Lucid really make a turnaround here in game number 2 if D+ do want to even out the series. Let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of the series. D+ wanting to see whether they can get back on the horse once again. Showmaker on his rise. I feel like, once again, going to have a decent time in the lane you already mentioned. We have seen the Talia versus Rise matchup right here. We can see things working out relatively evenly in level 1, but it should be that Showmaker can pretty comfortably build up to his first couple of items and do a lot more damage than what Faker will be able to do on this Talir, assuming he goes for the same relatively anemic build that we've seen quite a few times with the Rylai's second. Hook going to connect, as Carrier will just not really mind because it's level 1 and hits the Mantra to Q.
Yeah, just going to continue to harass here. As long as you don't get hooked under turret, Carrier.
Yeah.
He's really standing
2
close to... yep, standing close to a hook.
Oh, and there it is! Not going to quite have level 2 just yet, so Pei's not going to get knocked up, but that could have been worse.
Yeah.
Invested the Ghost.
I don't think it matters too much in this lane because you're like, okay, cool, now your hook's on cooldown and we're still Karma Yunara pushing into you, but didn't need to happen that way.
No. And they do at least punish Korea with a Mantra Q there.
Like there is almost no champion. Like obviously Ashe Seraphine trumps all, but there's almost no champion in the game that warps lane like Karma does, where it's like, yeah, my AD carry did get hooked by Blitzcrank under turret and take a turret shot, and it means nothing. We're still winning, by the way. This wave is crashing through, and we're gonna. He just looks back and he's like, all right, I will Mantra Q again.
Oh, we had the little zoom. Jonah Strong was thinking that Korea might be going for it, decides not to. We do have a Lee Sin in the area, as D+ will be considering a little bit of a recall, but doesn't actually come on through as Doran and Xiu fighting against one another. I feel like no matter how the meta changes, we will always just have the odd Sion Jace game.
Yeah, that's just how it goes. Chronicle always wished for a little bit more Malphite into Jace, but
yeah,
we never actually had the odd Malphite into Jace game.
At least it's unstoppable something as his ultimate, you know?
Yeah.
There's that.
Well, the Jace is going to win the matchup unless errors are made by Doran, and sometimes it can be a fun matchup if the Jace wants to play hyper-aggressive and, you know, the Sion gets some trades back once he has a few more levels in him.
Oh. Lucid does discover Owner. Yeah, he just does come on through there. But Showmaker making his way over here as well. Has to deal with the rocks as at least the seismic shove does not quite connect. Vision everywhere though, so Korea not going to be able to find these cute little hooks from the Fog of War.
Yeah, actually ends up being pretty good control here by D+ to grab that scuttle.
Ooh, Smash not going to quite find the Essence Flux angle.
Hayes does not have barrier, so making big outplays on his own is going to be pretty tricky here when he's alone. With the Karma there, he kind of permanently has barrier, feels like, obviously. And Doran is just going to say, all right, thanks for your TP and 4th your health bar.
Yep. He had just made his way back to lane as well, and so it's not exactly as bad as it could have been there for Xiu, but still doesn't feel fantastic as Lucid makes his way towards the top side for his Gromp, but that does have vision on it. And so T1 know exactly what's going on. Good angle there as Faker throws a big old rock at Showmaker. Nothing else going to really come of it, as Showmaker does have a slight CS advantage. And Korea is moving up the mid lane, looking to poke his head in, see what Showmaker's up to, as Smash will be able to collect this wave. It's not going to be end of the world. Should be able to even out things as far as CS are concerned across the board on that bottom side.
Yeah, nothing crazy. The agency that T1 have early here hasn't, you know, led to a massive lead. Speaking of agency.
Yeah, there's the knock-up onto Faker. Showmaker in a little bit of trouble, gets the heal as the flash comes out. Korea had already thrown the hook, though. Still gets the flash that he was looking for. Has to invest the heal.
They know there's no Blitzcrank in the bottom lane, so Pei's can just continue to push this in and grab a plate. So it's not all for nothing here for T1 with that flash being expended for Faker. They do get the cross map on the bottom side. A small one.
Yep.
But one to be sure.
Bit of extra money. Certainly feels good as now Doran dives on top of Xiu.
He is a Korean Jace player.
Yeah.
He is one of the ones that we have here in the LCK.
Oh, and actually Smash is taking teleport. Interesting one, as the flash hook not going to quite connect there.
You know that you're never really going to have the trade pattern to actually look for a barrier play into this composition, and cleanse feels relatively low value. And really, you're only cleansing a Pantheon or maybe like a root from Carrier on the leash. So it does make a lot of sense to go for TP, especially in the losing lane as Faker.
Yeah, is going to try and shove back Lucid, who gets himself out of there. The Q is going to miss, though. And so Faker will survive. No flash, remember. That's why Lucid decided to go for it and waited for the rocks to be on cooldown as well, so that he could actually get in. As now Owner not going to quite find the angle there, but will have a very deadly spear being lined up pretty soon.
We haven't seen Pays complete his first back yet. He's going to go ahead and take that now. See, with the small lead he has, just going to grab Greaves on first back, which is really high value for Yunara. Even grabs the extra longsword there, so a lot of money he had in his inventory. The lead that Showmaker has picked up here hasn't really amounted to too much just yet, but he grabs a plate now and is starting to build up a small CS advantage.
Yep.
And Doran, obviously on the top side, has a greater lead, but doesn't necessarily mean as much, you know, well, not as much as like a small lead here for Showmaker. I don't want to compare the two of them. What I mean is, this lead isn't a huge one. Is Keria?
Yeah, is going to be face tanking here, and down he will go. Lucid able to pick up first blood. True Shot Barrage helping out.
There was a ward in the river.
Sometimes you walk into Tribrush and you make it most of the way via a hook, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a big win.
It is.
Kill goes over to Lucid in the bottom lane. And that lead is more significant. Really what I was getting at is that the Scion is going to be okay to be down on gold into this matchup, and they opted into that. They knew that was going to be the case. His job is to just be a health bar later on. This is a more significant advantage picked up as this Lee Sin starting to get off the ground.
Oh, let's see. Korea does not throw the hook. But remember, you miss every hook you don't take, so technically he just missed the hook.
Sure.
As Keria, let's get a ward on over. Let's cancel Korea's back there momentarily. Smash off to the side, God Hand, not quite activated. Seismic Shove also not going to quite connect here, so everyone is safe for the moment. Room Prison comes on through, but Showmaker still taking a fair bit of damage back as the threaded volley is starting to hurt. We'll have to see what Faker's build is going to be. It looks like it is going to be a Seraph's, but we have seen other Talias go for second item. Leandri's, for example, with the Scion on the enemy team could be a decent option.
Definitely going to be one of the options for him here. The thing I'm looking at in this game so far here for T1 is, you know, we haven't seen as much of an impact from Owner in this game. Hasn't used his ultimate just yet. And it doesn't look like he's going to be using it here to affect this bottom lane. He also doesn't have insanely strong side laning champions to play through. Oftentimes with this Pantheon, you end up having a Azir to play through, for example, or a really strong pushing. Sometimes if you have like Pantheon Ryze, the Ryze has great wave clear. It can be a huge threat in sides, or even sometimes a Gwen. He has a Jace, which can do a lot if left alone, but is pretty fragile, so he can help defend the Jace, but it's also a Talia with Ghost, so I think he needs to do a little bit more early here. He does have a nice angle right now. He's unseen behind the enemy lines.
Yeah, the problem as well is that it's Keria here on the Karma, so not going to be backing him up with too much extra as now Owner and Faker do find Showmaker, but he does move himself out of the way. You're going to connect there onto Owner as the kick. Let's see whether it does actually come on down. Exhaust comes through, but he then misses the hook. Unfortunate there for Korea, and so that is going to be the end of that.
Okay, now an all-in angle here for Pays, a level down.
Smash, not quite finding it here, as the Mystic shots are difficult to land when Pays is running extraordinarily quickly. Ghost and ulti going to be helping him out there. The flash forward from Showmaker, though, that actually catches Jonas Strong off guard, and that's another kill for Lucid. This time the hook is going to connect, but there was no one else there. And so Owner is going to turn that into an engage for himself, but only has Keria backing him up. And so DK just 2-0 with not much of a response.
Yeah, and Pays doesn't actually follow on the all-in there on the bottom side, even though it felt like he had a pretty decent angle to continue trying to push Smash out. So Smash actually gets almost everything here and still remains up on farm. As Lucid's even going to take some of the jungle away here from Owner.
The teleport, I believe, just spotted him as he teleported over the top of the camp. That was a cute one, but he is now going to be going back home. So Owner should be able to take this Drake, though.
They get the Dragon here, but this is just D+ playing very proactively in the early game and punishing T1 quite heavily.
And Lucid is the one that's the benefactor, right? We were asking him, like, Lucid, can you be more proactive? Well, he's 2-0 in this game. There are only 2 kills so far, so that is certainly looking good. Obviously, this was largely off the back of Showmaker with a great flash.
Yeah, Showmaker gets the flash route, and now there's just no real play here for T1 on the follow. As Faker didn't have flash, has it now, but the Lee Sin here, we said he didn't really have lanes to play through, but he's found opportunities. As Shield, I don't know if this is an opportunity.
Oh, he gets a flash kind of as a freebie, and so you'll take those.
And like Lucid is on the top side of the map. I don't know if they make something of this, you might be able to.
Oh dear, Lucid going to be able to at least stop him from backing out of the way, but we know that there's no one coming. There's no teleport on this team, nothing at all, and so that is just going to be an easy one picked up here by the DK jungler. Make that 3-0 here for the Lee Sin.
Well, D+ are really off to the races in this one, and T1 are really going to struggle to find their way back in. I mean, consider that this Jace does not have TP. Now is going to find himself, even in CS, the Scion takes a lead as 2 plays are given over. And this Talia is going to take a long time before she can really start setting up plays. And Owner has felt invisible in this game, just behind the plays here from Lucid.
Oh,
finds himself 1,000 behind.
Oh, another hook going to go wide here. This Pays doesn't have his Ghost back available just yet, but also hasn't had to use his flash at all this game. So feeling pretty comfortable on this Yanara. A looming threat, you could say, as that Realm Warp was optimistic at best, and Showmaker will be going down as T1 pick up their first kill of the game. That's a max range hook, very nicely done there, as Carrier's burning down. Takes the Blitzcrank for a walk, though, and he will get snared. And Korea looking a little worse for wear, but otherwise is going to be all right. Pays just able to offer so much damage back.
Crazy amount of damage, and because there's no real follow-up here when you already used your buttons as Career, Pays can just walk up and know that he wins these exchanges because the Ezreal can't offer the same amount of damage back unless he gets everything. He's got sidesteps. Faker will also grab plate gold here in the mid lane. As finally, Owner makes a play. He's been looking for these plays all game long, but hasn't found the right one until just now, as he can stop the Realm Warp here from Showmaker and take him out. It's flashless. The kill goes over to the Pantheon. So finally on the board here, RT1, and with that play on the bottom side, they picked up a little bit more gold there too. So it's a close game. T1 have that first dragon. See if D+ can continue to be proactive here. It's hard to say which comp has a timer on it, like in terms of which comp scales better, because obviously with the Rise here on the side of D+ and this relatively safe Ezreal, they have a lot of this. Here comes the Talia wall.
Yeah. T1 looking for an angle towards Korea, and there's the flash from Owner. Gets the flash out of Korea, but he's a little bit late on that one. Seismic Shove going to push him back, and even through the ulti, he is very, very dead. And Faker just decided that Korea was gone.
Yeah. And T1 have kind of decided they want to start using their globals.
Well, Lucid has also decided that he wants to kick Doran into a Scion. That was beautifully played. Carry is going to be there, and everyone else is turning up as well. Lucid will break the tether and then safeguards away. Going to be able to take them on a merry jaunt through the jungle. As Showmaker getting some plates on the other side. Let's see whether Lucid can actually execute himself. He might actually be at, never mind. Faker is able to get it, and there's even an assist over for Carrier.
Yeah,
he did buy a bit of time.
Unfortunately for him, he didn't quite get enough time there to get away. And the kill does go over to Faker, but feels pretty okay here for D+. You know, they end up getting a lot of plate gold for this Rise, and he's one of their big win cons. I was just starting the conversation about scaling his TP here from Doran.
Yeah, it's going to bring him towards his bottom side of the map. He's spotted on that ward as Korea makes his way down. Does get the knockup, but there's Carrier here as well, so Korea's just really dead.
I'm not sure if where they saw him. There is that ward over the wall. I guess that's where they spotted him, there in the river. They also have that ward to the left of the Dragon Pit. So T1 were just like, all right, I think we collapse on Career. And there's nothing really Showmaker can do to help him out with a prio that Pays and Carrier still have in the mid lane. So just a really cool heads-up play from Doran. He's had quite a few of those teleport plays in this series already. The Rumble now on the Jace here, picking up a second kill onto Career.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate though, because that is sort of 2 deaths in a row here for Korea, and the tempo that DK did have an advantage in just kind of slipping away, right? And so now we have Rod of Ages completed here for Showmaker. That is going to be starting to stack up, you know, 25 minutes or something like that, and he will have that one completely done. And looking to get that tier transformed into his Seraphs next.
Yeah, eventually we'll get that actualizer and then be a real damage dealer. But for now,
like, speaking of real things, well, real damage dealers, I'm looking at Pays, absolutely.
Yes.
But on the other side, it is going to be Showmaker and to a lesser extent, I think Smash in this game. I think it's a little bit more difficult just because if Smash is ever sort of even slightly in range of Pays just kind of 3 hits him and he dies.
Exactly. So that's the thing, like, Ezreal can avoid a lot of the engage, but it's a little bit tougher for Rise. And if Rise dies, then Pays just doesn't care about anything. He doesn't care about anyone, and he will kill anyone.
Yeah.
If he gets hooked by Career, he's like, I will kill Career.
Carrier not as worried about a hook that is now on cooldown.
Pantheon ult.
Yeah, we have Chemtech Soul, as there is the ulti out of Owner, like you were talking about. They just decide to kill Smash. This is kind of what we were talking about, as the eye, I think, is not going to get picked up. It's a double here for Pays, as Lucid going to be able to take the Rise exit. But I don't think that's really what they wanted, because now Pays is on the board, and this is the problem that they had in the last game.
Yeah, very similar story here, and now they're looking for more.
Yeah, Owner is going to be able to get the stun. Seismic Shove does go wide, though, as Showmaker still getting a fair bit of work done here. Lucid goes in, and then tries to go out, but explodes, tethered up there by Carrier. And Showmaker once again sidesteps, but straight into a spear, and DK have just fallen apart.
Yeah, I shudder to think what CV Max is doing right now after watching all that. Oh, Atlas, it was looking so good at the start of this game.
It's like a house of cards every time, isn't it, Wolf?
They get Dragon, they come over here for the contest using the Pantheon Global, right? And this Weaver's Wall also perfectly placed here from Faker. Not only does it really deny Showmaker entry, but it prevents the retreat. It's such a perfect wall. And then the Realm Warp comes down here. Lucid is able to get out miraculously. And then in this set of circumstances, Showmaker, really nice dodge here, but Lucid going back in here is definitely going to raise C-Max's ire, let's say.
I think perhaps he thought that the rocks were going to expire earlier than they did, because it was not really the look he was going for.
It was already a bit rough.
Oh, Showmaker is able to get the phase rush now, so should be able to catch up to Faker momentarily. Let's see whether he gets in range, as no flash.
Lucid's here.
Yeah, Lucid is going to try and make something happen. Seismic Shove now on cooldown, as there's the mini stun into the wall, and Lucid is able to lock down that kill. So there's a little bit back here for DK.
A little bit of redemption, yeah. All right, feeling better about this one. This also could be a freebie.
Yeah, the flash in from Doran as he looks to just eviscerate Showmaker, and that absolutely works, as now Smash tries to arcane shift himself out of the way, and there is the knock-up onto Pays. In the meantime, though, as Lucid outplays, finds the angle onto Doran, and the gank in the mid lane does not quite work out. So maybe we were signing the obituary for DK a little early.
I don't know why. I mean, Lucid is also going to die slowly again, it looks like. Don't think he'll be able to get the execute, but
I think he will, because I don't think he's been touched for quite some time.
I just don't think he gets that time.
Yeah, he needs to die ASAP. As Pays, let's see whether he hits him with something. No, Slurkle doesn't land, and Lucid is going to dictate his own fate here. Danny will go to a minion.
All right, well, that ended up buying a lot of extra time there as well. Surprised Pays didn't flash for it, but I guess he decided that losing his flash for potential gold there was just not worth it. So decided not to go for it, wanted to go for the arc instead, and did not get the kill. So Faker dies ultimately here, as we do end up seeing this. You know, he runs away for a really long time, but Lucid does come over. And then we were like, all right, so what happens next? Because Doran just loves TP flanking in this series. He does decide instantly to go for one. Up here to the top side
He's
of the map.
all about vengeance today.
And then after they get the kill onto Showmaker, that's when the magic happens here. So watch it from Lucid's perspective.
Yeah, gets it. That was pretty cute. Just trying to make sure that he is missed by as many buttons as possible.
And also, like, I mean, unless Doran hits everything, I think he probably kills him in every scenario there. But Doran really wanted to get the kill on a Showmaker, and I mean, he did not miss a beat there. And now he has 6 kills.
Yeah, it's every single kill on DK is Lucid right now, who has got most of the items. He is at least building a heck of a lot of damage, and so that is good news. The Scion going to have to ulti away, otherwise that Seismic Shove could have been problematic. So Chiyu now without his ult, but I don't think that's going to be end of the world exactly. 1 minute until this Chemtech Soul.
I do appreciate how Faker is built in this game. I think a lot of people might be just annoyed because it doesn't do damage to Scion.
I just don't like it.
But Showmaker may be dead again.
Yeah, Showmaker doesn't like it either, as he is just really dead. Owner going to be able to pick that one up with the help of Doran, and so even though it was a bit of a slow start this game, Owner is really putting some stats together for himself. 4-0-3 here on the Pantheon.
Yeah, now, I mean, there's this Karma just constantly controlling Prio in mid. Pace just keeps whittling away at this turret. Now it's also down to a single plate here. And they're set up for Dragon here. It's 20 seconds until their sole point, potentially, if they can secure it here, is set. Owner doesn't have his ult, but he doesn't need it because they have Prio, so he can just walk in. And they have Weaver's Wall, so this is where things get really hard for D+ now. Even with Showmaker respawning, guess what? He went Ghost, so he doesn't have TP, doesn't have Realm Warp, and T1 really can do no wrong on this Dragon setup. Doran also getting his TP back right now. Completes his Muramana.
Yeah, Korea, unfortunately, not going to quite find that hook as, oh god, the Arc of Ruin is just too scary. And Korea punished immediately. As soon as that hook's on cooldown, he is just not really able to do much of anything at all, as Pei still has a bit of ulti running. Still a fair bit back as Showmaker is doing a bunch of work. But Lucid just going to get shut down by Doran, and they're going to look for even more. Showmaker under the turret is not able to survive, and the outer will fall at the same time. In the meantime, Shiyu and Faker just fighting towards the bottom side. And
forget Dragon!
Yeah, they thought about a soul point, but then they were like, purple?
Yeah. And that is exactly what they're going to go for. With the Chemtech Soul, they get the Empowered Honey Fruit just to make it even easier to take this one down.
There you go.
And D+. Okay, this is optimistic.
Yep.
And you know what?
Let's see whether he can hit these Mystic Shots as the Seismic Shove does connect. Korea misses the hook.
I thought Faker might have hit a goner there, but if he doesn't hit the hook, I suppose it is going to be just fine. Okay, so missing the hook here into the slow means, okay, you're just dead. And that's kind of how Blitzcrank is. It's a little bit binary, but they had no setup, so they had to fish for something. And the pace is just so huge. Like, Smash cannot contend with him. And Doran over the wall.
Yeah.
It's
the vision control, right?
It's just everything. They have vision control, they have map control, they have this turret under their control. Showmaker is dying on repeat in this game. Couldn't show up because he didn't have TP.
Oh, there's the kick flash as Faker out of position potentially, but does just shove Lucid back. And now Ona's going to turn up. There's a teleport in from Doran as well. Lucid immediately punished as a hook is going to connect, and the Scion is at least able to get some work done here towards Doran, but he gets a big old shield. We're going to check out a replay for a moment, but now we are back to watching Shiyu die. We couldn't actually show on camera what had just happened, and so therefore we just panned away.
Censored!
Yep, censored 100%, and I appreciate it a lot.
As Carrier does not have Ardent Censor in this game, but...
I thought that was what did it.
No, it's not in this case. He's got a pretty similar KDA to his Yumi game last game. His game state starts to feel pretty similar as well. A little bit more owner-focused this time around, as he had a slow start, as you pointed out, but sitting at 12 and 15 KP right now. This game is looking pretty over.
Yeah. Hook again, going to go wide, and DK probably realizing they'll have to possibly concede this inner turret, as instead it will just be a plate taken here by T1, and they look for a little bit of a reset. In the meantime, Doran towards the bottom side, and you know, you said this already, if the Jace ever gets some spare time with some turrets, they just kind of explode.
They do. Didn't necessarily think it was going to work out that way for them in this game with how the early game went, but like, this is classic T1. I think T1 fans, they're like, it's my favorite, it's a classic. You think you got Faker, but actually my whole team is coming and you're all going to die. And it's a little bit boring, it's a little bit overdone, but guess what? Teams just keep trying to kill Faker, and in this lead for T1 in the global jungler, you can't get him. You try, you can't get him. He baits you, you lose the game. They were already losing the game, but it feels surely lost now.
It certainly is, as we're going to have a look at that replay. Meanwhile, in live, Lucid is dying, and Doran is just going to do some flips and land on his head.
Production,
we'll go to the Lee Sin.
They really just want to shelter D+ fans today, and I think it's maybe warranted.
Oh, stationary target, there we go. Never mind, he's just dead. Sometimes you hit the hook and it's not exactly what you want to see. Shiyu's on the wrong side of the wall. Faker also just going to come on in there and eviscerate Smash. Ona turns up as well as Showmaker is just kept out with that Aegis. And Shiyu is a zombie, but not for very long. This game is donezo, ladies and gentlemen. T1 will just roll over the top of DK here in game number 2. It was a great start, especially by Lucid. But then we felt it, that back-breaking moment. And then it all fell apart. That house of cards just flat on the floor.
I feel robbed. I thought game 1, D+ had a great draft into what T1 put together. I didn't doubt T1, but I thought, okay, well, this should be interesting, right? Like, let's see how T1 plays it out. But it just became such a foregone conclusion so quickly. And then in this game, they just let it go so fast. T1, 12,000 gold up here now, sub 25 minutes. Yes, their Nexus will survive for now. But if this is what game 2 looks like, when the team that has historically not been able to find their footing and get momentum back in lost series.
It was the Mega Cone engage into death angle.
Yeah, well, that's one way to describe it. As here, you thought you caught Doran, and they did catch him, actually.
Yeah.
But they just don't have the damage to kill him.
Yeah,
And then Faker, this is the hilarious. Faker's just like, I don't like that Smash guy anymore. He left us. Like Faker just is like, I'm gonna kill him. You guys
wrong
keep pushing
jersey now, buddy.
Oh no, it's a tragedy on the Rift. It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a 3-0 predictor, and we're not there yet. But it starts to feel more likely. I wanted more. These two teams, we had the history of them together, right? It's a massive win for T1, 9-3. But it's still 32-18 games, and a lot of these series have been pretty interesting, especially in the Damwon and D+ Kia early days era of, you know, them playing T1 close, right? And taking a finals against them, but end up being pretty one-sided in the last time they met up against each other earlier this year, and it's looking like it might be the case here once again. As like these drafts are also not that desperate. Like, yes, it's tough to play into the Karma. They went for the Blitzcrank, but 0-5 on the Blitzcrank I think is not really what they had planned. It's not how they imagined this game going. 0-5 on the Rise, getting collapsed on in sides, I don't think is what they had planned for this game. And sure, Lucid got a lot done, but he was the only one who was able to pick up gold, and T1 were just able to out-macro. And this Pantheon pick, even though it was slow, it could just impact everywhere. Dalia's Weaver's Walls from Faker have been so good this game, too, and it just feels like now you're thinking about your Game 3 draft more than anything else, and maybe Max won't pick blue side this time.
Yeah, let's hope so. I want to see like some second pick options, maybe get some counter pick angles in there, although I guess they had that for the last couple of games. Never mind. I don't know. I don't know what the... I really think that it's about mindset more than anything else. I think they need some encouragement and things like this on DK's side. Someone needs to tell them that they can do it. Because right now it looks like they do not believe that they can. Now, let's see whether they can do this one, as the hook is going to go wide because Owner is engaging onto Xiu. Endless Hunger has been done for Smash, but the Scion is done. He's just leaving. And the rest of DK now kind of caught with their pants down just a little bit here. Safeguard does get Lucid into the Realm Warp, and so that will get them out as there's a flash hook. Gets the flash out of Owner.
Is pushing this bottom lane with a pretty big wave here. Xiu is going to have to answer. Looks like he's going to pick up 2 plates off of this. And if they had Realm Warp, maybe they could collapse on him, but he's got Weaver's Wall, and he's just going to be able to run away here as the rest of his team does Baron, because it's a 3.5 item Yunara.
They did at least stop going for Faker because they realized that the Baron was up. So
okay, they are learning.
That is a good idea.
I think it might have been too slow, though.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to get over there, as the Q's going to miss some Lucid, and he is just going to be taken for a walk. So there is just a free Baron, and now the Weaver's Wall from Faker as he looks to try and start this fight off. Korea taking a lot of damage as he gets a big old shield. There's a flash out from Faker, though. True Shot Barrage is decent as Showmaker is stunned up. The hook is going to connect onto Owner, but he survives, and Doran dives into the backline and just destroys them. What was that damage? The Scion is able to punish him, but this is game over, ladies and gentlemen. Pei's able to finish off the Scion, and that'll be the ace, and T1 will march up the mid lane.
It's not quite a record-breaking pace here for T1, but this game certainly felt over a long time ago, and it's 2 demoralizing losses back-to-back here for D+, as T1 recover fast from their loss against BNK and now put themselves 1 win away from going to Hong Kong, try to fight their way to face old rivals in Gen G.
Yeah, Korea almost dies on his fountain, but will be spared that fate, because the game was already over. T1 moved to match point exceptionally quickly here in this series against D+, and there's going to have to be some massive changes on the D+ side of things in their strategy to figure out what they can do up against T1, because there's kind of been an everything gap so far today.
Doran has been he's been playing so aggressively with his teleports. This is a bit of a different look for him today, but I think it's not just because Doran's decided that he's playing aggro or he's playing flanker today. It's because D+ have given him a lot of avenues to find these angles, and it just keeps being catches and side lanes onto Showmaker that have been problematic here in Smash. He picked the Ezreal, but he was playing into a Karma lane, didn't have any agency this game. His high skill-stealing champ of the Ezreal gets nothing done here. And maybe they have to hope for like a Lucian draft, some sort of Kalista angle here for him to hit that ceiling in Game 3 to maybe bring us to the start of a reverse sweep, but right now, I can't see it.
I can't see it either. We can try and imagine something like that, Wolf, because It's a Pog State day today. We need more than 3 games, otherwise we're going to be way too hinged. We really rely on being unhinged after very long days of work. So let's hope that D+ can at least get 1 back in this series. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back to space, we'll break that one down. And we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
먹긴 했고 용 천천히 가보자.
나 테니스 넣었어.
미드 공 천천히 봐볼래?
오케이 오케이.
공 박았어 그냥.
얘 불치 맞췄어
안
일단.
짧긴 한데 공 박았어. 불치 노플이야. 불치 볼게.
이신 노플.
라이즈 왔어. 나 괜찮아. 나 가인이야.
이지 봤어.
정면 좋아.
더블 피 끝내줄게.
나 좋아.
사이언 노플. 더블 3초.
여기 되게 미들까지.
Bro, in the matchup, as far as the last couple of best of 5s are concerned,
Isn't it crazy that we talk about the play, the individual play, the Blitzcrank wasn't great, but they gave Owner both the Xinjiao, which again in this meta, that is going to happen, right? But also the Pantheon.
yeah.
They gave him that. And then he was like, well, guess I'll win.
Well, I mean, the priority picks have been just kind of absurd that T1 have been able to get their hands on it. And the Pantheon can really warp games regardless of what he's with. The Rumble is a very similar thing, and T1 got both of those both times. Second game, they managed to get the Yunara as well. That has been a very coveted pick, as D+ are going to ban away a Nautilus. I think this makes me feel like Smash wants to play a hyper carry, and I want to see that as well. He's been on Ezreal and Ashe duty so far, and I feel like the release date's really been holding him back as far as those two champions are concerned.
They did go first pick. I don't know if you want to first pick Lucian, if that's the way they want to play this, or go for a more late game scaling carry like you're talking about. Nautilus definitely much stronger into the Yunara and the Zeri, which are both fearlessly banned here.
Yeah.
And now the Lulu is gone, which could have been a pick to empower some of the remaining carries like Aphelios or Jinx in that bottom lane. I think that's a really smart ban from T1. And our big prio mid lane picks are gone. Orianna, Ryze, Azir, and Talia. So maybe Aurora first pick with the flexibility it has could be where we're going here as D+.
Yeah, we have seen that before from them. Let's see what they do want to do. Hovering over Showmaker for now, but we are really waiting until the... Okay, we're just going to remake the draft. Not entirely sure why. Something may have gone wrong, but we're going to be diving back into it. Thankfully, we didn't have a lot that was already locked in, so it's going to take us a little bit of a shorter amount of time to get back into the draft.
Yeah, just
We'll
looking at the players' faces, like this is completely my speculation. It looked like before that draft went down, like the draft had crashed. It wasn't like they ran out of time or anything like that. Doesn't look like the case. They had stopped talking about the draft, so they may have made a decision. We'll find out what that decision is, but either way, like you said, we'll have to have those bans remade in the same way to make sure the game is preserved the way that it should be, and move into that first pick for D+. I think the Aurora is, again, the most likely pick because it is both flexible in mid and top lane, and it's a great pick for Shiu. He's had a lot of success on it in the past, and it is one of the top-tier mid laners that's left. Also, Faker enjoys it quite a bit, even though he didn't win on it last time against BNK. So, feels like a strong pick all around, and you don't necessarily need to show your hand for the bottom lane just yet.
Ah, so they wrong banned So I believe maybe the Lulu was a misban. Yeah, Lulu was a misban. So
I actually kind of like the Lulu ban.
I didn't mind it either. However, Lulu not often picked in the first round of bans. Sorry, the first round of picks. So maybe that's what should have clued us in there a little bit.
Could have been that.
I didn't mind it.
I'm thinking about picks they could be thinking of instead, and like
Lucian.
Lucian is the one that comes to mind, right? If they would misclick that there and we're typing that Lu in, that certainly could have been what was being considered, because that was the other first pick I thought about. We saw Diablo get a ton of value out of the first pick Lucian against T1, and he was empowered by the Milio there and had a great game. Pays did not, unfortunately, on the T1 side, but I wonder if that's what we'll see instead, but these bans will be repeated with the exception of the Lulu.
Yep. So Bard, Varus, Nocturne, Vi going to be coming through first, and then we're going to see Nautilus into probably Lucian, I guess, just because that is right next to the Lulu button. But we'll see what does actually get locked away. I've already crossed out the Lulu on my little sheet.
So...
they wanted to ban Mundo.
Okay.
Obviously, the other champion that starts with Lu.
Mundo has been really
Mundu.
kind of exclusively played recently with the Seraphine.
Yeah.
Surprised to see this be banned here.
Well, now they can go for the first pick, Lulu. Instead, the Ambassador is going to be coming on through. We've seen this banned throughout most of the tournament. Most of the series. And so Shiu will get his hands on it, or Lucid will. And I think that Lulu
T1
is
just go Aphelios Lulu, yeah.
Yeah.
Take that away from the Ambessa,
And
get the Lulu lane.
This is the third time that Pays is just on a hyper carry that he can carry the game on by himself. And I love it. It's exactly what's been working here for T1.
It's how T1 won Kespa Cup.
From it, yeah.
You know, like, we walked out of Kespa Cup being like, okay, Pays is back in a big way. He hasn't even really practiced with his team yet, and he's having flashy individual plays. And he is going to have a Lulu in his lane here now, and
We
is it
need,
just
like,
Jinx Thresh as a return here?
Yeah, it's either Lucian Nami or it's like Corki Nami or something like that if they want to be able to stand any sort of chance into this. But I still think that, yes, Lucian is better in the early to mid game, and the Lucian Nami has always been powerful, but you don't have the same kind of late game carry threat that an Aphelios has.
I think you could just go Aurora here as T1, hold the flex. They'll go Renekton instead.
Don't mind that one either.
They can protect it in the second ban phase, so it's not that risky, and it's one of the strongest picks on the patch at just shutting down a single target.
Not to mention the fact that you can slice dice your way in there. Wild Growth can then make you feel a little bit tankier.
And if you just get on top of the Lucian and set him and get a Wild Growth on top of the Lucian, Aphelios is shooting at the Lucian dies, his comp falls apart. I think Renekton has been one of the biggest benefactors of... He has benefited the most from the extra levels that top lane gets, the extra farm that top lane gets. He has just been one of our big bruiser champs that is just so difficult to deal with in sides. And like Renekton in the past, he gets to a certain point, you're like, okay, we can deal with him now. But
yeah,
he doesn't really hit that break point anymore. So the Aurora will be banned by T1 here instead with this setup.
I don't mind it.
Shocker.
Faker hasn't been having a whole lot of fun with Aurora more recently, so it's not really too detrimental for T1 to ban that one away. And now a couple of bans to come through here for D+. They are making sure that they take as long as they can, but it will be the Wukong eventually. Actually really like that, the bouncy castle that you can get with Wild Growth.
Wild Growth, yeah, very annoying. See what they decide to ban here. Could just be a Gnar ban and take that away from Shiu if they're afraid of this Ambessa being the jungle pick and the counter pick to the Renekton coming through. Or a Kennen, similar idea. Okay, they choose the Gnar. That makes sense. The Kennen could still be a threat, but getting the Kennen to a place to get on top of this Aphelios is easier said than done, especially with how these games have been looking.
Sejuani, interesting.
It's an old owner favorite and works well with the Renekton setup topside. But
is it Nidalee? We saw it yesterday, and it was kind of fun. Instead, Twisted Fate here for Faker. It's been quite a while since we've been talking about him playing TF, but he did certainly used to be a big fan, and it also takes it away from Showmaker. This has been something that Showmaker has lent on largely in games 3 through 5, right? To get towards a TF game, make stuff happen that way, so it's a good pick away.
This is a pretty risky answer. Obviously, the ultimate is going to allow you to go where you want to go and try to get access to the Aphelios, but if you fall too far behind in the game, it just doesn't do enough. as we'll see the Ahri to come through here for Showmaker.
This has been one of Showmaker's most successful picks. And, oh, man.
This has to be jungle Jax, right?
Like, this is an incredible Jax angle. Like, as far as the Jax angles are concerned, the Counter-Strike value, Ruthless Predator, and the gold card both being entirely mitigated.
If you go Jax into the Renekton, then you can have... Okay, they're going to swap things up, it looks like. But they have no plan, Atlas. Like, there's like 5 seconds left, and you're flipping through these three. I'm a little bit concerned, but...
Olaf kind of makes some sense, but I don't quite like it just because, okay, that is the Kha'Zix. So we saw Kha'Zix get banned yesterday. Canyon did not want to see it, so it's obviously something that's been lurking around scrims, but Owner is going to pick it up, and the last time I saw it, I swear, was Canyon picking it into Owner in the final.
Was it into Owner or was it into Peanut?
I thought it was into Owner.
It was a successful pick in a grand finals. And then
I seem to remember it being Owner's Xin Zhao, but I might be entirely wrong.
It was a Xin Zhao. I just don't remember. I don't know why I'm thinking of Peanut, but you're going to find the answer.
I'm often thinking about Peanut as well.
But like, this pick bursts down the Lucian. Bottom line, TLDR is we're trying to kill Smash. We're trying to burst him, and it has a lot of mobility. With the jump, the Kha'Zix can then be a wild growth extender and setup to then kill the Lucian, right? And there's a lot of damage. The isolation is going to be very powerful as well. He can do objectives quite quickly, Dragon very quickly, as Kha'Zix has done in the past. And they have great single target blow up in this draft. You hit the Lucian with a gold card, you follow up with the Kha'Zix, you follow up with the Renekton. Same with Ahri. She gets caught. She does not last very long at all.
No. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go, especially this Kha'Zix jungle pick. Let's get into the rift for game number 3. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for what could be the final game of the series. As already, we see a little bit of a setup here, as Paze and Carrier feeling pretty confident by the looks of things.
Yeah, Lulu lanes usually get to walk up, and Paze has the extra range with his Calibrum, so he's just gonna, hold spacebar and look to see if anyone walks into the circle. As at this point, level 1 should be a pretty favorable one for T1.
Yeah, ebb and flow working out though here, as Smash really wanted to find that Light Slinger, but could not. That'll be okay. Ambessa versus Kha'Zix. Haven't really seen that one before. We've also taken the first strike as Xiu, just doing some Xiu things. We know that he really likes this Olaf lock-in. We've seen Kingen play it so far this season in the LCK Cup.
We've seen Zeus play it a lot in the past.
Very true.
It is a pick that if you need to get on top of somebody, and there's a lot of annoying CC in the way, can allow you to do just that.
It is like, it's one of the OG stat check champions as well. You know, like, you just kind of run at them, and either you'll die or kill them. And that is just sort of Olaf in a nutshell.
It's kind of designed that way. It is a very fun champion to play when you are ahead.
Very
It's less fun when you're behind and the Aphelios has 3 items.
Well, right now, he is looking pretty ahead.
So are we finally going to get that Smash versus Paze game where Paze, has a Lulu with them, right? He's set up for success, but Smash still has a lot of agency. Like, that's my dream scenario here for this third game, is that we see Smash have some really cool angles. He finally gets some outplay opportunities. He's not so far behind that he just can't play the game. Like game 2 on the Ezreal where everything is on fire and he's like, well, I don't even know what the plan is here for me. I really can't offer anything for you guys. He got his Endless Hunger and he's like, I'm ready to play the game. Anyone alive?
Yeah, the Endless Hunger did kind of live up to its name. He looked like he was pretty hungry to be able to do anything at all in that game. Wasn't quite able to, as right now it's looking to be very similar, as these health bars are dire on the side of D+. The Ambessa rotating around, looking pretty far away from being able to help out this bottom lane. And so Smash is doing his best to survive.
Okay.
Oh, Ona will be moving up here. Level 4s for both. Void Spike connects.
From Showmaker.
Yeah, and that is just going to be Ona stealing away the crab. As Undertow, not going to quite connect, as Doran is able to just slice his way out of there.
It could have been a little bit more interesting there in the mid lane, but nothing comes of it. Except the crab secure, as you mentioned.
Ooh, fun thing is that the Olaf gets to take Ghost. That's a bit of something.
That's
Make it just
somewhat
throws out a
fun.
charm.
Pretty good for Olaf to be able to close the gap on people when he has his slows coming through. But at the same time, we'll miss the shield quite significantly later on.
Yeah, I'd say so. As Faker clears out that wave pretty comfortably. And things all looking pretty tied up in that mid lane outside of the stack deck, which will allow Faker to just make more money, as we can see is happening.
There's been a few games where... Okay, hold up. Showmaker, does he get charm?
Yeah, it does. Tries to find it, doesn't quite pick the juke. Faker still takes a lot of Foxfire damage though, and is getting zoned away from the wave a little bit.
We've had now basically 3 games where the bottom lane was won pretty significantly. In the first game, Paze and Keria stemmed the bleeding really well. In the second game, Career tried to make some stuff happen with his hooks, didn't work out. In this game, we're starting to see Smash and Career get through the toughest parts of this. We'll stabilize a little bit here. Nice bubble.
That was a very nice bubble. At least something connecting there as Lucid rotating around Faker with full information as to where the enemy jungler is, but Ona does have now an isolated target to dive on top of.
Yeah, he likes it when they're alone.
Yeah. Lucid doesn't seem too worried about it though, as remember, Spirit Rush not quite there, so Showmaker cannot get over that wall unless he has a flash. Lucid not able to press that smite button before Ona does. Taste Their Fear plus smite is a lot of damage.
Now, first strike on the Kha'Zix as well will start to build up some money. He's got a serrated Dirk. Mbessa is pretty durable, you know, in the early levels compared to a lot of other junglers, so with his mobility, Lucid can kind of just go in and see what he can find, and then there's no way for Owner to really follow up. If he gets that burst damage, he just walks away for now. So I like the idea of kind of fishing for that type of play. The bottom side of the map, control regained for a moment for Smash and Career. They'll get their synced back, whereas it's a split back here. Rip.
Yep, a little bit sad there, -1s in chat. As Doran looking to try and stop some backs, but looks like he is just going to go back to clearing out this wave.
He has TP, and Shiu does not, so if he can mess up some of these back timings, keep the wave right here. It's very annoying for Shiu.
Yep.
And he's just going to have to run back as fast as possible. And, well, not ghost back. It's not that desperate, but still pretty good position here for Doran to even up the CS and keep himself in a safe spot. As now we're going to put the attention on this dragon here, bottom side. And it's going to be a pretty big fight, potentially, for this first dragon. Faker does have his ultimate to join at a moment's notice.
One thing I do want to see is DK actually up the amount of pressure that they have in the early stage of the game. Actually fight for the first Drake or two, because they've just been giving them up, and I feel like it's given away so much of their tempo in this series, as Lucid will be able to at least get a crab, so that's going to help give him a little bit of extra control around that area.
There's a lot
Drake, though, is very tanky.
Yeah, there's a lot of burst damage on both sides as Doran.
Yeah, there's the gate, as we're going to need to throw out the Ragnarok. Let's see whether this kill can actually come through. The undertow, not enough, and first blood goes to Doran with the help of Faker.
And there's just no quick response here from D+. Like, they have an Ahri that's just going to get plates and trade, and they can't make a play bottom side. Obviously, the Ahri can't follow here, so just going to be a little bit of plate gold on the other side of things here for Showmaker, and it's just not equivalent.
Oh,
remember, Shiu, again,
man,
does not have teleport.
This, I mean, it's a cannon
wave, but like it's minus the cannon.
Yeah, it is. It's looking real dire. And this was a lane that DK were winning.
And it's pretty set up here. Like, I think it's hard because the wave was set up really well by Doran. Like, what do you do as Shiu when you see Doran's like got his Fury ready for an empowered W and Faker's missing?
Well, in the meantime, Red-White Gun's here for Paze, and Smash is going to have to try and cull him down. There's the bubble that connects, but it's just last hit by the Moonlight Vigil. And Paze is on the board. Showmaker can try and take him off that board, though, as point blank, the charm will connect, and down will go the Aphelios. So, bit of extra movement speed for the Ahri, but Keria will survive.
Well, that's a big win for D+ if they get that back. If they had just lost Smash alone there, would have been a disaster for them. It's still not great, but at least there's a consolation prize there, and the Ahri will close that gold gap a little bit in the mid lane. It's a very fiery early start to this game suddenly, with Faker making that play top side. Shiu gets caught, waves in an awkward spot, can't get the kill. Bottom side, they make the all-in happen with the level 6 advantage. It's played brilliantly by Paze, gets the ult off before the bubble goes down, secures the kill there. They almost get Career as well.
Okay.
As I watch this from his perspective, he hits level 6, goes in for it.
Oh, meanwhile, there's more stuff happening in live, but flashes after, last hits with the ulti.
아 여기까지. 아리 왔어.
And in live, we're just going to be backing away.
Yeah, in live, looking like Red-White still set up here for Pays with no ult and no sums. He has to be very careful.
Doesn't have a lot of Severum left, but I think he'll be okay with that. As Ona will be able to help clear out some vision. First Drake still hasn't gone down. As Lucid looking to dash around this fight. Ona gets a lot of damage taken, and the ulti follows him. Smashed to the ground by Lucid. Once again, having a good time here in this game number 2 in the early game, and they might be able to turn that into a dragon.
That was a bit greedy there from the side of T1, especially from Owner. As Lucid just says, all right, well, wait for my opportunity. Pays doesn't have that Severum anymore. He's going to try to push them out of this bottom lane so they cannot get the dragon for free, but Lucid is already well and truly working on it here. Faker with ult at the ready. This is going to get potentially messy around dragon.
Yeah, and it looks like Lucid has actually backed away. So we mentioned it before, the dragon's pretty tanky when it's the mountain variety, and Lucid unable to get through it, as Showmaker will get stunned and does not connect the charm. So a little bit unfortunate for him.
And that's just a Kha'Zix now on the dragon, and it's still tanky, but they regain control of the bottom lane, and Owner's going to press Q, and that dragon health bar is going to go down.
Yeah,
and
it's on a fresh back as well. Like, he comes back with more items, isolates the dragon, and we'll be able to take that one down. So once again, it is first Drake going over to T1.
It's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back here for D+, and Faker has so much control over this mid lane now. Top side obviously massively favoring Doran at this stage. Going back to this setup here, Owner gets a lot of damage done initially, but they cannot follow the play, and all it takes is a ult follow here from Lucid. And that's the end of that. Curry has to flash his way out of there as Smash was ready for more.
Yeah, that was beautifully played by Lucid. Unfortunately, it was the map movement afterwards that left a little to be desired. Unable to actually finalize that dragon. It's still 1,000 gold lead here for T1, even with the kills being pretty even. So hoping to see a better a better mid game out of DK. Hoping to actually translate some of the advantage that Lucid has built here in the jungle to something more, and allow Xiu to just run at Pays and kill him in some of these fights. Can those stat checks actually come through, and can he even pass them? As Pays does just walk away from Smash, engage, and find too much. Malignant's done here for Showmaker. That's first item. That feels good.
Owner is going to start these grubs here, and Showmaker's on the back. Should it be a relatively safe grub take here with Lucid on the other side of the map?
One day, Lucid's going to help actually secure a neutral objective.
One day, maybe in the LCK season.
Yeah. He did manage to steal away a dragon, but that was a third one. I'm talking more about in this early stage of the game.
Yeah, he
Set
has...
them up with a little bit of tempo.
Unfortunately, T1's tempo and their ability to make these calls quickly has been so good. It's been the shot calling for T1 that has been what they've been known for forever, as Doran is going to look to stop it back and maybe look for more.
Yeah, as Ragnarok actually going to be used here. Let's see whether Doran actually wins out on this fight, as into the brush he goes. There's the flash to follow. Will he have it? No, he does not. Doran just ends the Viking, and down he falls once again.
And Showmaker also may be in trouble.
Yeah, looking for an angle himself, as now the charm is going to miss. Good footwork there from Faker to make sure that he survives.
I actually did not realize that was Lucid there in the brush. It's Owner on the bottom side, and he is going to continue to allow his team to put pressure down in this bottom lane as the solo kill goes over on the top side. And Atlas, I was hoping for a game here, and it's still possibly going to be a game. Smash wants it to be a game.
Yeah, he's going to cull. Pays takes a bit of damage here, but it's just not really looking like they can follow up too much. And there is Owner in the vicinity as well. DK needs to be careful. Owner really playing this one patiently.
It's crazy how it seems like how little credit Doran will get for this series, but he's had an amazing one as, oh boy.
Yeah, there is the Destiny. And Smash is going to cleanse and does make himself, does get himself out of there. Lucid over here as well. They have full information as to the rotations here for DK, as Faker with that gold card will connect it on to Lucid, but he does dash his way out of there.
Smash ended up avoiding a lot of the damage there, so it's not like they can just get the free win afterwards. Smash, it's not like Smash lived with like 10% health. You can't join the fight. They have to be careful. In fact, they're going to try to push for more here. I like this call from D+.
They don't have a lot of summoners left on this Lucian. And Pays does have both of his still available, so they do need to be a little careful of that. But
Lucid
Faker is now back in the mid lane.
on a good angle here, and he has Flash. They can try to make this work.
Let's see whether it does work out as the bubble is going to connect. That means that the public execution comes down. Wild Growth is fantastic as Carrier will be able to take one back as now Lucid looking for it on a Pays. He has red-white, but it is not enough. The Ambessa will reign supreme as Owner just finds the angle, and he's looking to taste even more fear as Lucid dashes, and the smite comes down to make sure that it's Pays that grabs the kill.
Oh boy, that was Lucid smite there at the end. Pays gets the kill. So the ult on the Ambessos, we're going to go back to this play here where Faker was able to sidestep his way out. Actually, insanely impressive. Smart pings. Okay, but here, the ult from Lucid doesn't... I want to watch
So
this
it hits
again.
Carrier.
Yeah, it hits Carrier, right?
Yeah. Because Carrier flashed into it.
Yeah, that's
what
crazy.
An absolute
That's such,
gamer, man.
Like, I still can't even almost quantify that really happened. I mean, Lucid had the bubble set up, and then Owner here gets on top of Smash. And then what are you going to do?
Yes, Smash is like, I'm playing some... Oh, no, never mind.
Tries to smite Owner to buy some space.
Yeah, so
Still goes over
like,
the
if
base.
there was enough time that had actually passed, then he would have, he could have potentially got an execute. Unfortunately, once again, Lucid unable to quite have enough time to be out of combat.
And that was almost such a good punish, right? It was almost such a good punish.
I mean, the gold lead is less than it was, so it's now closer in the game. So that's good. The Drake has just spawned. It's a Hextech Dragon, so the souls, you know, could be a little dicey.
Showmaker has, you know, not been able to Destiny around the map, so he's got some extra money in his pockets. He has the most gold in the game. Maybe he can carry on this Ahri. I mean, that's another win con here is, I don't know about tussling with this Renekton, especially when he gets his empowered W on you before you can ult.
Oh, Carrier gonna get culled momentarily.
I don't know if he really minds it.
Nope. He probably minds the 4 people that were bearing down upon him.
This might just be a free dragon here. TP.
Yeah, Showmaker does have his teleport available as well, as they do steal away the dragon, so that's Drake number 2 going on over to D+, as there's the charm connecting. Great Wild Growth to keep Doran alive for even longer, and he'll cut up Smash! He'll finally go down, but the damage is being done as Lucid off on the backline. The slow is fantastic from that undertow to make sure the disengage comes through, and it's actually D+ that come out ahead.
They do come out ahead.
I mean, for now.
It looks pretty scary. It still looks scary here.
Yep, Lucid, wild cards connecting there as he's looking to try and dash his way out. Faker doesn't quite have another gold card just yet, as the wild cards are not going to quite land. And nicely done there from Lucid to survive.
Bottom side is in complete shambles here.
Yeah, ignore the rubble around the map. It's otherwise okay for D+.
Minimap here, it looks like Faker just was not able to set up a gold card to stop this TP, so he TPs in way later, which is the main problem here. The charm is phenomenal, but the Wild Growth's buys space here. Doran gets the empowered Q, takes Smash out of the fight, so they chase deeper here. Unfortunately, the rest of the members are unable to join, and Lucid is able to have a great ult there to escape, as well as help heal.
That one axe, man, that one undertow was such high value.
Yeah.
Oh wow, they could have really lost a whole lot more from that one if that hadn't landed.
If Faker also interrupts the TP from Showmaker, we didn't have view of what exactly happened there on the top side. Might have just been out of range, might not have had gold card cooldown available, but if he can't join, that fight would not have been a fight at all. So a big play there from Showmaker, who picks up a second kill this game. The only lead here for D+.
Oh dear. Well, Thorin is just going to combo Shiu here for a little bit, as the Craggy Ice not really doing too much here for Doran. Doran is, yeah, he's just not partaking today.
He's certainly not. And, you know, still in a game state where Smash has 2 items, okay.
Yeah.
A Dark Seal is in Showmaker's inventory, which is usually a good sign
Okay.
for D+.
It's also,
This Ambessa is large.
yeah. It is rapid fire cannon instead of the quick blades. I kind of like the quick blades on the Lucian.
I like it
the
for
extra
follow-up on the Ahri charms, just
true.
because of the game state. But I agree with you in terms of what Lucian does overall.
Oh no, looking for an angle onto Lucid. Doran trying to get on over here as well. The dashes do come on out as Korea will be able to save his jungler for now.
It's a lot of first strike cold over to Owner.
Yes.
This Ambessa is really just not very tanky into these lethality items here that Owner has put together. lethality junglers are so gold efficient. When you have first strike as well, you're just flying through the item buys, and it feels like you're cheating.
And also, you get to buy Umbral Glaive as well, which is such a ridiculous item on
so
junglers,
strong.
just because you get to clear out so much enemy vision.
And it used to be even better.
Yeah.
It's very strong. As owner's actually going to enjoy this mountain or Infernal Soul.
Yeah, still we're fighting once again, as Owner is just going to look to try and kill this Viking. He does almost die for his trouble. And now we've got Grabbing him coming on down, smashing a lot of trouble as there's the ulti out. Good tidal wave does come on in as the Rift Herald getting a little bit antsy there as well as the ulti from Lucid goes wide. Good sidestep there from Pays as Doran is just having the best time on this Crocodile.
We talked about, or I briefly mentioned, let's say, Renekton seems to be the biggest benefactor of role quests in terms of the top lane in the meta, right? I'm not saying that, like, you know, a Camille could be worse than Renekton if she is in a similar game state, but of meta top laners, he just gets so huge, and he's getting even larger here now in this game, taking this whole turret down. Yeah, he is a full level, and almost a level and a half ahead of Xiu in this game, and can just run on top of either carry, press W, and say, cool story for you in this team fight. And he's kind of been doing that to Xiu in the side lanes. He's like, oh, I have my empowered W, I will press it on you, and you will leave, or someone else will show up, and you will die. And this is not a happy ending for D+, if they cannot find an answer to this, as we're moving into the first Infernal Drake here in about a minute's time. A lot of map control to T1. That mid turret going down is pretty nice here for D+, but they need to hold on to their own. Still 2 plates remaining on it. So we'll see what Pays is able to pick up here. Does complete the collector with this timing. Pretty huge for him to come into this next team fight.
I'm really scared for D+, moving into this next fight. Obviously, it's not double dragon for either side, so you don't necessarily have to fight for this one. But I do think that...
But you're playing the Lucian comp with Ari, so
I
you
think
probably
that
will.
you kind of have to. They need to keep trying to fight for some sort of tempo in this game, because otherwise Xiu is just going to be a paperweight. We mentioned he's a stat check champion. Well, if you don't check their stats, and in fact, if you don't check the stats, then maybe you feel better about it because you haven't checked, but you're going to get checked every time. I just don't think the Olaf is going to really do too much of anything, and that's why I kind of thought the Jax felt like a better choice.
Smash
even if you're 0-3, you still have a counter-strike.
Smash has no flash, Doran has flash. That's a problem.
Well, Doran does have a lot of money on the table for D+ if they kill him, so I guess there's that.
T1 are just keeping Smash away with Renekton alone as they look to force this dragon.
Yeah, Showmaker moving forward here as well. It's another steal from Lucid. Nicely done there. Ona not quite able to find the angle. Xiu teleports in real late.
This is pretty good for D+. Let's see if they can also get this charge.
Well,
oh, no,
all
no.
of T1 around that corner, and Lucid gets himself out of there. The charm just misses, though, as there's the Destiny. Wild Growth's fantastic as Showmaker does make his way out, and now Lucid looking to try and cut down this Crocodile smash on a flank angle. Not sure about that one, as Faker gets in. Good cleanse. Moonlight Vigil comes down, though, and they're not quite able to secure the kills. T1 wanting to try and chase them down. Lucid's on a ward and is just going to be backing. There's the ulti. Good dash, as Doran benefits from that ward over the wall.
Successful heist, I suppose you could say here for D+. They do not lose the Ambessa nor anyone else on the Herald attempt. It doesn't hit the turret either, but that's for the better. Unfortunately, it may lose their mid turret though after they all had to retreat. So much damage is pushed down here, but they will group up now and clear this wave. So they keep that mid turret alive. They grab their second dragon of the game. It buys them some time, and it's some extra stats here for this Lucian, so it feels really good for them. It's not enough to make you feel like they've gotten a foothold in this game, but it is hanging on that I think is what we didn't necessarily think we would be saying about them in the rest of this game and the series, as it's again a great secure here from Lucid. And then T1 decide to, the old Faker, not hide on bush per se, but hide on corner where there's no vision. And they try to go in here and make these plays in live. By the way, Showmaker may just die to Kha'Zix.
He might, or he might
He gets
just,
away.
Yeah, dash away.
Smash?
That was a flash in trade.
I think Smash actually, his culling is not really blocked by Keria. They might have actually been able to win this fight, but it doesn't really do enough. Pays is at full health. His ultimate is super high value, and it's just hightailing it out is the best that D+ can hope for.
Yeah, Ona not quite able to get to any of these resets and things like that, although he did evolve W second, which is not the leap, I believe.
Yeah, it's the spikes.
Which is the Void Spike. Not to be confused with Vorpal Spikes, which is Cho'Gath's toggleable ability. So there's that. So it's way more fun to evolve E, right? You just get to reset, leap around the fight.
It is more fun, you know, if you are
and
a
then
big
you get to
enjoyer.
queue mid-air and stuff, and you like get to do all of those really cool highlight plays and things
If you
like
remember that movie with the redheaded girl Annie, one of her catchphrases was "leaping lizards." So if you like to say that while you're jumping around, stomping on
I
everybody,
think that's what Owner has been saying every time he's been leaping. Unfortunately, he just doesn't leap very far without the evolution.
well, with this crocodile in the game, it feels like we got a bit of a leaping lizard, you know?
Yeah,
he's,
true.
he's getting in there. He's getting into the back line. He's doing a lot of damage. As he's 2,000 gold up, and she was still just not quite passing that stat check.
Yeah, he does now have his Hex Plate, so he can get that ulti back up again, but you can see Doran just looking to break Shiu's stride, and Shiu's saying, ain't nobody going to break my stride, and then he's going to try and break Doran's stride.
Yes,
And
something
then
like
the
that.
same thing will happen and it rotates.
Lucid is going to try to find an angle here, but they're already out. But I do applaud D+'s ability to group and put damage on these mid turrets. Like, they got their early mid turret, they got some plate damage on the inner.
All right. Owner dives on in. Cullen comes out. FaZe takes a bit of damage, but otherwise not too much more. Good bubble, as Faker is going to get McHale's, I believe, or he just used the plans that he had because he has an unsealed spellbook.
Yes.
Got to make sure that you check those spellbooks. As Lucid dancing around the fight, Doran taking a little bit, but we know that he does have Wild Growth and Dominus. So
And this
he has
is all,
a lot of HP to call on.
This is all set up by D+, just sending it down mid, which didn't end up getting them a win in terms of getting the turret, but it gets them this blue buff. They pulled the Renekton out of sides. They are pulling T1 around the map a little bit, and I think this is the best you could really hope for, and they're coordinating it well. And there's always that threat of Lucid getting access to the backline and getting on top of FaZe that they have to respect. And T1 playing respectfully as a result, though, will lose a little bit of map control here.
Yep.
Again, the gold lead is still there. You know, this Renekton is most of it. The Kha'Zix's also a big threat and has built up a ton of first strike gold and has 3 items completed now, of which are quite lethal. But D+ maybe if they can pull T1 around the map one way and get one team fight, just one win, Smash gets 2 kills, they're in the game. And that's all it takes.
I do think this next dragon is going to be really important, because if DK can get themselves soul point, then you get so much inherent tempo. You feel so much better about the situation. What could happen instead is Showmaker could get ganked here on this top side of the map, and then T1 just wanders on down to the Drake themselves. Or Lucid face checks this brush. I'm a little bit scared about the amount of ways that I can see this going wrong, as he does spot Lucid moving into his jungle.
Showmaker playing respectfully. Here's the Destiny.
Yeah, Owner with that ulti. And Lucid unable to actually follow him over that wall. The gate moved towards the top side of the map, I believe. Actually, no, just gets him out of there. He was already up there. He was on the bottom side.
So he takes the turret and pieces out, and they don't make an overextension. They don't make a mistake. He'll grab rapid fire cannon, but Shield will trade this for a turret on the bottom side. Any alone time he can get away from Doran, I think he's very happy with right now in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Finally hits level 16 and has evened up the experience.
Pretty ridiculous that he is 30 CS ahead, even though he's still 1,000 gold behind. This 0-3 Olaf is not, you know, it's not the worst.
I am starting to feel like T1 are going to have to make a really aggressive call. I thought that what they were trying to do, because they had red-white with Pays, was bait D+ into this extended skirmish where they could win the fight and grab Baron, but D+ just didn't fall for it. They grouped, but they didn't overextend. Lucid was hanging out on the edge going, I see what you guys are trying to do. And yes, Faker is able to get the turret and then ult away, but he's not able to get any value on his ultimate after that. And so D+ are playing a good macro game here. They've turned this into a lot in terms of what they have picked up. These 3 dragons, the stats alone are worth so much. If they get Soul, that 3,000 gold lead will not feel like an advantage at all here really for T1. So this game is suddenly pretty close.
I'm starting to see it appear on the hands, Wolf. You're right. Might be something in it here for D+. Still, it is a 3,000 gold lead. We cannot let that one drift away. But like you were saying, that Infinity Edge is now done. And even though there are a lot of blue numbers in favor of T1, there are some win conditions here for D+, especially with that dragon.
And T1 trying to set up that same type of fight here with Doran having TP in the bottom lane to force an awkward fight for D+, where they end up winning it and then going straight into Baron to completely take the map by onto their side, as that mid turret being alive for so long for D+ has been so valuable for them. They played through mid lane to pull T1 around the map incredibly well. Showmaker is also, you know, still quite a big threat in this game. Has the 3 items, has his dash cannon.
Yeah, the Shadow Flame was just completed as well, so decent little spike to be hit, especially against the champions that don't have as much magic resist. Faker does have the upgraded Merc Treads though,
Yeah.
so he's feeling relatively comfortable.
They have Mikhails for Pace, who doesn't have Cleanse, but you know, you've got to be very careful about getting caught by the Sari. Follow-up damage from Smash. You can't cleanse his big burst. He has IE, so I really do think this game is on a knife's edge. One mistake would determine everything.
That's a Moonlight Vigil as Pace takes a lot of damage in return. And Smash just cleanses the gold card and moves away. Still, that is a bigger investment than Faker's Q. So
And with
we're not going to be too worried about it.
the time that was given to Shiu, he no longer just gets dunked on by Doran and sides here, and D+ just have a lot of map control. They have Showmaker on this flank angle. Oh god, this turret is not lasting very long.
Well, there's a teleport in. The Renekton trying to make something happen. His career in Smash maybe in a little bit of trouble. It's the double TP. The flash forward as Smash does get Mikhails and then just dashes away. And so T1 unable to quite get that one to work out as Showmaker thinks he may have found an angle onto Ona, but Ona just takes half of his health bar and then they will back away. But T1 are like, wait, but we're here, guys. We should probably do the Baron.
Shiu
Am I
does have
right?
his teleport now, and I think he's going to have to use it.
Yep, Showmaker looks for the Orbit Deception as now Smash gets a lot of damage onto Doran. This Lucian is very scary as Lucid. Can you do it again? That's the question. The answer is absolutely not. He's not even able to get into the pit. As now T1, can you escape? As Doran gets in there with them, and now the Olaf thinks that it's his time to shine. Goes in, immediately goes out. As now Pays gets on forward. That's the public execution, and Faker gets smashed down to the ground. Smash now looking for an angle himself as over the wall he goes. But it looks like just one for the moment as T1, they are walking the wrong direction. Trying to keep their Baron alive as Lucid, the only one without fear by the looks of things. Pace is at full health and Lucid's just dead. There is the Dominus, but the bubble is going to be good, and Showmaker finds the angle to shut down T1.
It's a bit of a disaster here for T1. They got a lot of kills at least, or they got the kill there on the end. It's a lot of kills for D+, despite losing the Baron. And this is so much gold injected, but T1 did take the Baron off the map. Defending this turret here and side lanes, though, is where the next port of call is going to be here. Like, how much damage can D+ get? As there's still a Baron onto the jungler. I was watching how this one plays out. Doran's constantly holding this angle. They do end up getting the smite here.
Now T1 turning in is crazy, man.
T1 in this situation are like, can we fight this while kiting back? And then once you get the kill onto Faker, it becomes so much more incredibly difficult to do so. The culling also getting a lot of value over the wall as Smash follows here. And now we're just trying to set up recalls here staggered, right? And then Doran goes in here. They think they have enough damage onto Lucid. Pays does. They get the kill here. But with the wraparound now, Shiu's back. They all get routed. Only Owner will escape on the Kha'Zix for this Baron. So it'll be a negative power play here for the moment. As D+, again, just going straight back to mid lane, and they're pulling T1 around the map. T1's composition struggling to find value grouped, where they've been spending so much of this game putting Doran in the side lane, but he's no longer, like I said before, just straight up winning it.
Is this... Don't tell me that's a 4th item collector something. What's that Serrated Dirk turning into? Oh, unless it's going to be a Serpent's Fang. Serpent's Fang would be kind of sick.
It's actually pretty solid here.
I would really like that. That would be one that would make me feel okay. As the Drake has now spawned, Showmaker on a flank angle, trying to look for a way in. As the culling really softening. The charm connects onto Pace somehow. He goes down exceptionally low. They get the wild growth out of Carrier and the heal. My God, that was absurd from Showmaker. He does not want to go home today. And he's now looking for even more Dash Cannon and the Spirit Rush. And all the while, Lucid is getting an Infernal Soul. And what did we say about Olaf? He stat checks you.
Yeah.
Do you know what you get from an Infernal Soul?
A lot of stacks.
Yeah, you get some stats, baby. So maybe Shiu can actually find some relevance in this game.
I mean, he's started to be quite relevant.
He almost has a lead, actually.
Yeah, no, he is with the CS he's picked up. Obviously, that's really takes a lot of the lead away from Doran. He's been given some additional time, and you know, when you're running the Twisted Fate can't really just walk at the Olaf and do anything. So the lane assignment is always kind of a trap here for T1. As there's no Baron, you know, T1's grouped around Baron. That's always a scary thing.
Hey, if you want to kill a crab, take 2 of your friends with you, okay? That's the way to do it.
This could be a big backfire as well if T1 overcommit trying to kill Showmaker, because the rest of D+ is rotating up. Now, we have been here before.
Yeah.
For those who, and it was T1 with a much smaller, like they had a massive deficit, in fact, but it was a FaZe Aphelios game where they had their backs against the wall. They survived really late. KT could not end the game.
Yeah, this game they actually still have a lead.
They still have a lead, but D+ have a lot of win cons here that are starting to come online as Owner does not want to interact, I think.
No, he's not looking to mess with this guy, as there is still a turret there.
He might have wanted to interact with the turret, but he decides not to.
No, not this time. He is going to be able to get himself out of there. Level 16 for the Kazakhs.
T1 just don't have the ability to kill this Ahri in sides to pinch when D+ play this far up and have this much control over the map. Like, this comp really requires you to be able to 1-3-1 and pinch people with this Twisted Fate, but when D+ have this much oppressive control, if you try to go in as Faker, they'll just turn on you and kill you. As Doran is pushing a big wave bottom side, they're going to go for a TP flank.
All right, well, that's an idea that you can go for here as Ragnarok comes on through. And so that is a big cooldown, although there is a Hexblade, so I guess she should have that. Oh, Crocodile coming out of the reeds. I know about that one. That one's dangerous. They really warn you about that if you ever go to the Northern Territory.
They get the turret. They finally get that mid turret.
Where is this? Where is this Crocodile? It is lurking. Over he goes. Finds Lucid, but he gets Mikhail's. And T1, they cannot actually get on top of D+.
They got the turret. That's all they're going to get, it looks like here. And I mean, there's a big wave pushing in the bottom lane, but it's not enough to threaten the base or anything like that. But for the first time in a while, T1 can breathe on the map.
Hey, Korea, you were standing on top of a control ward, my guy.
It's okay, hits these bubbles.
Yeah, Tidal Wave comes on through as well. He does
hits
get
those tidal
out of
waves.
there. He's still dead, though, Wolf.
It's okay, he has heal and flash.
He hits those bubbles. He hits those bubbles, and Showmaker was there. He used his ultimate. That's okay. All right, never mind, Korea. I just didn't know your game.
He had bubbles, he had heal, he had a mid laner.
I should have known all about bubbles. It's exactly the stage my son's up to right now.
Yeah.
Bubbles all over the place. I need to call the bubble police for him all the time. There's bubbles everywhere.
20 seconds till this Baron spawns. And with T1 committing pretty heavily there to try to kill Career and then having to reset, map control kind of going back a little bit to D+. They're going to be able to maintain vision and prio on that Baron on spawn. Plus the Infernal Soul stats are pretty huge. There's a lot of damage here in this. 3 items on this Mbessa that's level 16 as well. T1 have not been able to make these pinches happen the way they want to. Red and white is set here for FaZe. This is going to have to be a hell of a team fight, though, if T1 is going to win this 3-0.
All right. Let's see whether they can keep them out of their own jungle. That's what they're trying to do. I'm just still so frightened. I mean, it's FaZe playing Aphelios. Are you ever allowed to win a game against FaZe's Aphelios? Because you have to enter the enemy base area, and then often you just die. It's all right. Destiny to come on forward here from Faker, as Shiu is not exactly the target that you want to go for as this Olaf, and he does get healed up by Korea's Ebb and Flow and doesn't actually have to press Ragnarok. That is the big deal as Smash goes in and immediately regrets the decision. Faker now looking for an angle as Lucid will survive.
Slow playing this so well. Owner constantly threatening, constantly looking for those slows. If that hits, they get to put more poke in.
Yeah, they're waiting for these cooldowns. DK doing a pretty good job diligently holding on to them, though. Wanting to make sure that they have everything ready for an all-in, and now could be the angle, as Smash does get a lot of culling value. Look at that.
D+ should probably just go straight to Baron here and look for a turnaround as Owner.
Yeah, Owner just gets tagged by Smash. One double tap is half of his health bar, and that might be the sign
There's a
for
great
D+
window
just to head to the Baron.
Yeah, they absolutely should. They should go over here and start this one up right away. They're going to be able to do this very quickly, and there's just no answer for T1, and there's no one inside. T1 just have to clean up these waves, and D+ have such an insane control over this game now. They will actually take a gold lead for the first time in forever as well after this Baron. You have to imagine T1 just sitting back and clearing waves. FaZe is level 16, and yes, this does feel very reminiscent to the KT game.
Level 20 Olaf is in this game, and honestly, from the early game...
With Ghost, by the way.
I was expecting him not to quite make it this far, but he absolutely did. He's also got a Randuin's now completed, so FaZe is a little bit less scary. He's still very scary, but the Olaf might actually be able to get there.
Isn't it crazy
and be a problem.
How much of an impact Lucid smiteaways have made in this game?
It's night and day. It's insane.
If they don't have Infernal Soul, this game feels so different. And now as T1, you're like, maybe we have to go for a 50-50 on Elder, but we have no map control. They have Baron, and we got to defend our base. T1's like, maybe we're going to get an Elder prio. And D+ like, maybe we're going to get a Nexus.
Well, we'll see whether that is going to be the trade, as right now Smash is just kind of hitting the turret. There's 5 seconds until the Elder is up and available, and it looks like a back is going to get channeled here by T1. And this is DK calling their bluff and being rewarded for it. So many times it's T1 holding all the cards in these scenarios. This time DK actually able to make the right macro call.
D+ having a great macro game here through the mid lane the entire way through, down on gold, but keeping T1 honest on the map. And now all the cards are in their hands. Honor trying to flank, but they suss it out.
It's pretty funny because it's
the
like
Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate, he's got all the cards. Do you think all of his decks are Riftbound decks now?
Probably.
It might be actually a thing. Although, rank, here we go. Out comes Owner, kind of regrets the decision, as now Shiu is on the side, but does have the rest of the teammates coming on over as Faker is able to sidestep. Great charm, max range, and they're looking to try and turn it. Remember, he doesn't have the Zonyas. Oh my god, Paze! What was that? He just explodes, and T1, they will not go quietly into this good night. They will go quite loudly, and now their Nexus is going to explode.
All right, D+, pull it off. In the end, better macro. They push T1 into such an uncomfortable position. They have to make an all-in play. It doesn't work. Paze tries for the hero play, but he goes splat.
I loved it though. The gusto, the idea, it straight up didn't work, but sometimes the face plants are as entertaining as the other things. T1 still have a lead in this series, but DK making it interesting, being able to pull back a game 3. Can they queue it up, Wolf?
I mean, maybe.
Can they queue up the Silver Spring?
Maybe. I mean, this was the Smash Lucian game. It wasn't about Smash as much as it was about the team. And for once, it backs against the wall, down 0-2. D+ made all the right calls. They pushed through mid, they bought enough time, they pulled the Renekton around the map enough times to where Shiu could actually be relevant. Shiu could actually have gold in his pockets, pick up enough items to where he can go toe-to-toe with Doran, hits level 20, and then Showmaker as well was constantly threatening, and there was never an angle for the Twisted Fate to pinch with Owner. They always were trying to fish for those gold card angles with the Destiny, but they just didn't have enough control of the map to make it happen, so Faker just couldn't really pull the trigger when he wanted to. That last try was the best they were ever going to get, and D+ shut it down.
They absolutely did, and now there is a series firmly on our hands as the D+ play just trying to... D+ fans just really not wanting to, oh dear, not wanting to watch this. As Korea, even though it was a pretty good game, that game number 3, still not feeling too happy. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back to Space, and then game number 4. Oh dear.
2-3 rotation in your bottom lane where the enemy team doesn't have that same opportunity to get both laners, and they can end up getting split. And for talking about bottom lane with all these engaged champions gone, or enchanter champions rather gone, engaged champions are what you have left, and sometimes you want to make sure that you can have a strong 2v2 there to play through. So the Vi will get removed, unsurprisingly.
Yep, I wrote the Bard in already.
Yeah.
Because we knew that one was going to have to be taken away. And now, will it be just Bard Nocturne again? They've been doing this every single game. It's likely that Owner will not be allowed to play Nocturne this time, but a Ziggs ban is kind of insanity.
That's interesting to see.
Not allowing you to dodge the lane. So it looks this time like T1 do want to try and put some pressure on towards that bottom side. Maybe a Callista draft or something like that could be coming through, because we are getting deeper and deeper into Fearless, and there are less and less options into those sorts of drafts.
That's the kind of thing when they ban Bard every game and almost all the range supports are gone, all the enchanters are gone, and you can have that 2-3 like I was talking about to get the set duo, get your Renata locked in for sure, and then deny anything else. You can protect the lane. You feel really good about it. Remember, Ashe Seraphine is already gone, so I think that you are on to a potentially very strong read here in that Callista lane. Let's see what happens in this final ban here for T1, what their last choice is going to be. They'll take away the Zoe from Showmaker, prevent him from looking for more playmaking.
Yeah, an odd one, but we have seen Zoe's cropping up later and later into drafts.
D+ read this and ban the Callista.
That could be interesting. I don't know whether they want to pick it
then
this early.
Varus goes over if you do that.
Oh yeah, true. Maybe don't.
I think they probably have to ban Varus here.
I would recommend banning a Varus. I don't think you want to give Pays. Like, what would he then play? Zeri, which we know he's incredible at and did just dominate. Zeri, Yunara, and then the Aphelios, which they didn't quite find the win on. But then if he's allowed to immediately play Varus, then he's kind of got the cream of the crop so far.
So the
and
Varus
it looks
is
like that's
over.
exactly what happens.
They ban the Aurora instead.
So
they go for the Callista lane into the Varus, a little bit less appealing, but still can be quite strong.
I feel like it's going to have to be a Sivir answer here. With Jarvan already off the table, and maybe that's an option that they can go for.
That's been a really common response to the Varus. The spell shield value is quite high, and the wave clear is really huge. No Jarvan, like you mentioned. So let's see what the response is going to be. The Wukong that's been considered so heavily throughout this series will finally get its lock.
All right.
And maybe if you wanted to, you could just go Rakan here as well and say, well, we have a lot of engage.
I don't know about that. I'm a little bit worried about that sort of angle, although, I mean, there's Poppy's still available.
Poppy's up. You know, picks like the Leona are still also relevant here. So, I mean, there are a lot of engaged picks left. We're really just out of enchanters. And the Sivir that you mentioned has been one of the most common responses. Will get locked through. Doesn't look like Smash is looking too happy to play it.
No, he's not looking incredibly psyched about it. But that's all right. Obviously, it has worked out relatively well in the past.
Any jungler that can make an impact pre-6 will feel very good in the early game here for Owner in terms of what he can do and how he can impact this Varus lane or potentially topside. Zahin, cool little flex here.
Yeah, we've been seeing it more in the jungle more recently because that was where he was a little bit buffed. But we'll see whether it is going to be going to Owner or to Doran. Both of them do like it.
And it's a tough pick to blind for the top lane, but when you can hold the flex like this, it feels very strong, assuming Owner doesn't just lock in an obvious jungle pick here. Faker could just look for consistent damage dealer here, or they can lock their bottom lane up entirely into this Sivir. The Alistar has been very common just because of how it interacts with the spell shield. Galio will be the answer instead. So very brawly compositions on both sides here with the Zahin Galio up against the Wukong.
And if you can line up the Galio and Zahin ultimates, it can be really difficult to play the game, as that's an Alawi. Not sure about that, as Shiyu is having a little bit of a giggle while Showmaker does hover this champion. Would be fun.
The Gnar, I was a little bit more expecting to see as a potential first pick for T1 if the Varus was banned, just because it's so safe. And it does end up coming through here. It's with the Renekton, you know, gone, not as high value as it could otherwise be, but feels really good into Zahin if that's going to be the matchup that we end up just having there on the top side. Let's see what the bans are going to be here, because this is very flexible here for T1, so it's a little tricky. Yeah. They're expecting the jungle Zahin with this cannon ban, but not necessarily expecting it 100%, but just saying, I don't want them to be able to flex it and get the strong cannon matchup.
Yeah, I think protecting it is a good idea.
And for the side of T1 here, you could ban the Rakan, the Nico also. Big problem here. You could also look to take away the Leona as well. You're worried about that, but this Varus is so long range, and you already have the Galio and the Zahin that the Leona doesn't feel as strong. It's very telegraph, very face up. and it's not going to be very strong in the lane.
Yeah, thankfully there's no Karma available here as well. The Sivir Karma has been very powerful, but thankfully T1 have already used up the Karma so far. As you can see, Korea trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. Is
the Renata,
Renata
pretty good into this draft for D+ because it has Wukong in it, and it can just keep them at bay. I think that's the main reason why it gets banned. It's also a range support, one of the only ones left that could empower this Varus in the 2v2. Poppy gets taken away by T1. I thought maybe they would consider it themselves with the Wukong there, but very difficult to play into Sivir, and also not great into Gnar.
I do feel like maybe it's like potentially a Rakan angle with the Poppy ban. I wouldn't mind locking in the Rakan and then letting T1 maybe pick an Alistar, and then you can always Silas it. Not if you pick it yourself, though. You may find yourself getting silenced.
Yeah, they may find that if Doran wants to play. I mean, like the Galio can be played top here. It's not a fun time. Silas is insane value here into both the Alistar and the Gnar. I think this may have been a big misstep here from D+.
I mean, Ona's already played the Silas jungle as well.
That's another good point, yeah.
So he could be just taking that one once again.
I mean, this is so much value that you almost just have to take it, right?
Yep.
And what they play here in the support role is really up to them. They can play the Leona in this situation. I mean, maybe they have something else prepared range-wise. Like, is Kerry going to pull out the Janna?
Oh, it could also be Galio support.
That's technically possible. And then they can do a whole lot of flexing with this, but it will just be the Rakan. And with the Alistar there, you know that you're not running into the Leona.
All right, so it's definitely not Galio support. We're still not entirely sure where everything's going. I don't think Galio into Gnar feels at all good. So you're probably not going to be playing it there. So we're expecting the Silas to be in the jungle. And so what is Showmaker playing into the Galio? That is the question.
There's a lot of different options. If he wants to play an AD champ, they're going to go full AD, but it will opt for the Cassiopeia. There's so many things. I mean, it's an incredibly melee comp for T1. I almost even considered just mentioning Veigar because it's actually one of those games where you could pull that out. Silas does very much like to steal the Veigar ultimate away, though, and he also likes to steal away the Gnar ultimate and the Wukong ultimate and the Alistar ultimate, and the Sivir ultimate is also pretty good.
I was going to say, yeah, there's a lot of fantastic things you can do once you've used your Unbreakable Will, which is what's going to be happening here. Ona, last time around, it was a little bit hit or miss. I am not actually sure whether they even won the game where he played the jungle Silas, but
and he's not going to be playing
report back
because he's going to be playing
All
Zion.
right, so it's going to be a top lane Silas. This was an old matchup into the Gnar.
Yeah.
It has more recently not been working.
To be honest, I don't necessarily really like it. The Zion was always going to have problems in the top lane because Gnar outranges him and he takes a long time to come online, so you're going to have problems playing melee into Gnar no matter what in this. I think for T1, you're just saying you're committing to the Silas super hard and trusting Doran because you know what the impact can be later on in team fights. You're going to have to sack a little bit of the top side of the map to make this happen, but you're playing into Wukong, not an early jungle power spike there. And Zahin jungle. We'll see what Owner can make of it here, as this draft for T1 is quite creative.
Yeah, I'd say so. See how it works as we jump into the Rift. All right, so the reason I like the top lane Silas a lot less is you couldn't be further away from the Alistar, which is what you're really wanting to be doing. Obviously, when you hit level 6, you have more access to your ultimate than your enemy does, which is kind of funny. But outside of that, I feel like the jungle Silas just gets around and you can steal away all the ultimates that you want to, as somehow this Sivir is winning in the level 1 with an Alistar.
Yeah, that did happen. As FaZe does not have a combat summoner. I think that's a big part of this.
Yep.
Cannot actually offer anything back, and Smash was ready to ghost if he wanted to try to continue to exchange with them. See how Career performs on this Alistar, as it is going to be pretty tough to play in this draft.
Yep, Korea is just going to have to keep headbutting. That's what we do see these Alistars doing.
Does T1 have enough damage here with Lethality Varus if this Sylas falls behind. Like, I wonder, will it be enough? Like, FaZe has to do so much heavy lifting in this game. And on the other side, D+ have a secondary AD threat at range with Shio here. Obviously, again, Doran has more access to his ultimate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you win by default. They have Cassiopeia worth of damage, which is, you get to later on in the game, is a lot of damage output. And then Smash will be able to help control waves in mid lane, and is going to be a big scaling threat as well. So T1 cannot fall behind in this game. Or I don't think the Gnar steals and the Alistar steals are going to be enough.
Ooh, Carrier taking a bit of damage there as the Boomerang Blade does come on down, but these Noxious Blasts just keep landing, and Showmaker has been playing some pretty amazing Cassiopeia this tournament so far. And looking forward to seeing whether he can continue to find that level of success. I remember his first game on it in the LCK Cup was absolutely outstanding. And into the Galio, it's kind of like a free lane.
The Smash gets a free back here to grab a cull, and that feels amazing. In the Alistar lane, you grab a free cull, you're just going to chill and cash that in. This Faker.
Oh, God. Faker, the poison ticking down, but he is going to survive. Really cannot stick around much longer than that, though, as the Winds of War will be able to lap up the last few minions, and he does make his way back. Has Ghost, though, so is going to miss a little bit if Showmaker does just clear out this wave, and it looks like that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, he has tons of health. He's totally fine to do so. His jungler is nearby. Has no real reason to rush. And that'll help him get to save his own TP.
I guess Carrier went in, and then he went out. So it's going to be all right. This wave is stacked up and ready to move. DK will be able to catch it here as FaZe looking to make sure that Korea cannot hold onto it. But the mini wave is going to turn up. And so it looks like they're not going to get the crash that they were looking for, as Carrier is going to go back anyway. Didn't have any mana, so didn't want to stick around.
Showmaker did commit to TP, but now in danger.
Yeah, has to flash the taunt. Miasma does come on through, though, as he will get pulled back. There is the Conqueror proc. Showmaker is able to do a fair bit of damage here to Faker, even
That's
after that teleport.
A big swing of momentum in the mid lane after Faker was nearly solo killed. Still finds himself at a pretty significant CS deficit, but getting the flash out of Showmaker as he TPs back in is a huge win.
Yep.
As this matchup is really tough to play for the Sylas pre-6, and if you don't hit your chains, Shiyu just kind of dances around you and continues to harass you.
Yep, however, if you do hit your chains, sometimes the mini Gnar just dies. So see whether Shiyu can walk that tightrope. It'd be a tough one. That was how the Sylas sort of looked good in this matchup in the past. As you can see, it is tough.
Yeah, it's not the most fun for Doran. His plate does go over. This matchup, we've taken a lot of looks at it because it's pretty volatile. A little bit of an experience advantage for Career.
Oh, flash up a pole as now FaZe possibly in a little bit of trouble. Great spell shield though from Smash, holds on.
Yeah, goes.
Make sure that he does get rid of the CC as Faker. No justice punching for you, my friend. As Showmaker looking for a little bit of an angle. Does he have another Noxious Blast? The answer is it doesn't matter because there's no vision. Does get a control ward down.
Faker played around that vision really well. He was like, you don't know where my Zahin is. I have a control word here, so you can chase me through that brush if you want. Now the Zahin's going to show up.
Yeah, there's a Petrifying Gaze, though, as Faker, he might just die as Showmaker doesn't have his flash. And Ona tries to make his way over. Another poison comes on through as Faker walks up, flashes away. And Ona should be able to finish this one off. Showmaker, though, does have to get the flash out for Ona to be able to pick up that kill. Man, that was close as now Lucid looking for a little bit of an angle here as he gets over the wall, flashes on forward. Can he get the order? The answer's no! Too many knockups, and they outplay the monkey!
Lucid's face, Atlas! Oh, the ankles were broken!
Oh, that is absolutely heartbreaking. As Shiyu does have his Gnar available now. Doran just used his against him with the hijack. But man, Wolf, that could have been.
Everything about that was so close to being great for D+, but T1 were just that little bit further ahead in terms of the setup. Faker initially with the wraparound, everything about it. Showmaker goes for the ult here. Faker gets away initially.
One more Twin Fang and he's probably just dead.
And then Showmaker here gets taunted. Faker has just enough health. Bashes away. Like you said, like an auto. Another Twin Fang. That's all it would have taken. Owner has to flash here. And then Faker gets level 6. And so when Lucid goes in here, Owner just gets that extra bit. Look at how much health he has.
God!
In the knockup and the taunt. And he's dead. And Faker just has enough mana for all that as well.
Damn. Well,
That's the kind of moment where you're just like, I don't know, I gave it my all.
to be perfectly okay, he's dead again. And the problem is, like, I don't even think that's a tilter necessarily because it's so close, you know? And that might have been because Showmaker is now getting camped, and that lead that he had is gone. Faker is now ahead of him, and we know that Faker likes to build damage Galio. We don't... Okay, well, this is the replay. It looks like the same play. As Grim Deliverance comes down, Showmaker tries to sidestep it, and it does not work.
When he goes for the miasma, then Faker's going to get the taunt, and so, I mean, tries to sidestep like you said. As now we have chains.
Yeah, and there is no ulti available here for Korea. Good flash there from Pays as Smash just trying to do enough damage to stop them from killing his cow, as another couple of autos from Carrier will be required. Grand entrance to finish him off. That's a creative way to get a kill, and now Smash could be in a lot of trouble, although he's doing a fair bit of damage back. And sidestep, not quite enough there as Carrier looks for the angle, doesn't find it. Korea just dead. And now Doran looking to try and kill Lucid here as well. Gets that information, chains connect, and he picks up a Cyclone for himself as well. Now you've got Faker trying to move on in. Justice Punch does get interrupted by the Cyclone, and there's a Petrifying Gaze as Doran has to try and get out of there, but Lucid gets the extra range on the Q. And now Faker looking to try and turn this. Ona gets the pullback. My God, Ona Zahen is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, he's been putting the hours in for
Oh,
sure.
yes.
I'm watching this game.
That's why he's like,
wow.
no, you take this Silas away. I hate this champion. Give me my Zahen. You can play it, Doran.
That was pretty impressive stuff. He has had an incredible game here so far, as we're going to see the TP back to lane from Carrier.
Yep.
Pays will have his in a moment.
Pulverized.
So he can actually, well, he looks like he was going to back. He's actually instead going to try to kill Career.
And look at how little interest Smash has at fighting this, as he does just walk away. And Faker moves back to the lane. So, about an 800 gold advantage here for T1. I think the mental warfare battle, T1 are so far ahead. It's
tempo
kind of
vibes
ridiculous.
are definitely red in this game.
The thing is, I do think the compositions kind of favor DK.
Yeah, no, I do like this draft for DK a lot. And because, yes, the Silas can steal a lot of ultimates, but I don't know if there's enough damage in this for T1. And there's oodles of damage for D+, Peel for days. And this Gnar is significantly ahead of the Silas. Surprise, surprise, because this matchup is incredibly difficult to play out for Silas without jungle attention. There is some jungle attention coming, though.
Yeah, now there is jungle attention. Nice little hop does come on through. Sidestep, doesn't get pulled back. She's slick with it right now. As we do have the Varus rotating up towards that top side. Lucid taking that as an opportunity to get a Drake.
And that's a big rotation up of Pays, who doesn't have his role quest completed just yet.
Yeah, the rotation up, like they did that in the B&K series as well, and it meant that Pays was incredibly far behind on the quest.
Yeah, also Pays in the game where they made the rotation up in game 1, he had his role quest completed. He does not have it here just yet, so this could backfire in a big way. As she was just going to be able to walk it off, it looks like. Career, I don't know if he'll be so lucky.
Flashes over the wall. That is going to keep him alive. Oh, it doesn't have Hex Flash? What the heck? Feels wrong.
Doran's like, I've gone from one annoying range champion to another to play into in this game. And
now all I can do is yell and run a bit faster? That's frustrating. As Lucid moving on over to make things even more annoying here for Doran, who can steal away a Cyclone. Does instead go for the all-out.
He's running faster.
Sorry, on the hunt. And yes, like you were saying, he's running faster.
And he's going to slow down in a minute. He's no longer running faster.
Okay.
But he didn't die. They didn't go for the commit.
There you go. And so Doran is going to be able to make his way back home now if he would like to.
There's such a limit in my mind to what you can do when you're playing lanes that are this tough to play out. Like when you're this far behind as the Silas, now the Silas is swapped out, Pays' role quest gets put behind, and so he's also like not feeling happy about things, and then the Sivir is just chilling, finishing her role quest while she's hitting a Silas in the bottom lane, and Doran is trying to get out of the hole, finds himself going from 20 CS behind the Gnar to 30 CS behind the Gnar. And yes, there are gold leads here for T1 from the early game plays from Owner, but I wonder how they hold on to those to get this Varus through the mid game, as he's got his Ghost Blade ready, right? He's going to look for his transformation in the mid game, hit that 2-item spike on this lethality champion. But there are so many ways to kill him in D+'s comp, and even if you're able to get the jump on Showmaker, for example, you got to kill Smash. You got to deal with Shiu. You only have one Sylas ult at this point in the game, early on, as Doran. Speaking of Doran,
yeah, can he hop his way out of this one? This time doesn't get the extra bounce as the flash comes on in. Good knockback, Grim Deliverance, and the delivery is death. Down goes Shiu this time, and yeah, Ona's really good at timing.
Owner is like, I'm sorry, Doran, this is why you have to play Sylas in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. No, but he's like, if you do play it for me, I'll gank your lane.
Yeah.
So don't you worry about it.
And he certainly did, so that lead is still there for Shiu, but it is severely diminished, and we almost now have a lead across the board here on every position for T1 after that play. Smash does finish his role quest as Shiu sidesteps the chains, which might have been a little bit of false confidence here as he gets baited in, going into Doran heavily here, and then this, it's like, oh no, the Nara's coming, flash it, but still gets hit by the knockup.
Yeah.
And then the ult, and then he's dead.
Already in the air there for Ona, so beautifully done. We've got a bit of a tussle here, as Faker's going to be moving in first. Headbutt out, good Justice Punch though to avoid that, as now Smash is in a lot of trouble. The quickness comes on through, but Carrier is a long way away from the rest of his team, but so is Lucid. And now Lucid is very, very dead.
So they end up getting a kill onto the Wukong there. Nothing else happens. Smash actually just kind of chilling.
Yeah, Carrier is not going to be able to get in and stop the Sivir from going back. Trample is going to slow him down. They really wanted to get that Essence Reaver, and he can understand it, making sure that Smash has that item already built up.
So he finished his role quest, finished a cull, and he is, despite being 15 CS down, and all the plate money that went over to Pays is actually staying pretty even on this Sivir in this game.
Yep.
There's a lot of ifs in this game for T1 as Faker.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
That was about the angle that he dodged it on his Riven back in the day.
Oh.
Beautifully done. Even though he didn't really dodge it, he just didn't move.
T1 are, it feels like styling on D+ in a draft that's incredibly difficult to play.
I mean, I would say that I'd upgrade it to Owner's styling on D+.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Faker's making some great individual plays as well, right? And it's been them in the mid lane that have really put Showmaker into his grave, but this might be a bridge too far.
Well, Lucid is going to smite him, and there is a dead Faker. So that is a lot of money going over to Lucid. What did Faker mean by this?
It's a good question, Atlas.
They deserved it, right? Because it was so close in the early game.
T1 is certainly,
no, you know what? You deserve it.
They're certainly making it harder for themselves with the draft and some of these choices than it necessarily needs to be. But this was great, right? Okay, this was great. Gets behind him. Showmaker's a little greedy. Got the kill. We could cut the tape. We could cut the tape. We can cut the tape.
Yeah. He was just greeting for a plate. That happens. As now Doran is going to steal away an Unbreakable Will. And I don't think it's going to last long enough. He is level 11, so he gets a better one. He's 5 levels ahead of the support. Gotta love League of Legends in 2026. It's kind of just how it goes.
He now is flashless, and he may lose his turret. That's a huge wave. He does not have teleport. Rakan alone, I don't think, stops this Gnar push. They might be able to try to make something of it, but without that hijack, it's going to be tough. As
yep, Showmaker's like, ow.
This is such a weird game in terms of lane assignment because the Sivir's still in the bottom lane, interacting with Faker.
Yeah, On the Hunt has been thrown out here, as Faker is just going to have to walk it off. The Drake is what's on the minds of D+ and T1 right now, as Ona already has it down to 34 health.
So they trade the dragons here, one apiece. It's Infernal Soul again. But like I mentioned, that top turret is so dead, basically. I mean, it's not going to necessarily die on this wave, but so much damage has been done to it here. And
the bottom one as well. I mean, there's only one plate left in the bottom lane at the same time.
No matter how T1 try to run away from these lanes and get better setups, they just keep losing out slowly on the map. That's why despite a 7-2 kill score here, the T1 gold lead is not that robust. And this Gnar is going to become a bigger and bigger problem. He also has a call that's going to cash in here, which will push his lead to over 1,000. One that does eventuate here, plus the turret gold he's probably going to get here pretty soon too. Lucid.
Yeah, look for a little bit of an angle towards Ona, who is just really wanting to fight that decoy. Does do so.
And even though Showmaker is 800 gold behind, he is a damage dealer in this game. And so T1 need to use this Galio and the jungle control they've had this game to keep this lead. Otherwise, It can go away very quickly with just a single team fight from D+, and they are looking to set up for said fight. Korea's Flash and Ghost on this Alistar here for a potential Herald fight.
Let's see whether Lucid's just going to be able to start this one up and we don't get a fight, or whether there's going to be a little bit more. Cheeky little ward does give T1 a lot of information, and one also in the pit. As Faker getting to work on these plates towards the bottom lane, as Showmaker just walks through the winds and gets himself down there, we'll be able to protect that turret. So those single plates that are up in the side lanes for DK, let's see whether they can actually take them, as Teleport does bring the Sylas into the top lane.
Baker will have to start rotating up now if he wants to be able to join this fight with his ultimate, as they have full Banana Brush control. There's the TP to answer.
Yeah, Lucid moving on in there, but this Rift Herald is down very low. Teleport does get Showmaker up there, as there is the Cyclone. Grim Deliverance comes on down. Rise is pretty good, as now Carrier just getting himself out of there. Justice Punch comes on through, but we have the Rift Herald taken here by Lucid, and now Faker is in no man's land. In the meantime, Smash just taking matters into his own hands, and so is Faker actually. It's taking a long time for him to go down, as she will finally find the Hyper Proc, and down goes the Galio. That Lucid wastes no time, and they're going to put down the Rift Herald. Wolf, are you hearing it? Can you hear it?
I mean, I was going to say that might have just been the game-losing moment for T1. They had no right to fight the way to fight that Herald with a setup they didn't have, frankly. I was going to say with the setup they had, they didn't really have one. And obviously with no teleport for the Galio, it takes Faker so long to get up there. Like, look at how this breaks out here. T1 are here first, technically, but Lucid has the angle here. Doran cannot join. The Pulp comes through, and the Galio ult is so late here. The fight is practically already over. And where's the damage here for T1? Varus has used his buttons, and Smash is like, I'm Sivir. My buttons are a right click or an A click. I'm going to do the damage. Faker's an isolate on the other side after his ult. Has no damage to offer here. And it's a disaster. They get the Herald, they drop it in mid. The smite went over to Lucid. That's a turret down here, and top turret's already gone. One plate left in the bottom lane. Can they punish Showmaker?
Yes, they can, as he's going to get pulled back. Carrier moving over. Lucid not going to be able to help, and the snake goes down. And I want to apologize to D+ fans, because last time we heard someone making the Silver Scrape sound, it was DRX, and then they promptly lost the series. So I am not actually a member of D+, and so I cannot be held accountable. As Smash is going to just throw some Beyblades, and will otherwise not find too much onto Carrier, who is able to battle dance his way out.
I thought perhaps instead of trying to chase the Rakan, they might have looked for the Galio in the bottom lane. But instead, not going to happen, as Shio is like, I am better Gnar, actually.
Yeah, just throws a house at Doran.
He has an Executioner's Calling, which is insane high value, into the Kingslayer. As Smash is just like, if they eventually don't come and defend this, I guess I'll just win the game.
Yeah.
And this is the problem here for T1. It's not that they didn't have a lead or anything like that, but it's if you lose one fight, you lose map control with these ranged champions into your heavily melee composition, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to have big problems. You're going to really struggle to match rotations around the map. And with this Alistar here, with Flash also, there's so many engage tools for D+ to get on top of the one real damage threat. Because yes, Sylas, he could be a damage threat, but in this game, we're just kind of still waiting for that. We're imagining it. He does have the Arm Guard, which is going to be some extra safety, maybe some extra power in an upcoming scrappy fight. T1 do have prio for this Dragon, at least for the moment. Showmaker does not have TP, so see if T1 can make something happen here with this window they have.
Ooh, Smash actually finding a fair bit of damage onto Carrier, but he's able to get himself out.
Looks like the answer is
position pretty strong.
Looks like the answer, Atlas, is no. If they were going to try to make something happen, they've just conceded control. Doran doesn't have TP, so they may just try to slow this down and get a topside turret.
And Showmaker just completed his Seraphs as well, so he's pretty strong with these two items, pretty stacked up. 7 stacks on the Rod of Ages. And so this Dragon DP should be going over to DK, as there is, like you say, the teleport coming on forward. Can they find a team fight, though, as Grim Deliverance kind of avoided here by DK? But the quickness is so good. Smash does avoid it, though. There is a decent petrifying gaze as the Cyclone's there from Lucid. Decoy buys a lot of space as Showmaker does not make it out. Finally, Carrier does fall down, as that is Sivir falling as well, and it's T1's turn to win a team fight.
And T1 only lose Carrier here, and they will be able to take out this mid turret. Dragon going over to D+ in the meanwhile, but the gold here feels really nice to pick up for T1. as
Well,
Pays.
Yeah, guess what's
I
on
think
the
he's
map.
fine.
Yeah, Korea is here. When there's Korea and Korea in the game, it does make my brain kind of hurt. But Korea was there, and that meant that she was not under too much threat.
That flank from Doran pays off, and it was at a pretty heavy cost, right? Like, he is otherwise just trying to get that top turret in exchange here, but he is able to get into the backline. Karia's charm is massive, and then Doran in backline here with Faker on top as well means Lucid is completely out of the fight. Karia is collapsed on the other side by Shiu, but he is just not really in this fight. You'll take that trade any day of the week. The damage threat's now down for D+, and it's an easy follow-up for T1. They'll take that mid-turret in turn, and the gold has basically reset to 0 now.
Yeah. So the only real thing that DK got was that dragon. Definitely a big boon. But T1 do let us know that they are absolutely not out of it yet. Shiu here towards his bottom side will actually be an absolute menace in side lanes on this Na, as does already have his Trinity Force done, but building towards the next few items will mean that these turrets are just going to kind of melt.
Faker does have, with the lead that he has, he does kind of do damage, right? He has a Riftmaker.
Yeah.
He is not just straight up no damage Galio. Damage throughput is pretty low, but he does offer a lot in these scrappy fights if Doran gets even a little bit of CC, right? With a Gnar that's stolen away. If Keria gets another charm like that, Faker's damage, the follow-up is actually pretty strong. And so that is something to consider with this draft, especially with the tier 3 boots that he has in his inventory. And this Zahin is like actually so huge in this game.
Yeah. All right. Smash just asking Keria to be careful. And Keria probably should have listened. It's a fair bit of damage that he's starting to do here. Does have 2.5 items now complete. As T1 move on over, and they will be able to push Lucid out of their jungle. In the meantime, though, it is Shiu here in this side lane. Does know that Pays is coming over, who does blast his way back towards the mid lane as soon as he is spotted.
D+ are just playing this style again where they have really good wave clear and they just push through mid and pull T1 around the map. And like the side lane power that Shiu has over Doran this time around is really working a treat because he has so much agency here. He's even going to try to steal that buff away, the blue buff there on the bottom side, and I think we'll potentially just get away with it. T1 cannot match. Schoenberger gets some extra time here as Rod completes. He's now even in levels with Faker, has had a lot of time inside as well despite being down 30 CS. He is eventually going to farm up and be a damage threat later. I feel like D+ have really figured out how to, in these awkward positions in the game where T1 wins a fight, gets a little bit of punch back, reset, get back control of the map. It's often just straight up push through mid and respond in sides and make sure that T1 have to wrap around and have a numbers advantage. Then you back away, you get vision, you kind of rinse and repeat. We saw it in the last game. Worked really well here. And T1 still have a gold lead. Faker is still 2,000 gold ahead. But so is Shiu, so there's some paperweights on both sides.
Yeah, and that's why everything is still very, very even, as Miasma, very annoying for Keria. So it doesn't matter how far behind Showmaker is, he will have value in this game. As Lucid looking to try and turn this, and Smash is there, on the hunt is popped, and Ona has to Grim deliver himself away from the situation. But his ulti's traded, but you'd probably say that it was a bit of a trade up there for DK as Shiu buys some space in the side lane and just gnaws away Doran because you may as well.
When you have trades that win like that and Owner doesn't have his ult anymore, you're like, well, we got the range champions. You guys really don't. So I'm going to start putting deep vision into your jungle. I'm going to let this Sivir rip through another wave in the mid lane. I'm going to let this Gnar push.
Well, chains are not going to connect, but the Gnar does. Shiu does have a blast cone as well, and so he can use that to get himself out of there. Sorry, Valdez. The disengage cone is just perfect. But the one thing I wanted to say, Wolf, is that it's T1, and this comp has no Baron damage. It's just kind of abysmal at doing exactly what T1 wants to do every game.
It really doesn't. And you could see that, yes, they were able to get Shiu's flash there, and he blast cones away, but that meant that Showmaker got an extra wave on the top side, right? Like, there's a push and pull to how D+ play through this Sivir in the mid lane. Sivir now on 3 items, going to have much more damage output, much more consistent damage output than the Varus in fights, especially in the melees, where the ricochet value is going to be insanely high.
Yeah.
I favor the position here of D+ right now, especially because it's now Soul Point that's on the cards for them. They're going to get a TP out of Doran here, and T1 have to rush over, and the timing is pretty thin.
Well, there's a Gnar onto Carrier as Mega Gnar timing here pretty good for Shiu, but they're unable to actually finish him off. The Drake, though, it does go down as Doran gets the Unbreakable Will, but misses every other button, and now Career is just being annoying where he can. He is going to die, but can the rest of them get out? That is the question. As Shiu, maybe the answer is no, as Showmaker trying to offer some damage back. The chains go wide, but Ona finds his, and Shiu is just going to fall. Steric's not enough, and so it is 2 in trade for Soul Point.
So T1 get the gold lead again, but D+ get the permanent stats, and they also now have the threat of an Infernal Soul. And if this comp was a comp that could do Baron, you wouldn't be talking about the gold, you'd be talking about the dead top laner and how a Baron could be possible. It's really tricky to pull this off as T1, but Shiu also does not have teleport, so even though he's going to be up in 30 seconds here, even if D+ slow this down, he can't get here without walking, and T1 are going to make that call. It's a tough one, but if they pilot this well, got the Alistar ult in tow.
It's going to take a while for it to go down as Chains of Corruption hits a decoy. Let's see whether Lucid can utilize that as they do get the vision of this Baron. Doran looks for the angle once again, but doesn't find it. Petrifying Gaze doesn't hit much as there is a heroic entrance from Faker just to try and get out, but it's Iron that falls down first. The Cyclone so good from Lucid, but he's still going to fall, and Doran is doing crazy things in the back line. Goes golden with the Zhonya's to buy a little bit of time before he inevitably does fall down, and Showmaker's Conqueror is getting so much value in this fight. It's absolutely ridiculous. Faker has to flash to get himself over that wall, but Career's going in once again because somehow he has ulti back off cooldown. Smash grabs another kill as the Gargoyle falls, and the bane of T1 is the Baron this time around.
I think T1 had the same read on the game state that we did. This game was really slipping out of their hands, and they needed to make an aggressive call with no Gnar there. But the setup was so good for D+. And look, they get the dragon here. Carrier is in this tussle. They're able to collapse on and kill Shiu. But the question is it all worth it here with how much is gained on this dragon? I think T1 decided it's not enough for us. I want to go for Baron after this. Showmaker tries to peel here, does a lot of damage, right? But there's nothing they can do. Shiu is going to go down without flash in this scenario in every single case. But what happens next here is, look where Showmaker is. He has ult, he has flash. He could be such a big threat. They have to somehow zone him away. As in live, we are seeing D+ group here, but look, they want to try to zone Showmaker away. He flashes here, gets the ult onto Carrier, but it's the front line here of D+ that keeps Smash so relevant, and the Cyclone from Lucid is so high value as Bees can't rejoin the fight.
And did he cut down Ona in the sky as he was ulting out? It was kind of insane.
And Showmaker, you mentioned the Conqueror value. There's just not any damage anymore once his Varus is gone, whereas Smash and Showmaker are laughing all the way to the bank. Career makes the call to go in knowing there is just not going to be enough to trade and push them back. So D+ end up winning a huge fight here post-Dragon. They're on Infernal Soul Point. That next Dragon spawns in 2 minutes. Smash has the IE.
Oh god.
And this gold lead here for D+, again, it's small, but comp-wise, I really still favor them. GA's now done for Lucid.
Yeah, and if you looking down the line at champions that are better later on in the game, Alistar pretty high up there. The Sivir pretty high up there. Wukong, massive value. Gnar in side lanes, especially with good Gnar bar control, can join team fights and also be fantastic. He's almost got towards that wit's end at the same time. And that'll mean that even into a Galio or a Sylas, he is very happy in those side lanes. So I do think that as this game goes on, it's going to get harder and harder for T1 with the amount of DPS that DK represent. And like you were saying this whole time, T1 have a melee composition. They're into a Cassiopeia who
and also a ricocheting level 16 Sivir that has
4 items.
An IE completed. Very scary, very terrifying. And they actually do have the Baron damage, in fact. And now they also have map control. So you have to play around the fact that D+ could do a Baron really quickly. You don't have vision around that. They could also do a Dragon very quickly, then have Infernal Soul permanently for the rest of the game. They have a turret lead over you as well. And with this Gnar inside controlling Doran, is up a whole level right now. Your angles are pretty weak here. And D1 had a lot of control in the previous game. They lost it, right, from D+'s really good macro. But D+ have just gotten, now with this game, so hunkered down in control that T1's rotations to get Baron vision, to get even that one control ward that they have there in the Baron pit means, look at D+, they're like, cool, Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. You spend everything to get that one ward in there, but there's the other problem on the other side. And your Gnar problem is not going away.
And the thing that I love about this is it's completely against what I was saying at the beginning of this series.
Yeah.
Which was DK have been known to kind of give up, to kind of feel like they've fallen out of the series. But they are not afraid to keep trying, no matter how close to the wall they get. And here in this game number 4, they're looking to try and bring us to 5. This is their sole point as they're looking to catch Faker in this mid lane. Heba Polk to interrupt the taunt, and down he will go. He does go golden, buys a little bit of time, but Smash has delivered another kill. They'll crash the wave as well as be able to take another Infernal Soul this game. That was a huge moment, and I think a big turning point in this. As DK, 2,000 gold lead in Infernal Soul, that is massive advantages.
How much of a momentum swing could you really, like to look at the series, especially with everything you've been saying about D+, which I think most people, especially D+ fans, will accept to be true, is that momentum is so important for this team. To go down 0-2 against T1 after getting 3-0 against them last time, and to bounce back, win Game 3, stomp the control of the mid game here in Game 4. Again, it's not over, but they have Infernal Soul in their pocket again here. To have this big momentum swing, potentially to be able to set up the reverse sweep, is kind of insane. We all, I think, expected that T1, I believe there was not even a single BNK predictor, right? We all expected T1 would be locked in for Hong Kong already. And then I think, again, we all expected that would be the case today as well. And now, D+ are changing the narrative. Pretty insane. Even with Showmaker sitting 2,000 gold behind Faker, 0-5 Cassiopeia, they have the damage. They have sustained damage. T1 have melee, and they just cannot get map control back to save their lives here, and it could be what they need to save their tournament lives. Again, there's another game to be played after this if D+ closes this out, but momentum has certainly turned. The tides have shifted.
Yeah. Well, let's see whether that can continue to be the case, because we all know that it's not over until it's over. Showmaker may get delivered some of that information. We know there are some sneaky T1 players hiding in this brush. Showmaker not wanting to walk too close to it, and that does mean that T1 will...
also, they don't know where the rest of D+ are, so it's hard for them to collapse here.
But it looks like DK are going to look to try and start this fight off themselves as Carrier tries to hold themselves in position, but the heroic entrance only onto Lucid, and he doesn't really care. The Cyclone knocks off Faker, he goes golden, but it interrupts Ona there as well. Grim Deliverance doesn't do much. Faker's dead already. Baron is on D+ this time as it takes down the Zahin, and now Doran tries to do it against Smash, but the flash is too good, and now it's Pays against the world, and unfortunately the world hits back this time.
And you know what, Atlas? You can make those Silver Scrape sound effects, because we are going to 5!
Oh my goodness, DK, the one team that I did not think that would be capable to set up a reverse sweep, and they have done it. Nexus turrets in their sights, and they will bring us to a Game 5 and look to see whether they can stamp a ticket to Hong Kong.
Absolute insanity and the greed in the drafts from T1. We called it out in Game 1. We were like, this Yuumi draft is risky as hell. There's so many engage tools. Game 2, we're like, all right, T1, really feeling yourselves again. They pull it off, but in Game 3, they get shut down there. And then this 4th draft might have been the greediest of all, with all these melees straight up, face up into the Sivir. And that last call where T1 looked for the collapse, they couldn't get Showmaker fast enough. They didn't have any vision of the river, so if they try to go into Showmaker, they might just straight up die. They try to connect on the left side and the right side. The Galio comes through, and Smash is like, this is my favorite moment of playing Sivir ever. He was frowning in the draft, but when he saw those melees stack up in the choke point, he jumped up to 32.3k damage, and he is laughing now as he gets almost 1,000 DPM in this game that may bring D+ to the reverse sweep. We're going to 5 games here, and what seemed certain before this series started and what seemed certain after Game 2 absolutely is completely up in the air now.
Yeah, and all I have to say is at least we're going to have ourselves a great POG state, because if it's after 5 games, you all know that we're not going to have very many brain cells left. Thankfully, Wolf, we're going to allow you to go home. It's going to be the rest of us getting up to ridiculous overtime shenanigans. Absolutely. As T1, not looking too phased at all. As you can understand, this is a team that are not very flappable, and so it's D+. It still has the pressure on them to continue making it happen. But there it is, Silver Scrapes gone all the way to 5 here on our last day of the LCK Cup here at the Chichidik World Park. We're going to take another break. When we get back, the space will break that one down. We'll have that coveted 5th game.
40 champions here across these roles. We have all the enchanters gone basically, and it is just going to be a bloodbath here. Going for first pick again is T1 rather than counter pick. This Deep and Fearless is a bold choice that did not pay off.
Yeah, it didn't work in the last game. I don't know why it would work now, especially with the fact that we are into the weeds, right? We are going to see the Bard and Nocturne both be banned away here, but we are down to Zoes and things like this. Obviously, Vi has been a mainstay as well. But this is interesting.
Now, the big picks again that we discussed last game are still out there. The Kalista is a huge one. The Aurora, which is also flexible, massive here. There's the Yorick ban.
Someone wants to play Kennen.
I think so. At least keeping the opportunity open here. And so what's this final ban going to be? Do you just ban the Kalista? Didn't do last time.
Aurora was what they banned in the last game. But they might, you know, Ziggs was banned in the last game as well.
And the Aurora again.
All right, so that one is going to go. But now what is the first pick? What did T1 want to get?
Yeah, this is the question that I don't want to even speculate about. I want to see what T1 thinks is the call here. First pick Kennen would be absurd, and they will do it.
Oh my god!
They will do it.
They're like, the Kennen counters are gone! And we will pick them up. Let's see what she wants to do, though, because we can see he's not exactly too unhappy about the whole scenario.
Well, he has been known to play a lot of ranged tops, but the Aurora is gone, the Ryze is gone, the Gnar is gone, the Yorick is gone. So,
yeah, not exactly a bevy of
just
options.
Going to look for a side laning Gwen here. An interesting choice.
Yeah, it can be a tough matchup into the Kennen, of course, because you don't have your mist every single time. But let's see what Lucid wants to do. Xin Zhao is obviously not there, so double circle's not going to be available.
Sejuani could be pretty high up in the stocks here if you can draft around it with the Gwen in the top lane. But it's difficult to lock down a Kennen there. Instead, we're just going to see the Aatrox. This is without Seraphine as well, which has been another. It's the Aatrox and the Mundo that have really found the most success with that Seraphine. They pivot, though, to bottom side control and put the real push onto career. But this is what you can do at blue side, where you can see one on the other and you go all in on Kalista Renata.
Yeah, understandable. And there's not a whole lot of good options here into it. Oh, Smash. Just show us your Draven. Just show us your Draven.
They could also just try to play the Corki. I mean, the Corki is still available.
Honestly, Corki Nico pretty good.
Pretty good if you can hit the roots, if you can play through your support, if you trust career.
Nah, give me the Draven. Give me the Draven.
If you trust career, you know.
It's MF instead. I mean, it kind of does a similar thing and does have a lot of strong lane presence in the earlier stages. I want to see them build around this Wombo combo, though. We'll see what T1 are going to be banning away to allow for that.
It's so hard to build around it now, though. If Rel jungle was still a thing, you'd be like, all right, I could see the angle there.
Hell yeah.
But they only have Pop Blossom to set it up so far, and I don't know what mids they could pull in here for Showmaker to make that happen, as we'll see a Victor ban looking for any sort of scaling damage here for Faker.
Yep, I think Victor, a good choice. Probably would have been nice for D+ as well, but not going to opt to go that way. As T1, see where their focus is going to be. They could also ban away mid laners and allow the fact that Faker has played more champions competitively than any other player on the planet.
Is a good ban here.
Yep.
I do think that that's one of the other setups you could have for the MF, and one that Faker is just not that interested in playing, frankly, in a draft like this. Now, do you ban like an Aurelion Soul? Like, what sort of other scaling damage are you really worried about here? I think the Victor was the biggest problem that they had to solve for. And if there's a jungle pick that they know owner's been playing that they've run into, they could ban that as well. The Trundle is going to be what they opt for, which doesn't tell us a whole lot just yet.
I do really like the Trundle, though, just because it's great into MF. So you can remove that, not have to worry about the whole pillar interrupting your good time with the bullet time.
If we play a war of attrition in terms of scaling with the side lane power this Gwen has, I think there is a real world as they ban away this Akali here for a Smolder to actually shine through on either mid lane to get to late game. But with this Gwen, it could be a potential pickup here.
Is it just Sejuani threaten Yasuo? I always just want it to be Yasuo, to be honest.
Maokai,
Oh,
pretty good
Maokai's
into
fun.
cannon.
And you also then allow yourself to play double AD carry if you want to. Maokai Tristana has been very strong in the past.
Tristana, I don't want to get too hung up on the smolder, but I think it actually can work here.
Another decent option.
If you trust that you can survive and play through that Gwen side lane, the Anivia is the scaling damage that's here. That's not the Victor for Faker, and a lot of zone power here, and it works incredibly well if you can control bottom side with that Kalista Renata lane.
The problem is it's pretty short range.
Yeah.
And you're kind of at the mercy. Obviously, this has to be a blind pick here for Faker. So is the Anivia the choice? And if so, what is the punishment going to be out of Showmaker here? As it is going to be locked in. And now, what is Owner going to be playing in the jungle? It needs to be a fair bit of physical damage, I could imagine. You don't really want just solo Kalista as, wow.
Talon,
Those
is
are some
something I
choices.
thought about, but doesn't really have CC. You're so reliant on the Kennen and the Anivia setup here. And you're also playing into Maokai. Aatrox makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah.
Although it's still going to struggle into the Maokai. Like any melee or low-range champions, like the Kalista, like the Kennen that's trying to flank, will struggle with. The Tristana was the one that everyone had on their minds, I think, here. And this composition can get crazy explosive really fast. There is a lot of side lane power in both the Gwen and the Tristana here for D+.
And the thing is, I love Tristana for so many reasons in this draft. Because you've got a Kennen that you're worried about. And so what does Buster Shot do? It just solves the Kennen problem in one fell swoop.
And also,
and so it's going to be so hard for Doran to find the value unless they get that ulti on cooldown.
It also has a pretty fun matchup into the Anivia. You can avoid the wall entirely with your rocket jump. You can, if you have any sort of CC set up here by this Maokai, run away with scrappy fights and skirmishes. And if you end up, for example, if the Aatrox gets caught by the Maokai and then the Tristana gets a kill, you can really go toe-to-toe damage output-wise with the Kalista, even in the mid-game. And the side lane threat here for D+ is double that of T1's. And that is something that has been a problem for T1 in this series. In terms of macro, D+ have gotten the better of them. The wins that T1 got were through big glow-ups from FaZe, the big leads that he got, the massive Yunara, the Zeri. That's not necessarily been through the map. That is where D+ have been making the better reads.
Yeah. And one thing that T1 does have that we haven't really spoken about just yet is FaZe is playing Kalista. And honestly, oftentimes, that is just enough. It doesn't really matter. It can be Kalista and 4 other champions of any ilk you would like. As long as he's on this champ, he can make magic happen. Let's see whether he can as we get into the Rift for Game 5. One of the times where you are a little bit sad that Faker never uses skins. Because I think base Anivia is probably one of the worst.
Well, it's
because there's so many great Anivia skins.
Sometimes, though, you got to remind people how long you've been playing the game.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes that old blocky Nintendo 64 Anivia is just, it's just what the world needs to see.
Wouldn't it be great if you could actually revert like character remakes as well? So like if you pick Tarek, you could actually choose the pizza feet if you wanted to.
I would love that. I'm a big fan of that concept.
Yeah, I know. You are a little bit of an old school gamer.
Yes.
You know, as we know. He's
Finally,
a nostalgia addict, you could say.
Finally beat Dark Souls 3 last night.
Nice work.
It's hard with the
How many years too late is that?
I think probably like at least 9.
Not bad. You know, could have been over the 2 digits. I think you've nailed it. That's beautifully done. As Showmaker is going to jump in on top of Faker, he will take an entire explosive charge. Not feel too psyched about the whole situation here, but he's got a full wave to eat. And I think the Anivia should at least be able to keep up in farm.
Yeah, the Prio in mid is going to also allow Lucid to get very aggressive in the jungle, starting with the Raptor camp of Owner here right away. Owner is also on the bottom side of the map, playing through the bottom side Prio.
Yeah.
Helping to generate.
It feels like DK actually got the read this time around. It was Lucid that did this on the Aatrox into, Faker. I believe, a Sejuani, as Faker is taking a lot of damage, but Owner is going to come out of the enemy jungle. That's a flash from Showmaker. I'm not sure about that one, and now he's just really dead. Oh, he gets the egg. There you go.
Okay. I'm not sure if Faker should have allowed that.
But also, like, look at Showmaker's face. He's like, you saw nothing, guys.
Yeah,
because that flash was crazy.
All right, now on the other side of things, this is what I was going to say. With the pathing of Lucid, it also punishes the Kennen lane here if he can get over in time. But there's a ward, and because he wasn't actually able to clear fast enough to come over here before Owner obviously could come and look for a potential punish in this slower gank that would have to eventuate. He can't actually commit further. That's where I had my eyes before we saw the all-in there from Showmaker, which was well played, but now Faker has flash advantage and only is down an egg.
Yeah, there is also the fact that red actually didn't get taken. So it should be a 3-buff start here for Owner as well, which is fantastic, as we see this once again. Flash for us there to stun up Showmaker, but I don't know about the flash. You know, he did at least manage to get the egg, but he didn't get the flash. So Faker is still kind of fine.
Now, he's still Tristana into Anivia, and Anivia got a Dark Seal and a tier. So, you know, you can continue to try to push your advantage here. It's not the end of the world. It's not like, oh, Tristana died, so that's the end of that. But, yeah, not going to have as much power as he would have otherwise liked to. And in this bottom lane, we'll see how much Career can hit, because that's really the determining factor as to whether Smash and Career can actually fight back into this Kalista lane.
And they at least do have a lane that can be pretty powerful in the early stages. MF Nico is not bad at all. But Pays and Carrier, we know what they can do, and it's about the all-ins once level 6 hits. You know, it's like when you can find hostile takeover angles, when Carrier can play completely off-the-wall aggressive because he's got Fate's Call available. That's when things get really frightening.
And Pop Blossom into bullet time and stuff like that also obviously incredibly powerful if you can set up. I think a little bit trickier to pull off than looking for a handshake play that can otherwise be non-committal but feel very safe because of the Fate's Call. And for team fights and scrappy things like that we will see start to happen when this first dragon spawns and elsewise post 6, that's where the combos are really going to be actually real. As you know, you don't have to necessarily hit the enemy support who has Fate's Call, but maybe you hit Faker or maybe hit Owner, you know, and catch him off guard and end up securing objectives. Speaking of objectives, I don't think Lucid's getting much right now.
Yeah, Bramble Smash does push Owner away, plus 10 damage, by the way, everyone. As Owner he has Flash, might be able to force Flash out of Lucid, but decides not to. He is just going to enter the enemy jungle, which is right now pretty empty.
All right, things slow down for a minute. Owner is going to check ward here. We'll see the control ward, and still will come over here to annoy Shiu and clear it.
Yep.
Thorin went for Ignite, so there's a lot of extra pressure there.
Owie. Showmaker taking so much damage.
So close to 6, but just not there.
And that could have actually been a kill with the Buster Shot. As Doran now with control of this wave, he will have control. But as you can see, Shiu is actually doing just fine. Finally, level 6 is picked up for Showmaker. And we know that Buster Shot is going to be so important, especially later on. But even here in the lane, threatening Faker is going to be a big deal. And also for safety, as Needlework comes out, Doran trying to get out of here. Does have the flash available, but snip, snip, and the stun. So Shiu is going to have to get out of there. Thankfully, the turret didn't get too mad at him. As Doran, still with the Ignite in hand.
Shiu doesn't have
go back.
teleport either, but is going to be able to stay in this lane. TP, speaking of, going out for Showmaker here as T1 try to take this dragon. And I think they should be able to get it here. There's just no real way to close the gap. 4D plus Showmaker's TP obviously is too lane, isn't going to get him there any faster. And they didn't have bottom side prio, nor do they have those critical ults for the skirmishes we were just discussing to come over there and kind of try to cheat their way into a dragon contest. So that is going to be first dragon over to T1. Crazy we could have another Infernal Soul here with Chemtech as the second.
That would be crazy.
It's starting to get a little boring. Like, I usually am a big fan of Infernal, but
maybe it's a Cloud this time. I feel like T1 series almost always has a Cloud Soul in it, so I think we're kind of due. So next, it's not going to be any of the tech dragons.
No.
But yeah, it could be a whole lot of different things. At least it's not going to be Chemtech, so can guarantee that Orcs is paying attention. And it's Game 5, DK versus T1. He's probably going to be paying attention in a series like this. As Lucid stealing away some more Raptors, feeling good about that one as Faker gives Showmaker the good old thumbs up.
Faker still has flash, but I mean, this is a Maokai with ult.
Yeah, there is the nature grasping, gets the flash out of Faker, and just keeps walking.
And they know that Owner is likely nearby, so he's not going to commit any further here. Takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, Lucid gonna be able to get over this wall, and Faker going to stop him from having a good time. I believe did not have too much frost on the Maokai. And Lucid is able to get that smite very, very quickly. Carrier, nice handshake onto Korea there, who does get the snare onto Pace. My God, that damage.
That damage was pretty unreal.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
And that's
a BF sword back, by the way.
That's a big one. Carrier could have been Fate's call there. Now Showmaker's is going to go in again.
Yeah.
Faker still has a little bit of mana. This is somewhat risky.
So, Buster Shot is available here. Showmaker decides not to use it. Egg available there for Faker, so he can play a little bit more aggressively. As meanwhile, here towards the bottom side, they desperately want to get that plate. They're unable to do so. That is just prepared for them for next time.
Yeah. We've had so many near successes here for D+ in this game, have not eventuated in anything big or real just yet. It's T1 picking up these small leads. It's the MF lead in CS, though, that is really the one that you're holding on to, and it's going to even have a little bit of extra plate money on top of it here with this extra hit on the mid or on the bottom turret.
Yep.
And in the top lane, you know, this Gwen is doing really well so far into this cannon pick here for Doran. So that's a big boon here for D+, because if your Gwen falls too far behind to be a threat in sides, it really hurts your game plan heading to mid game and beyond.
I feel like Xiu has really exceeded my expectations in this matchup. Obviously, it was a blind cannon. So Xiu feels confident in this matchup regardless, but I didn't know that this early on it would be going this well. So that's fantastic. Does have his Boots of Lucidity already completed. Wanted to make sure that he has as much movement speed up here, but also getting as much ability haste as he can find.
He also loves his jungler Lucid, so...
True. And he also likes
it.
having Flash available, which I imagine is something that you would like. All right. Showmaker is once again going to have to deal with that Glacial Storm as Xiu doesn't quite find the needlework this time.
Kind of a scary moment there for Doran if he wants to try to go back in with the Maokai so close by. T1 going to try to look for something here on the bottom side, I suppose, but Faker just going to leave, and I think that'll probably be the end of the aggression. A lot of pings going down here. Yeah, they are aware that Paze and Carrier are otherwise missing here. There just isn't really anywhere for them to go, so handled it well, and now this Gwen has 3 grubs, so that's very good for D+. Also, the Tristana has 3 grubs, so side lane win cons I was talking about before, very strong here for D+, now significantly empowered.
Yeah, and actually, are these the first grubs that D+ have been able to take so far this series? Sort of feels like to me. Is now Doran may be in trouble. The nature is grasping as Xiu gets stunned up. Does he have the snips? The answer is yes. Lucid going to be the one to lock down that kill, as now we are one apiece between these two teams in Game 5. And DK getting the money where they want it. Although I guess Lucid getting the kill is not great, but Xiu getting any sort of advantage is exactly what D+ want.
Yeah. Who would have thought that this Maokai pick would come out again? Was what B&K used to great effect against T1 last time. It's Lucid playing it now with Chronicler watching on as an ex-LCK commentator who was very critical of Lucid's Maokai throughout the early days of his career, but making a huge impact here already in this game. As we're 1-on-1 apiece, T1 with a small gold lead. But I can't help but feel like the grub value here is going to be out of control as long as D+ get a chance to utilize it, especially when you have moments like this where Doran's pushed off the map. He drops his ultimate here. Xiu has to flash because he's in turret range. Doran plays this actually really well. He does not quite have enough damage even with the Ignite.
Yeah, didn't quite get that. But still, that is a fair bit invested. We'll see whether there is sort of a turnaround gank or something like that. But right now you can see this Dragon is getting started up. And it looks like D+ are not going to contest it. Lucid up here towards the top side of the map. And so Chemtech Dragon going to be picked up here by T1. And
the argument...
Give me the cloud. Give me the cloud. Mountain. Okay.
Mountain, okay. The argument for not going for the contest here for D+ is just that they think they're going to have a little bit more scaling range damage here with this Tristana later on. They don't want to fight into this Kalista early, especially without setup there on the bottom side of the map. So they instead just index through top side.
Well, needlework comes out yet again. It just kills him! Solo Molo for Xiu! And the entirety of this side of Lolpark, we're on the D+ side, just erupted in the Xiu chant. That was very cool.
Very cool indeed. And that's 2 deaths for Doran on this cannon. The last time he played Kennen, he had a great game on it. This is not looking the same type of scenario here, as he has this as counter pick to the Gwen, fell behind and now gets solo killed. And with 3 grubs working on this turret, it's an extra plate going over to Shiu as well. He finds himself 1,000 gold ahead. As we'll watch this again, goes in on the Kennen, even though he's stunned, gets the fully stacked Q, drops the ult out, hits it twice, and 3rd time's the charm.
That was beautifully played. And looking very cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, not getting too excited about it, knowing there's a lot of League of Legends left to play here in this game, but
oh yeah,
that's the kind of mindset you want to have.
Showmaker going to get comboed here by Faker. Finds the stun there as well. And that is a lot of damage out of this Anivia. And Faker still without an item built up just yet. Same can be said for Showmaker at the moment, but he's just wanting to clear out waves and draw beads and things like that.
Indeed.
As that draw a bead is the name of Tristana's passive. Yeah. I feel like I haven't actually explained that in a very long time.
I don't know, I was kind of thinking about
confused.
abacuses for some reason when you said that. I was like, yeah, he's going to get a lot of money. He's going to calculate, like, I have 3 grubs, so how much turret gold can I get later?
Yes, in the lore, Tristana is actually an accountant.
Yes.
And so, yes, very much about those beads.
A bit of a roam up from Carrier to the top lane, really trying to patch this hole that is the Kennen on his squad, which means that the Kalista is isolated alone as well for a little bit. Faker's going to push this wave in, and he has TP and he can go into sides, so it's not going to be like Carrier's wasting too much time here, but a bit of an opportunity if Shiu does try to go for a 3rd here onto Doran.
Well, right now, Shiu is playing very respectfully. And so Carrier not exactly with a lot of opportunity.
This could work out, though. I think Shiu's like, all right, I waited long enough.
Oh, in he goes. There's the slicing maelstrom. The needlework comes out yet again. Fate's call, not doing a whole lot as he's looking to try and wipe out Doran, but he's not able to do so. That is the punish, and T1 are looking to continue pushing.
Yeah, and Faker just goes straight to the bottom lane here. Now, Smash is going to get some extra gold in mid. There's a bit of a hole there.
Triple grubs.
Yeah, it's pretty big damage, and it's going to be a Kennen TP to answer as Doran finishes his role quest here. And Pays should be able to get out no problem.
Okay.
And I guess it's just going to be a trade of plates here, now even on kills.
And T1 with a little bit of a gold advantage.
That was a really cool play from T1. They played it very patiently. They knew the Faker was going to be able to head to the bottom lane. They weren't going to lose too much for this, with Doran being able to TP to catch mid. As yes, some money does go over to the MF, but I think this is a great way to turn things around in the top side and keep Doran relevant.
And in this game, T1 leaning on Faker. And I think if anyone's to have a lead in a game 5 for T1, Faker is a pretty good option if you're a T1 fan.
Yeah,
he has been
40
pretty
CS
reliable.
advantage as well in his wheelhouse, or this is not quite the wheelhouse situation.
What is a wheelhouse again?
In his Mao house?
Yeah, that's right. It was Mao's house with wheels, but his name is Mao House, isn't it? I got it a little bit confused about the whole wheelhouse thing. That's a Valdez and well, the Tridans can actually let us know exactly what's going on. Maybe I'll ask in the Pog State or something like that. Tune in to the next episode of the Pog State if you want to know about the wheelhouse conversation once more.
Career is maybe thinking he can make a similar play to what Carrier just did, but there's a lot of deep vision. He cannot quite actually sneak his way over here to try to set a trap. We'll be seen.
Rift Herald is just taken, so that is another tool that D+ can use. I'm just not sure. Like, there is the whole scaling conversation that we need to have. There's not a massive amount of range on T1 at the end of the game. Like, Tristana is going to be hitting from really far away. Side lane's going to be really hard to deal with this Gwen. And Maokai is always incredibly high value with that Nature's Grasp. But like the Pays scenario, this time around T1 has got a lot of CC and sort of control, like zone control with the Anivia, and the Kennen.
Anivia lead doesn't mean that much when you're like, well, I've got a 1-stack on my Rod of Ages, and I have my upgraded boots and a Dark Seal, and a fully stacked tier.
Yeah.
Whereas the Tristana's like, well, I still have a Kraken Slayer. I kind of actually can do a lot of damage in skirmishes and team fights, and I still kill turrets very quickly. So the lead doesn't matter that much right now, but if Faker gets a lot of extra time, like he just got that full topside turret, then he's going to be a huge damage threat later on. So D+ need to make something happen before that in this game, as we are going to have a bit of a scrap here. TP from Faker. This is going to be sole point for T1 if they can secure this, and they will now have that zoning Anivia here.
I do think the D+ definitely need to fight for this one.
Absolutely.
They do have Lucid in position. He throws down the Rift Herald. Let's see whether he throws down the ulti here as well. Let's see how this one goes. There it is. Pop Blossom is going to be pushed away with the handshake, but Lucid gets in, steals away the dragon, and now Owner is trying to get himself out. Shiu running amok right in the middle of the fight, and the twisted advance, the bullet time, the combo from D+ is too good, and Shiu gets those scissors out and makes them work. The bottom lane is cut into pieces. It's a triple for the Gwen, and another one for Smash as well. 2 on the floor for D+ as well, but they get the steal, and they win the fight.
They win the fight in a massive way. And this was a dragon stolen by Lucid, which, by the way, he has been pretty quick on the smite finger today.
I mean,
with sticks in it.
There's
It's
also a
red.
10 buff on the Bramble Smash, Wolf.
Yeah, but look at this
Yeah.
red setup here. They
Oh,
still get it. They
I feel like this has happened way too much. Way too much over the last few
bullet
days.
time, they over-index way too hard into this top side of the fight, right into the bullet time. And Faker is just not able to do really enough damage at this stage in the game, and the Callista is down, the Dragon goes over, and a huge swing of momentum to D+ that would take a gold lead in this game. And a Gwen with the Mountain Break stacking up feels pretty good.
And she's also now got a Dusk and Dawn. So it's a pretty scary Gwen. This stage 2-item spike feeling pretty good in this current season of League of Legends. And so Faker still with a big gold lead. The problem is the rest of D+ are looking very, very scary. And namely, that is Smash with 1,000 gold lead. His Collector is now done as well. And so these bullet times will really be hurting. But this Shiu, like, I just don't know what they're supposed to do about this Gwen in the side lane.
Well, that's the thing, because there's also a Tristana in the side lane.
Oh, yes. 1-3-1.
She's 1,600 gold behind Faker, but that doesn't necessarily matter if there's jungle attention. By the way, jungle attention to the top lane.
And Owner is spotted out as he makes his way up here. So the little kitty cat going to be a good sentinel here.
Career also does have his ult at the ready. They need to be very careful about how they fight this, as CC is Aatrox's worst enemy when he's trying to come over here and shadow these lanes.
Man, like, I was just not expecting this level of discipline from D+ this late in this series.
They want it so bad.
Yeah,
you know?
and they're not afraid to show that they want it this bad, you know? Because sometimes D+ sort of comes off as the cool kids at school that kind of think it looks cringe to try, you know? That's the vibe that it gives you, but not today. Not today at all. This is raw D+ showing that they want it, and we'll see whether they can actually get there. See whether they can save you a very large coffee bill.
Yeah, well, this is Career as well, who's the rookie, right? The one who was actually in tears after the win that brought them to their first of what could be potentially 3 for the reverse sweep. As Shiu is going to get ulted here.
Yeah, Faker is going to find the chain CC as well, and I don't think the Gwen is immune enough. Does have the needlework, but it's not enough. So Faker going to be grabbing his first kill of the game to augment his 50 CS lead.
However, there is Tristan up here. Okay, I thought we were going to see a heavier commitment from Career and that maybe they were going to try to trade for a turret. It's not going to be any real cross map here for D+.
This bird is becoming problematic.
Yeah, they're going to try to clip its wings, but Faker says, nah, I'm just going to TP. I know the Maokai is coming.
Oh, and also just gets to steal all of Doran's farm? Although he didn't. I think Doran actually got it all. With
but now they're in a spot to maybe even get something done on the Showmaker here. Playing both sides of the map with this one a little bit.
Ooh, Baron is just getting started at 20 minutes into the game.
They push them away, and now we have to find some setup here. It has to be Career, really.
I mean, this time around, they have a fair bit of Baron damage, but they also have a ridiculous Baron turn as they look for Shiu, who teleported towards the top side, and there is the Buster Shot now on cooldown. That means that Doran's value is a little bit higher. It's 2 seconds. Slicing Maelstrom will be back up off cooldown once again.
I think that was the right call from a Showmaker, though. If they end up losing Shiu there, it's a disaster. Smash gets some extra free time with his turret. Career, though!
Oh, dear. Flash Frost not going to quite connect, though. Shape Splitter is enough to get Career out of there.
All right, he's getting more work done on this turret now as well. He might get the whole thing.
Yeah, hold up.
And this is, I mean, 3 grubs at work, continuing to be a problem here for T1. He's not going to get the whole thing on this wave, but does a lot of damage. And it's really just a Buster Shot to stop this Baron and to stop any sort of follow-up there. D+ read the play well. And I think T1 were wise to drop Baron with the Maokai coming over. It was just too risky. There's too many circles. There's too many people stuck in a Baron pit. And this is exactly where D+'s composition is going to shine in a scrappy situation like that. I like T1 trying to see if D+ mess up the rotation. It is really at very little cost to them. But ultimately, Smash gets money, and he's 1,500 gold ahead of pace.
Yeah, this is a big lead for the Misfortune, as now T1 thinking about setting up for Soul Point once again. Last time around it didn't quite work, but they are in position. Doran with teleport that he did manage to get from his quest. It's up and available. As Shiu's in the back of this pit now. Teleport comes in. Showmaker is turning up as well. As Lucid,
it's a lot of sticks.
Try and keep this Gwen safe. As like you were saying, that is a lot of Ren stacks into this Dragon. Let's see. Lucid now throws out the ulti. Can Ona get it? No, it's another steal! What the heck, Lucid? As once again, Shiu is now immune in the back of the pit. Not anymore, though, as he needs to slink back into the mist. Flashes over the wall. Highway robbery complete, and they get out.
How many times is Lucid gonna get away with this? It's insane. His smite game today, and it's again into the Ren.
Yeah, Ren, and like, isn't it same level smite at least?
Yes.
Like, he's what?
I don't.
So I think we were calculating this like a couple of days ago, and it was because there was actually a difference in smite upgrades and blah, blah, blah that was at play here. This was not. This was like T1 had a massive secure advantage, and Lucid said, no, I have Bramble Smash. It's fine.
And it was fine, actually.
Yeah. It's the pajamas. The pajamas really allows you to understand smite timings better. I think that must be what it is.
T1 are also not in a position here because D+ used very little. They only really used the Maokai ultimate there to secure this.
Yeah. Lucid just saying, slow down, slow down. Yeah, he's like, I'm going to smite at 3K. And he did, or something.
And they get out. Okay.
He's going to ult at 3K, but then he just nailed the smite immediately afterwards. That was what G-Sun just let us know, and I apologize for mishearing the first time around.
So the Baron angle here for T1 is kind of awkward when they're on red side, right? Like, this is the power of blue side here for D+, where they actually can play around this Baron a lot more comfortably, and they have the Maokai. So even when T1 get the better group and they have vision, they're like, I don't really like this angle. But if they send somebody over and try to hard commit and then they get pushed off the Baron, anyone who's left in the side lane who has TP, which right now the solo laners don't for D+, but when they do have that TP back up, Shiu can stay in sides with his 3 grubs and get some real damage done, and then still show up for the fight if T1 decide to kind of call his bluff and say, all right, well, we're going to stick the Baron. So this is the side lane power really starting to come into work. The later we get into the game, the more deadly it becomes.
Yeah.
Like, Showmaker right now is still 1,700 gold behind, still doesn't have his second item, but the Gwen is already a problem.
And also, Showmaker basically needs to hit Buster Shot on Doran, and everything's going to be okay. That's basically his whole job. He can negate an entire cannon. So even if he is still going to remain behind, not without any items, he will keep value, which is very similar to what happened in the last game as well. The 0-5 Cassiopeia, but Miasma is one heck of an ability against a whole bunch of melee dashy champions.
And with the Anivia pushing into the Gwen has really strong wave clear and just doesn't really care that much. And you can see that Showmaker's having some free time to farm into the cannon here top side. If T1 make a rotation one way or the other, they can end up losing out on side. Showmaker doesn't have his TP back just yet, and we're still 2 minutes away from that Dragon. So the game is going to slow down here for a moment. And we'll see some, roaming supports trying to find angles here. Keria tries to come over and see if Showmaker's going to get a little greedy. He doesn't. Career also fighting for this vision. And this is the most interesting thing that's going to happen here for a little while, is just a little vision check on Baron as Smash continues to destroy these waves, frankly.
Yeah.
He has his Bloodthirster. He's on 3 items. He has that extra shield, so it's very difficult to collapse on and punish him.
And Wolf, let's think about what the world is going to look like when there are Mountain Souls up and available.
Yeah, it's pretty...
on the table in the next minute and a half is Soul Point.
I mean, there's a Seraph's here for Faker. He's going to end up, being a pretty tanky bird.
Oh, yeah.
Plus he has his egg, of course, if he ends up going down or ends up being under threat. So that, is pretty strong for him. Obviously, the cannon can get a little bit of extra work done, but it's Gwen and the MF that I'm, really concerned about. The extra shield for the MF and sometimes just mean a little bit of extra damage. That could be all the difference in the world. The Gwen, same story. More difficult to kill because she is just, in general, so powerful in sides and requires so many people that if she has those extra resistances, which she already has 2 dragons worth of, then you get rotational power as well as D+. So Very powerful Dragon for either side. Not as strong as Infernal Soul, but you know what? I was ready for a change in this series.
Yeah, me
Anyways.
too. I actually think that Mountain Soul is really, really interesting, especially with the fact that Lucid, like the one true tank here in this game, benefits a lot because he's going to be building those resistances. But every time you build an arm guard, it just feels doubly as good, right?
He has an arm guard. Shiu has the arm guard. So I mean, it's a good point that you raise.
Arm guard on Lucid is kind of crazy.
It's extra safety. And you know what? Maybe it gets him into smite range somehow.
True, there you go.
Pretty well. He's also got a Leandri's here, so saplings are very annoying.
Shiu is just ignoring damage at this point in time, electing not to press his Misty button.
The agency that Lucid has versus what Owner has feels so much higher. He can warp the fight so much more than this Aatrox can.
Yeah, and it's also so easy for DK to get information as well. They've got Shape Splitter, they've got saplings. You can always scout out the area even if you don't have wards.
Found Doran.
Speaking of which, yeah, Doran is just going to blow up. He flashes in, but the Buster Shot, they're playing tennis with a cannon! What is this? Why isn't Did working today?
And
oh
that's
my
Dragon.
goodness, and now the Drake is going to be taken. That is triple Mountain Soul point for DK.
And T1 just couldn't make a choice. They were like, all right, we either have to save Doran and try to play through that bottom side scrap, or we got to hold Dragon. They did neither. Lucid didn't even have to ult. So he still has his ult here to now try to secure Baron, and T1 are a million miles away.
Oh my goodness, a DK doing it?
There's
Are they going to reverse T1 at reverse sweep T1 out of the LCK Cup? Surely not. And not on the Baron, as Owner is going to rotate over. Like we were saying, that informational advantage is still there for DK though.
That Lucid ult.
As Owner, let's see whether he can get it done as the Baron is smote away by Lucid, of course. Twisted advance to take down the Aatrox, and Smash is going to get flashed on by Faker. He will go down, but Carrier is going to explode as well. There are the resets for Showmaker, and he looks for another explosive charge. Man, he's drawn so many beads this game, and you can see that range is just kind of absurd. Rocket Jump going to come in, and he gets another charge, and down he goes to the egg. Korea gets the information, and they will be able to take him down. So Baron for DK, and they'll get the prize in all of these kills, and a 5,000 gold advantage.
And this is a Kalista comp for T1. Getting back into this game is going to be nigh impossible, as Doran is also way up.
Oh dear. Showmaker doesn't have Buster Shot, so no tennis. As Lucid is like, come on man, are you hitting it back? And Showmaker's like, no, I'm tired. I can't do that. I'll just kill it instead. And it is going to be the tree that's given kill credit this time around.
It's a trade, but it's a support for a top laner. As Doran getting caught here on the flank is just exactly what you were talking about. And it's tennis time.
Yeah, the Kennis. I really like it. That's from chat. That's from chat. That's not mine. That's not mine, but it's fantastic.
And then here, Owner gets into the pit, flashes early to make sure he doesn't get rooted out, but look at the smite, 65.
65.
Miss today, Atlas.
I mean, the problem is that Owner does miss today.
Yeah, no, it's been quite a consistent problem. And this is like, if you go back to some of these smites that Lucid has gotten over Owner, this could have been a 3-0. Like, we might not even have gone to game 4. We might be ever talking about this game and the Fakers and Nivea, and the Kennis might not have ever even been conceptualized. Okay.
Oh, we did be very sad about that. He's a big tennis fan.
And now we're looking at a 6,000 gold lead for D+, a Kalista that's trying to play into Maokai, and a Tristana that has so much range.
Yeah, he's level 17.
He's got the sniper item. He's ready to hit them hard.
Feels like a pretty fantastic third item as well, because once you buy it, your passive is stacked up so far that you get the full value. It feels very, very nice. As Lucid able to get into the tiny little window to break those chains. But the bullet time is just thrown out. Faker is just dead. Pop lost him under 2. Korea! You absolute madman! He's over the wall! And now it is Korea falling, but it's totally worth it this time around as Doran, he comes in to try and save the play. The slicing Maelstrom is pretty powerful. Everyone's golden, but DK are the most gold today as Carrier walking back to the fountain, asking them to be gentle, and they're going to say absolutely not. Not today, because we are top 3 in the LCK Cup as DK book a ticket to Hong Kong.
And Career can barely believe it.
My God, this young man, look at CV Max glowing with pride. And I have I have to say, man, I am so proud of this young player in the bottom lane. He emotionally broke down. We've seen this so many times before, especially in CV Max teams, but it shows that what they did, what feedback he did get, it worked. Because that last Pop Blossom was fantastic. He was fine for the last 3 games of that series. And D+, what an incredible performance. And look at that pride. And this is something Digon said earlier on. You cannot deny that CV Max has passion.
He does, and I think all 10 of these players do. But for somebody like Showmaker as well, who hasn't been able to reach these heights in a very long time, it has gotta feel so cathartic to finally get that successful reverse sweep. To win against T1 in the best of 5 for the first time since 2024. The last time they were able to do it was in 2021, okay? This has been a really big early year for D+ again. Well, this time the heights are higher than last year. And I gotta say, the way they played it was just out-macroing T1 and punishing some of these greedy drafts. And
Yeah.
the confidence that D+ showed, the resilience that they showed, is something I think no one could have predicted. Not one person would have thought that they could do it if not one non-D+ player or CV Max believed that they could win Game 3 and reverse this series, but these 5 players did.
And do you know something that is a little bit ominous? Is that we've only had a few reverse sweeps in recent history. One of them was that HLE versus Gen G reverse sweep that we saw put HLE out of commission for 6 months. These can be really difficult things to bounce back from, and so I think that T1 fans, you're gonna have to get behind your team to make sure that they're gonna be okay. As Kesper Cup as well, DK versus T1 also was a reverse sweep. Oh my goodness, it even goes deeper.
It's crazy that with the undefeated run that T1 had in Gen G, that they are just not going to be in Hong Kong. They're not going to be in our top 3. They're not going to be playing in front of that massive crowd. T1, who have been the most international team, the team that wins Worlds over and over and over again, they travel more than anyone else, are just not going to be there. It's just hard to fathom that, especially because it seemed like a shoo-in against B&K. It seemed like a shoo-in here, and after they were up 2-0, I was ready to pack my bags and go home.
Yeah.
And D+ did not lose sight of the possibility of that reverse sweep, the possibility of popping off. Career is in tears after the win, and he is fist pumping at the win here at the end of Game 5. He uses the Pop Blossom that sets up the end of this series. But T1 got outplayed, and they got outplayed in 2 best of 5s back-to-back against Rise Group teams.
I don't think they're Rise Group teams anymore.
No.
I honestly feel
We're
like
seeing a change of the tides.
Yeah, and the way the LCK has leveled up over the last 6 to 8 months has been kind of absurd. I think the roster changes in this year's Stove League as well have really made things interesting. And look at this, like Korea absolutely losing his mind. And I don't think, like, even if you're a T1 fan, you cannot help but be proud of this D+, because I know I doubted them completely. After that 0-2 down, it was just sad. And then, you know what? They actually turned it around, figured it out, and shielded mega damage in this game.
He's probably going to pick up POM. I don't know. I think these guys deserve it. They worked really hard. They played their hearts out tonight.
I want to give Korea the POM. I don't care. I just want to give it to him. He didn't play the best. However, this was a story of him holding it together in probably one of the most high-pressure scenarios ever in his career. So Lucid's going to pick up POM though, and I actually have a feeling that, you know, this is the smarter choice. The guy played ludicrously well.
I voted for him. I thought his smites were what saved this series, but also his
Ambessa game. His Ambessa game changed the entire course of this series.
Changed the entire course of history, Atlas. As once again, T1 will not be going to First Stand, will not be going to the LCK Cup Finals. Last year, it was Hanwha Life Esports who knocked them out early.
Yeah.
But a more surprising adversary here. 2 surprising adversaries in both B&K and D+. D+ getting their first ever reverse sweep.
And
crazy.
It means that we will not have the defending Kesper Cup champions at first stand. We will not have the defending world champions. However, we may have the defending ASI champions at the at first stand.
Yeah.
So BNK could do it. That would be absolutely insane, as we are now going to get all of D+ Kia onto the stage, getting ready for the interview. And I cannot wait to hear from this team, because I imagine that this series was probably like, this was the pinnacle of their year, and the year's only just started.
Absolutely. I
Whoa.
cannot believe this happened still, and yet the emotions the D+ players had, CV Max's smile, it makes me, I don't know, I'm just kind of speechless.
Yeah, I know.
That
And
this did occur.
It's so hard to put it into words, because this is something that it's kind of unprecedented from this team, given their history and what they have done in the past. Like, there's been a lot of disappointment. However, absolutely not today. And now it's time to hear from D+ Kia now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Seer for the POM, or team interview translation. We have D+ Kia, who just took a 3-2 reverse sweep victory and secured the last ticket to Hong Kong. We have Shiu, Lucid, Showmaker, Smash, and Career. Congratulations on the win! It looks like the fans are going so rowdy for you guys. And Shiu, after going the full distance, you took the last ticket to Hong Kong. How do you feel? I wanted to win so badly today, and I came with the mindset and the desire to win. And I think the first two games, obviously, we actually went down pretty helplessly, but it is not over until it's actually over, and we actually stayed our head in the game until the very end. I'm just really proud of ourselves. I'm just so happy to get this victory. And in the last game, we caught you say top is over. Wow, you had so much aura there. And then, although you got targeted down by the enemy afterwards, when did you realize that the series was won? After the draft? Just based on the laning phase, I just felt like the game would be ours as long as we win the laning phase. So I think it's really all thanks to our coaching staff and our head coach that actually gave us the best draft for us. And now you'll face BNK Fear X with the finals on the line. So what is your mindset? You know, playing out today's match, I think I had a lot of takeaways personally, and this is the first time pulling a reverse sweep. So I hope that I feel like this experience will help us in the future in all those best of fives. And I hope that we can defeat BNK Fear X to make it all the way to the finals. Please give it up one more time for Shiu. And next up we have Lucid. Lucid, it wasn't an easy battle, but you pulled a reverse sweep. How do you feel? This match, I was really hoping that we can win, and we actually analyzed and broke everything down last night. And we just felt like we had the mindset that even though we may lose in the beginning, we can actually win at the very end. So I think that's all that actually added up to our reverse sweep, and I'm just really glad to take that victory. And it looks like your smite today was absolutely on point. So how did you stay so sharp? I think for the smite, I felt like I was just really lucky, and I guess God was just on my side. He actually, it was just really all my luck today. And you're the POM today. You must be quite happy with your performance. So how would you sum up your gameplay in one phrase? I think there were a lot of perfect and flawless moments, but there were some lacking points as well. So I hope that I can refine those points by the time I get to Hong Kong.
자, 그럼 오늘 승리도 진심으로 축하드리면서 결승 진출.
And as we celebrate your victory, what is your mindset for the lower finals?
강팀한테 졌어가지고 많이 힘드셨을 텐데.
You know, I'm sure our fans have struggled a lot as we always got taken down by stronger teams.
잘해보도록 하겠습니다.
I hope that we can continue improving so that we can take down all the teams that we face in the future.
쇼메이커 선수 만나보겠습니다.
And Showmaker,
아주 중요한 경기에서 승리를 거뒀습니다.
with the lower finals on stake, you secured the win. And every time, every crucial moment, you were always taken down by T1, but you finally took them down and will head to Hong Kong. So, how do you feel? It feels so surreal. It feels like I'm dreaming. And this will be our first time playing in Hong Kong. I feel so excited to go there, and I can't wait to have fun over there. And in today's series, which game were you most satisfied with? I think game 3. There were a lot of difficulties and challenges, but after winning that game, I think I was just so satisfied and so proud of ourselves. And you will now meet BNK Fear X in Hong Kong. And for all the fans that were cheering for you, any message for them? Thank you so much for all the support today. And we want you to Hong Kong, guys. I hope that we can play well in Hong Kong and make it all the way to the finals and win it all.
네, 이어서 스매시 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next up, we have Smash.
LCK 컵 여정을 이어갈 수 있게 됐습니다.
Looks like you get to continue your LCK Cup journey in Hong Kong. And you took your former team T1 down. How do you feel? Honestly, it's just such a roller coaster of emotions right now. But as for our team, when we first lost, or what, in the beginning of our journey, we always have prepared so hard. And when we were taken down by T1 before, I felt like we have a long way to go. And since a week ago, I think we've been really working so hard, and we were hoping that it would pay off. And I think that actually did show up today. And over the series, there must have been a lot of communication in bot lane. So, what determined the match today? After game 1, getting the lane prio, it just felt like we just cannot lose lane. And I think in terms of draft, we try to go off of winning matchups, and I think that actually really did help at the end. And I'm sure you talked a lot with career, so how did you manage to find an answer for each game? Well, between each games, I think we were just trying to tell each other, let's just not feel too pressured or overwhelmed. Just play like we normally do. But I feel like in the end, it didn't feel as comfortable as we wish it would be. And I think, you know, back in Kespa Cup, we just remember how we were actually reverse swept. So we just wanted to make sure that we stay focused until we actually take the Nexus down. And you will be in Hong Kong to face BFX. And against Diablo and Kellen, what do you think will be the key point for the bot lane matchup? Diablo and Kellen, they actually do play the laning phase really well. So I hope that we don't lose our prio, and that's just going to be my focus. And last, but not least, let's talk to career. How do you feel about this victory? My teammates did so well, and I think that's what led to this victory. And for our coaching staff, they were just encouraging me all along, and they just told me and taught me so well how to play it out so that we can win today. And our other staff, the front staff, and you know, even the higher ups, they have been encouraging us all along. And that was a reverse sweep. After game 3, we noticed that we saw your tears, and it really hit hard. So how were you feeling back then? Well, there was a lot of pressure, obviously, but for games 1 and 2, I felt like I did so poorly. And after game 3, yeah, there was just so much weight on my shoulders. I just felt that, and I think that's what ended up happening. As just all the emotions came up. And what did CV Max tell you? It looks like you are on the crybaby list now. We're just so glad that you are now smiling. But back then, what did your head coach tell you? He said, "Why are you so timid?" He actually fired me up back then, and I think that actually really helped me.
3, 4, 5세트 승리를 가져가신 것 같습니다. 결국 그래서 해냈잖아요, 오늘. 압박감을
Yeah, so
이겨내고
despite it all, you did it. You overcame the pressure and pulled this victory. What would you like to tell yourself?
네, 오늘 승리로 또 힘든
I will try even harder.
이제 결승 진출전을 치르게 되는데요. 승리를 향한
And in the lower finals, how confident are you? As long as we made it this far, you know, I think my mindset will be, I will not lose. My confidence, it is at 100%.
동의합니다.
Do you agree, Smash? Yeah, I do. Agreed.
자, 이제 2016 LCK컵 결승 진출전에 오르게 된 D+ 기아 선수분들입니다. 다시 한번
That is the D+ Kia, who has made it to the lower finals of 2026 LCK Cup. That's the end of the interview, and back to the desk. Thank you.